I love to wake up in the morning, but keep dreaming without wording. The day is gone. And sometimes I take a walk, then I forget about the clock. I can slow down. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, lie in the sun. Now I've been to many places and won so many races. I was a child, yeah. But now my only when is now, and my only where is when I'm by your side. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun, yeah. Lie in the sun, yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, I just wanna lie in the sun. Yeah, lie in the sun. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Ah, snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss
Hey everybody, my name's Finn, and today I want to show you a really cool workflow that we're using at my company called Antler that's helping us design smarter, but most importantly, build a lot faster. So before we dive into that, my name's Finn. I'm a web designer, no-code developer, and I work at a company called Antler. Now specifically, what I want to be taking you through today is our briefing process, how we move our briefs to Figma, and then develop in Webflow. By the way, huge shout out to Framer. I'm building my new portfolio in Framer, so big Framer fan as well. But at Antler, we're using Webflow as part of our stack. So overall, this process that we're using, like when I first joined Antler, it was taking us weeks to produce pages. But we're now doing that in literally hours, which I'm really excited to show you. Just as a bit of context, who do I work for, who is Antler? We're the fastest growing early stage venture capital firm in the world. And we're in over 24 locations worldwide. And basically the way Antler works is we take the world's best founders, the cream of the crop of people that want to build tech companies, and we put them through residencies to help them pitch their next idea to get investment. We offer them a massive support, worldwide support community of investors, other entrepreneurs, and other founders. That's the tech team for Antler, because there's a pretty cool Aussie connection that in Sydney, we do all of Antler's tech work. So the Antler tech team is based out of Sydney. That's us on our Sydney Harbour cruise for Christmas. A great team to be a part of. But as you can imagine, with over 24 locations worldwide, things can get pretty hectic sometimes. And we collaborate on one website. And actually, one of the things that when I joined Antler, all these locations were doing their own thing, like their own microsites, kind of trying to run their own shows. But my boss was like, let's bring everyone onto the same website. Now I was like, okay, great, but it's a bit scary because, on one website, we have 24 locations with different needs that want to do things slightly differently, they have their own ideas about how they want to do things. So we've got a pretty big, high volume of website requests, and there's only one web designer and Webflow developer. That is me. So that all comes to me. Because of this, we need a pretty efficient workflow to get shit done, basically. And that's what I want to be sharing with you today. Only thing was, when I first joined Antler, this wasn't the case. When I first joined Antler, things weren't as efficient. But what our plan is to make them a lot more efficient over the coming year by implementing the process I'm going to show you right now. So I just want to take you through a bit of a before and after, because almost like a case study of how things were, but how they're becoming right now for us. So kicking that off, everything starts with a brief. So when I first joined, briefs were actually being created from scratch. And literally someone in, let's just say the US would create a brief from a Google Doc with no template, just write down what they thought needed to be on the page, which meant that every brief that I was receiving was very different. And I didn't know what to expect each time I received a brief. And there was often missing information and content as well. Now, moving forward to design, I was wireframing each page from scratch and sending that back for feedback. Then I would design the page and again, send it for feedback for a second time. And this just wasn't working that well because I was juggling so many projects. For context, I was hired by Antler as a Webflow developer, but I put my hand up for web design. So now I'm the web designer. I also put my hand up for doing video editing. So I do video editing for Antler. As you can imagine, I'm juggling a lot of projects. As it so happens, a lot of projects at Antler need to be done yesterday. We need this page done next week. So I was basically, I found myself in a place where I was not really producing the ideal designs because I was under so much time pressure. Finally, bringing things together, in development, I was building all of my sections in Webflow from scratch with really minimal use of components. And I was a bit slow. And I was even getting some inconsistencies on like the sections I was building weren't exactly matching, as it happens when you don't use components. So to cut to the chase here, we were pretty disorganized, we were a bit slow, and we're getting some inconsistent results with our designs. But what I want to take you through now is how we've revamped and are still revamping our process to design faster and actually higher quality designs as well. So let's begin at the brief, where everything starts. Now we have a brief template. And so every time I send this brief out, I know what to expect coming in, and it already asks the person exactly what we need to know for each page. So each brief has the same structure, basically like a page objective, key stakeholders, but most importantly, design requirement sections. And I just want to show you about this because this is kind of like a theory that I have about content, that when you're first doing a web page, don't just write copy on a blank page. Instead, what you want to do is just break it into sections and say like, what is the name of the section? What is the goal of it? And what is its content structure? This is because like the way I see sections is like, they're just ideas that you're stacking, right? And so how do you know if that page is a good idea? Well, you basically test out all of these ideas and then you send it for feedback. You might find that if you'd written copy for each of these sections, it wasn't actually the right copy. So writing copy takes time. So what I recommend is go high-level messaging first and look at the content structure, which is basically what these are here. So when I say content structure, I mean like, is this going to be a slider section? Is it going to have images, buttons? Like, give me any information. It doesn't have to be finalized copy, but tell me what's going to go in that section. Okay, so as you can see, we have a brief that really helps us, that prepares us for the design process. But it doesn't actually overwhelm us with too much copy. Now, here's a big thing. I don't design pages. This is a big thing for me. I stopped designing pages and I started assembling pages with components. Now, this is, like I said, a really big shift for me when I started building out Antler's internal Figma component library. And it's still in its very early stages. I've only made a few different pages. But what I'm building, and what this will end up being, is a massive library of all the layouts that we use across the Antler website, across all our locations. So instead of designing pages, what I'm actually doing is assembling pages by matching sections in the brief to components in the component library. And so here we have a classic hero section, which is, got all our classic hero section things. No copy really, but we can say with quite a lot of confidence that there's a component in our library that matches this section brief here, and this is what I would put. And so instead of spending all this time wireframing and sending it for feedback, then designing that page, I'm actually just dragging and dropping my pages and sending it back the same day to the person to get their feedback. And that way we can get a really good idea if the direction we're going in is the right direction. So again, this takes minutes and not days. But then the question remains like, well, where did this component library come from? Like, when do we design? Well, the answer is we actually design components. And this is much more efficient when you make this shift from designing pages to designing reusable components. So your design time is really precious. It's like your creative energy. And if you're wasting that by redesigning the same pages over and over again, you're not going to be an efficient designer. But if we spend and we invest our design time into components, what this means is we can really go deep into designing that component, make it really beautiful and functional, because remember, we've saved days of time by dragging and dropping our page. So with all that spare time, we might come across a new component that we need to build because the section design we couldn't find a component that matched that. So now we're going to spend the whole day designing this new component that we need that is going to look awesome and will get saved to our library and reused again. So this allows us to go deep, produce a quality design, and resave to our library. Just a quick recap on the design phase. So we're now designing pages in minutes, not days and weeks. We can actually test these pages on the same day, getting them back to the stakeholder to say, hey, look, is this the right direction we're going in? And overall, we're going to be producing higher quality designs, because when we do design, we spend less time designing, but we're designing components which we can go deep on. And I found that once I started doing this, my designs were getting a lot better because I was designing components instead of pages. But what about development? Well, as it turns out, Webflow has a similar component system to Figma, just like Framer as well, and any no-code dev platform, and even React. You can use components in development as well. And so the really amazing thing here is that we can have an entire Webflow component library that matches our Figma component library, allowing us to drag and drop in the exact same we would that Figma page, which took us half an hour. We can develop it in Webflow exactly the same way. And so, like I said, a lot like assembling in Figma, we're dragging and dropping, and we can edit content via properties. And basically, properties are just like, you have your layout, image, heading, button, and all these bits of content are just controlled by the properties, but the layout of each component across the site is staying the same. This allows you to keep your site consistent and not breaking in other places, because if one of your components is breaking, you know that all the others are breaking, but it means you can fix it in one place. So this is actually where we get to content. And this might be the most controversial part of this talk, is you might think, well, Finn, shouldn't you get the content and then design around content? I kind of think if you want to be efficient, if you want to bang pages out fast and in the startup world and be competitive, that we all know the layouts we're going to use anyway, right? We know what our hero sections are, we know what our feature sections look like. Why not just build the page with placeholder content and then pass this to a marketer who can use the properties to just fill in the content that they need? Because I don't know if you heard the same thing, but when you give someone a blank page and say, write me a website, they'll write you like the New Testament. They'll write way too much. So if they know what it looks like I say, hey, look, you see how long this heading is? That's roughly what you should be writing. And that's the same for the paragraph too. And this kind of helps us manage content in a much better way and saves me, the designer, all this time saying, hey, can you just cut that content by 80%? Yeah. So that's really the gist of my presentation. Is this is still in a very early stage for Antler, but my goal for this year is to build out an entire new library for us so that even if I get hit by a bus, and to hire someone new who can only drag and drop, anyone at Antler can build pages now or design them. And so the value of this to your company, if you work in-house, is immense, because this is actually a product here that even after you leave or whatever happens to you, anyone can come in and take over. They have access to your component library, to your development component library, you're dragging and dropping, and it just speeds up everything. So if you invest a little bit of time up front, you're going to have massive long-term savings.
I actually had a couple of questions really quickly.
Okay.
How long does this take to actually put together? I'm sure it's an evolution and it keeps growing and growing and growing, but if someone actually wants to implement this for their team, what does that upfront investment sort of look like?
Yeah, so if this is actually really applicable for freelance projects as well. If you're say working with a client, what you can do is offer your highest package and say, look, if you choose this really expensive package, I will charge you an extra 10K for it, but I'm going to build you out a component library. And so how long does that take? Well, it can, it really depends. If you've already designed the website, technically you could just create components from what you've already designed, drag them into a library, maybe make some variations, and technically that's already been done. So it could take you a day. For me, it's going to take me the whole year to really do this for Antler, because we have so many different types of content that we make. But I would say if you really had a week to just go deep on this and you already had your site designed, it could take you about a week. Yeah.
any questions? So Matt at the back there.
If you have all the components designed, couldn't you bypass Figma completely and go straight to Webflow? Like, how long does it take to make the page on Figma that?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And just like as a designer, like just so comfortable being in Figma, it's like I don't want to just push Figma away, you know. But you bring up a really good point where like a lot of these no-code tools now, Framer, Webflow, they're becoming a place where we can actually begin to design as well. And so with this component library, I think, you know, if someone said to me, hey, we need the page live tomorrow, I would just, go straight to Webflow. And so I don't actually have a rebuttal to your question. I think you make a really good point, actually, to be honest. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Can you share a bit more about your testing and feedback iteration methods? You said that apparently you get testing done with feedback converted.
Yeah. So basically, like the quickest way I get feedback is I drag and drop assemble that page, and I'll just send that to the person who sent me the brief and say, look, I know that the content you're reading here isn't the final content. You're going to put that in later. But in terms of layouts, structure, and most importantly, like the messaging, and they see, oh, I want to explain this thing in the hero. Is that going to work with this layout? It's actually about the framework of the page. So again, actually, like, what do you think about content? Do you think you should design first or design only after the content? Like, which one would you do?
Well, we don't have the content, we're just staring at rectangles and squares.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's like a debate where it's like, it's sort of like the chicken or the egg. You don't know what the content is, so you got to design something, right? But then sometimes you do get the content, but it just won't fit into your company's design system because they write too much or whatever. So the strategy I'm taking is we know what our layouts are and we know what's respectable and acceptable on the web. And so if someone doesn't want to write in that way, then that's sort of their problem. They should be adapting to the best practices for our design system and the web in general. I mean, you look at this hero section, it's a very standard hero section. Like most people that want to say a title and an image, it'll work in this component here. So we kind of bypass that content really early. And sorry, to bring it back to your question, can I share more about about the feedback process? I'll send it to the person. They're like, wow, this page, that was fast. That's the first thing. And then they'll say, maybe can you like adjust this component? Or can you change this layout? And that's when I might know we have to actually create a new component. So I might go in and make the slider have the arrows in the middle instead of the side. Then they get saved as slider v1.2. So yeah, that's actually a really big step forward for me because before I was getting feedback on the wireframe and I was trying to use their copy in the wireframe, it just wasn't looking good. Whereas now I can kind of force them to write good the first time by forcing them to put it into Webflow using the properties. Did that sort of answer your question? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Yes, George.
Yeah, if you're running more like a freelancer or agency setup where you're working with a couple different clients at the same time,
Yep.
is there any part of this that maybe with the testing or the additional Google document that you can reformat it to work when you do have to sort of start from scratch every time?
Like in terms of, because when you're working with clients, right, like it is very different to working in-house where like you don't really get given a brief for a page. You're like doing a discovery call and you're making your own brief. So it's kind of different in the way like if I get an hour with a client to do our discovery and our sort of kickoff strategy call, I can make my own brief, which is really, really good. But what I would say is if you are working with clients, the biggest thing is to turn this into a product and sell it to the client. You can say, look, here's my basic package. And I talk a bit about this in my Frontrow talk about pricing packages, but basically your lowest package should be a template. Your mid package is like maybe custom, but a little bit more advanced. But your biggest package, you put like things like this in it. Like you get a free component library, which allows you to drag and drop your own web pages. It does cost you an extra 10K, but your team will be able to not need to call me every time they want to build a page. So I think that the best value for freelancers is to use this as a product and kind of sell that in with the product packages. I think I might have changed the subject slightly, but did I answer your question? Okay, cool, thanks.
I got one more question to wrap it up.
Yeah, cool.
Internally within an organisation, how would you go about selling this to the head of marketing, head of design, whoever's kind of like that partner up, and you go, okay, I want the time for a couple of weeks to build out this system because I know it's going to benefit us longer term. How can you actually go about pitching and selling that to get the time to work on it?
You can just invite me to the call and I'll come on. No, like seriously, I think actually pitching this, it's just about explaining the value, right? Like if you can prove that you can be more efficient with it, then I'm sure no one's going to say no to this. All it requires is you to do a bit of upfront work, build your most common components first, like your hero sections, your call to actions, your team sections. You know you're going to be using those on like a lot of pages, right? So once you start doing that in your own time, and then when they say, here's a new page, and they're like, wow, the same day you designed the page, how did you do that? And it's like, well, actually, I've been working on this component library. We might want to investigate that more. But yeah, just to wrap things up, like the biggest thing I want to communicate here is that this is a product that Antler didn't even ask me to build this, but I realized that if I did build it, we would be so much more efficient at building new pages. And it would also make my job a lot easier. So if you are working in-house somewhere, especially as a web designer, definitely get a component library up. And if you do develop, or if you don't develop, work with the developer and say, here's my component library. Every page that I'm going to be giving you and handing off to you for development is going to be built from these components. So do you want to make your set of components so that you're just dragging and dropping as well, and just take it from there?
Thanks very much.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
All right, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? Are y'all asleep? It's only like 6, 7 o'clock. Come on, how you doing, guys? There we go, there we go. Well, thank y'all so much for coming. But before we get started, shout out to Ryan's team for hosting us. So thank you so much. You are killing it. Georgia, thank you. they're working hard, so tune in. If y'all want to stay up, y'all can have a little fun watch party, buy some pizza. Shoot, I'll even buy you some pizza, watch the thing. So yeah, super excited to be here. It's really cool to see familiar faces again. I can't believe it. It was back in September that I was here. It felt like I was only here like a month ago. So yeah, my name is Mohammed. I work at Framer. People ask me what my role is. I'm a hype man. I'm Framer's hype man, official hype man. I do a lot. So it's like doing community. It's doing meeting with agencies like Ryan, meeting with companies, and then meeting with you guys and talking to you and seeing how you use Framer, what you're interested in. So what I want to do today, it's a little bit kind of unorthodox. You know, I usually don't speak at meetups because I want to make it all about you guys, but I've been, since May, I've been to like about 40 meetups, so it's a lot. I've been everywhere. So I decided, you know what, it's time to share what I do. But before we get started, show of hands, who knows what Framer is? Oh, sick. For those who don't know what Framer is, if you've used Figma, it's Figma, but with the publish button, right? And really the true goal of Framer is you just go in there, design and publish it, right? It's truly a no-code software. Unlike another tool I won't mention, you actually can enjoy spending time. I'm just kidding. You know, you gotta get a little spicy, you know, you gotta loosen up. There we go. But yeah, so this is what Framer is to me, right? I don't wanna go over each bullet point, but you know, the goal is to just design, build, publish, right? Design, build, publish. And that's what I've seen people throughout different communities do. Now, you're probably asking like, okay, Mohammed, you've seen these people, but who the hell are you? Are you a designer? Are you not? Well, I'm here to tell you that I'm not. I'm actually an industrial engineer, right? So I worked in oil and gas, aviation, HVAC, and then you're just like, okay, then why are you talking to us? We're designers, we're better than you. I'm like, okay, listen. But that's the beautiful thing, right? I think what really brings us together is design, right? I've had design from a different perspective. As an engineer, you know, I was working in SolidWorks, AutoCAD, working on physical products, designing them, seeing how they work, going out, manufacturing them, and you are creating digital experiences, right? You want to invoke emotions, you want to invoke feelings in people. So it's designed in a different way. So at Framer, I'm kind of that bridge between creative vision and execution, right? And going through this world tour has been very eye-opening for me. And also, it's lent me a perspective from the outside of what is design and how do people truly view design. So I've met different types of designers, right? And I kind of try to funnel it all down to 3 types, right? I'm an engineer, I like to simplify things, right? Starting off with enterprise teams. What is an enterprise team, right? As a designer, enterprise teams, what they really care about is efficiency, scalability, and what their internal tool stack looks like, right? How can they leverage a tool? How can they make it more efficient? We don't want to spend a lot of time, right? We just want to produce and grow. Agencies, what the hell do agencies do, right? That was honestly my biggest question. I'm like, what is an agency? Like, what do they do, right? They're just trying to launch client projects quickly, but at the end of the day, they're also a business, right? So they want to keep project costs low so that they can make some money on the project, so they're just not working for free. And then finally, designers. We're all designers here, right? What do we really care about, right? We care about building and shipping without any dependency. We don't want to rely on someone to execute our creative vision for us, right? We just want to do it ourselves because we are the best designer. So we want to just push that out there. So with all this being said, right, I was kind of curious to see like this huge shift in web design. What is it looking like, right? When I'm sitting down with enterprise teams, agencies, and it was really interesting because some teams still operate like this, no offense. They're very rigid, it's very siloed. It's similar to engineering, right? You go talk to the electrical engineer, then you pass it on to the mechanical engineer, then you pass it on to the industrial engineer. Well, that's the case here, right, with designers. There's teams that the marketing team does this, the designers do this, and then the developers do this. And it's a very siloed, it takes a long time, and that isn't really efficient, right? So with this shift that I've seen, it's now beginning to be a very community-driven and very collaborative, right? And when I say that, what does that mean, right? It means what we're doing right now, right? We're all here sharing our passion for design, right? We're all collaborating on different projects, and that's how it starts. And then finally, no code empowering people to build more. I remember 10 years ago, a few websites would use, oh, we're a no code builder or whatever, and it was honestly BS, right? It wasn't truly no code, it was still developing, just like how AI is now, right? AI is developing and into more use cases. There's a lot of obstacles here. Let me move over here. And I want to get more into the community-driven growth, right? Because that's truly what I'm passionate about. And that's one thing that I've seen the true impact as I've traveled to all these cities. So whether you're a solo creator, enterprise team, whatever it is, right? One of the biggest things that I've seen this community-driven growth really impact is the types of projects that are being worked on, the creativity, what you're able to achieve, sharpening your skills, creating real opportunities. Now, with all this being said, how does that impact you, right? You think about that, sorry, the blinds. You think about how can we work together rather than, oh, this person is doing this, I need to do this because we're gonna be competitors, right? It's breaking that barrier down and truly understanding one another so you can help each other and achieve something greater, right? If someone doesn't know the tool, if someone doesn't know a design process, teach them. Figure out how you can collaborate together. So what makes Framer different, right? That's also was another question, right? Because as I'm going to these different meetups, sitting down with different companies, they're using different tools, right? They're using Webflow, they're on WordPress, they're still on Wix or Squarespace, God forbid. There's a lot of things, right? There's what makes Framer special, right? When I'm talking to a designer. And one thing that I've seen is, again, we talked about how traditional web design, right, is very rigid, it's siloed, but Framer really pushed that boundary of a no-code tool so you could iterate, you could publish high fidelity design, and truly start making your vision come to life. Now, a cool little story I want to share. How many of y'all know Perplexity AI, that little company? Yeah, we all know it, yeah. So Perplexity AI actually uses Framer, right? One of their biggest challenges as Perplexity was growing, right, was localization. We all know that some of us speak multiple languages. How does Perplexity AI impact that region, those people, right? So they needed a tool to really do that. And what tool in the market can they find to really do that? So they started exploring the tools and they found Framer. So this is where AI can actually make a huge impact. So Framer uses AI to localize a website in a different language. So Perplexity started and they were like, let's make 5 locales. Let's see if it actually is true. They made 5 locales and they were like, wait, this is like a real thing. We can design a cool website, make it into a different locale and launch it. And then they had an ambitious goal. They were like, okay, you know what? We want to have 10 locales by the end of last year. And they achieved that and even more. And going more on localization. So I was recently in Singapore in December. And if anyone knows anything about Singapore, there's so many different languages in just one tiny city, right? Working with the government agency there, that's been their biggest issues is how do we provide services to our community, but also having them understand what these services are, how they can receive them. And one of their biggest issues was, again, it's siloed, right? The designer wants to evoke emotion, right? They want to teach people, hey, here's how you could do it. The marketer is like, this is not our voice. You can't do this. It's not allowed, right? And then the dev is like, dude, I don't care. I'm just trying to make sure to fix this login portal because it doesn't work, right? So they are exploring Framer in terms of like, how can we bridge that gap and then localize it? Or now the designer can just design something, explain and evoke that emotion, and then launch it, and then hit translate. It translates the whole site. They can fix it up, and then boom, now you have multiple locales on one site. So again, that was just a big overview of what makes Framer different. Now, how do designers use Framer, right? Now, when we're talking about enterprise teams, I've talked to multiple enterprise teams globally, spanning from, Korea, Japan, Europe, US, even here in Australia. What do they use Framer for, right? It's an internal tool. And when I say internal tool, some companies' design systems live in Framer. Some of them include it with their different tech stacks that they offer, but they also have marketing sites and microsites, right? They want to just, again, they're efficient. They want to launch. They don't want to spend time figuring some things out, then taking a long time. They just want to scale and be efficient. Now, agencies, rapid prototyping. It's honestly all they care about, right? How can we voice that customer brief that you mentioned earlier, right? Here's what the customer wants. How can we rapidly prototype and get there quicker? Because A, not only will we get that and achieve that customer success, but B, we'll also make money too, right? And then finally, freelancers and creators. All they care about is just launching and building sites, right? How could they really have a creative outlook so that they could do this, again, without dependency? And this is where my influential ChatGPT helped a little bit on the future of web design, right? This is where I think this is the controversial moment of where web design is going, right? Framer isn't just a tool, right? There's a million tools out there, but I truly see it in different areas. It's a movement, right? It's getting together, it's figuring things out, it's collaborating, knowledge sharing, and truly embracing this no-code tool movement. And it's done in 3 ways, right? Community-driven growth, no-code empowerment, and speed and adaptability. Now, I'm a car guy, so this was actually DeLorean, the slowest car on earth, but it was at the LA meetup at the Carvana office, so I thought it was cool. And this is where ChatGPT kind of helped me develop a quote, because I'm like, with great designer and being a great design influence, you need a quote, right? So you could judge me on this, roast me on it, I'll take it. But the future of web design isn't just about tools, it's about the people and the community driving it forward, right? That's how we really make all these tools intentional and purposeful and meaningful. And finally, just publish it with Framer, right? Just do it. No one's stopping you. I know sometimes you may get a lot of criticism, you may get nervous about what other people think, but I challenge you, just do it, right? Just publish it, put it out there, because you are the best, you are the only person who's gonna look down on your own work, right? Other people are gonna think that's the coolest website. There's the amount of Framer sites that I've seen that are in the vault, in people's vaults, and they're like, I just don't think people would like this. I'm like, yo, this is amazing. You need to just publish it, you need to go. And especially in different regions, right? I've been in regions such as Korea and Japan, and it's very impolite when you share your work, right? Because you shouldn't brag about it. It's not bragging, right? It's about showcasing the art that you've made, and you can maybe really impact someone's life by evoking that emotion. So with that, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. I just have a simple QR code. If you want to connect with me and all that stuff, I actually made it in Framer. Again, I'm not a designer, so you could roast my site too. But it's a great way to connect with me. It's not a link tree, so link tree's a little weird. Interesting creators use it. So, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys. And any questions? Sorry?
Elaborate on the maturities of the different countries across the world that you've seen. If you can share about what maturities have you seen in the countries of their tools and such. In terms of their design level? Yeah. So it's funny because different regions, they really have their voice, So when we usually classify design, we look at a design type or style, right? And people usually follow that and they're like, oh, I want to make it linear. I don't really know much about design styles. This is my downfall, but I'm learning, right? But when you go to these different regions, such as Japan, right, versus Korea, even though they're very close to each other, their design style and voice is completely different, right? And the things that they're trying to evoke. And it's really cool to see how when you're a bigger company, a lot of the companies usually copy each other in that region and try to play it safe, right? And they're like, oh, well, we need to put our menu in the top right corner, but in Poland, it's on the top left corner, right? And we can't put a blog here, we have to put a blog down all the way below, right? Because it's unprofessional to put a blog because we're not a social media company, right? So it's very fascinating to see that. But really where I see the true creative in terms of outside of agencies and enterprise teams is creators, right? And designers. It's really cool to see how the influence of, you know, what they're around, how it shines through their design. And I just don't see enough of it. And that's why I was saying vocalize your design, just post it, just publish it. Because there's, again, really cool sites that I've seen that truly embody someone's like spirit. Again, when I meet them, they're a completely different person, but when I go on their portfolio, it's very standard and basic, right? So that's why I really want to empower people. It's like, be your authentic self through your portfolio, because sometimes when I see someone's portfolio, I don't meet them physically, right? I just see them digitally, and that's what voice you communicate across. So if you're just very safe, I'm just gonna assume you're safe and not as creative versus someone who's like, you know what, I'm just gonna do something weird. I'm gonna put a falling down menu and you have to catch it if you wanna do a menu. I've seen that. It's really cool. I couldn't catch the menu for like 5 minutes, so I got a little frustrated, but it evoked a sense of like, I wanna know who this person is that's coming to this meetup. I wanna meet them, right? How did you do it, right? And that's what I'm saying, just be creative. Actually, we're designers, right? Be creative, that's why you're a designer, right? Just break the barrier. And that's why I wanted to do this, because I'm very unconventional, right? I'm not a designer, so when I see something, I'm like, yeah, just do it, it looks cool. But other designers are like, no, no one else is doing it. I'm like, no, just do it. Sorry for the long answer. Yeah.
So any other questions?
Oh.
Yeah. So I really like Frontrow, and I think it's a really powerful tool for your sort of website design, right? And I've used it a lot as well. But I was wondering, in terms of like what you guys are going to look like in the future, like just opposed from web design. What about like web applications? Is that sort of a path you're going down to using sort of that no-code movement, or if not, what is like the future of Frontrow?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Framer, at the end of the day, we really value our no-code approach, right? We don't want to take away designers, right? We don't want to implement features that will make your design experience complicated, right? But what we do want to do is empower people, right? So we launched plugins a few months ago, right? So Ryan, you actually have your own plugin on the market for Shopify integration. So that's how Framer really can empower people just outside of designers, right? So if you're a really good developer, you can actually go right now and submit your own plugin, and it's natively. People don't need to download anything. So if I'm designing a website and I need this sort of plugin, so for example, if I'm doing a Shopify integration, right? So I have everything living in Shopify. Well, now I've designed this really cool design in Framer, so I don't know how to code it, right? But now you have a plugin for Shopify and you can just integrate Shopify directly into Framer. So yeah, Framer is now ever so expanding into different sets. But again, at the core, we really want to empower designers, right? We really want to make sure that they have the best design experience without making it complicated, but also adding on abilities to accomplish more with their websites. So yeah, I highly recommend go check out our plugin program. It's really cool. There's a whole bunch of API stuff that you could read into, and then submit your own plugin if you're interested.
Yeah, and just so design tools are just for design, so you must use it in a different way. I think what Frame is really, really great at, in a non-biased way, is like a canvas, right? Same with like a piece of paper. You can draw on a piece of paper, then you can fold it and make it into a paper airplane. Like, Frame almost acts in the same way, and it's a cool, really great use cases. Obviously, Mara mentions like you can build e-commerce websites. Yes, there's tools and plugins out there to build like web apps and authentication and things like that. Or even one of the really cool use cases that we saw recently was at the Australian Open, where there's an experience there by this company called Fortress. I think they've got venues in like Melbourne, Sydney, and they built like this whole virtual queuing system using Framer as like the back end, as the website for it, to kind of power their in-person experience at the AO. So that was like another really great example of like, yes, you can build marketing websites in Framer, and that's kind of how it's initially pitched, but it's a canvas. And if you kind of play with it and explore the use cases, you actually be really surprised with what you can come up with.
Yeah. And you had a question? Oh, we did? We did? Okay, cool. Yes.
Have you built a site framework?
Yeah, right here. Did you scan the QR code?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm slow. I'll have to run out.
Hey, I actually did. So I've built 2 sites now in Framer. Yeah, so you freelancers, I'm coming for you. No, so I fun passion project, actually put it on my QR code. It's been pickleball in Austin. So me and my co-founder, we've scaled our pickleball community to over like 1,600 people in Austin, and it's continually growing. So one of the things I needed was a website. So I'm like, do I go the Wix route because that's what I know? Or do I go Framer route because it's something I don't know? I went the Framer route, of course, guys. So yeah, I actually made a website in Framer. Yeah, Capital City Pickleball. So again, you can roast me if you want. I'm still learning. But yeah, I love Framer. It's a great tool. Yeah, repping the brand, you know. I mean, it helps that I get a free pro license too, so.
Awesome, amazing. Thank you very much again. Let's get
Yeah.
told me I'm your anchor, I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire we tried to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed, words just come together, story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break.
Hello, you beautiful people on the internet, and welcome back to day number 3 of Frontrow 2025. I honestly cannot believe that we are here. It's crazy. Now, what you just saw just a few minutes ago was a few different clips and talks that happened only a couple of hours ago at our in-person meetup here in Melbourne, and we've brought it to you live, and that's kind of been our secret to kind of rush back to the studio here so we can do the rest of day 3 with you guys. Let me know in the chat where you're tuning in from. It's great to see everyone here after 3 days. Let me know if you've joined for every single day, because that'd be great to know. Obviously, it's very tough. Local time here is 10 p.m. and we're going to about 3:30 in the morning or so now. If you can't tell, I'm sure you can probably take a look back at the opening keynote of day 1 compared to right now. Fatigue is starting to set in. We are starting to become very tired, but we're here for it. We're committed to finishing this show for you guys, and we have an absolute killer lineup in stock. Now, let's take a quick look back at the first couple of days. So the day 1 agenda that we had was amazing. We had some really incredible speakers, and I'm hoping that Tom can chuck that on screen really quickly. There we go. So we had Alejandro initially, which was super great, and he gave an amazing presentation on how to ignite creativity and design a memorable portfolio using a tool like Framer. There was a ton of inspiration that we got there in terms of how to use 3D elements and spline together. And then we had George, who also joined us in studio, who flew in from the USA, where he gave his presentation on good design is good business. Following that, we had Jamie Brindle, who gave the playbook to charging your worth to get paid what you deserve. Then we were very lucky to be joined by the Framer template team, in particular their marketplace team, where we did some live website template reviews. And then lastly, to kick off day 1, we did the survival guide to modern freelancing with Jesse Showalter. Again, very incredible talks. And then on day number 2, man, if that wasn't enough content, we had even more in store. So on day number 2, we saw a great bunch of speakers again. We kicked it off with Sophie, who gave an amazing presentation on the power of the web, and she gave her framework from going from impossible to possible. And then we had an interactive, hands-on, follow-along workshop with Nandi from Framer University. And then I gave a presentation on the startup of design, where we talked about everything about what it takes to actually build businesses as a designer. Then we were joined by Joseph on a presentation on selling design assets, and he showed us how he's using a side hustle called Shapefest that he's building, and all the different lessons and learnings that come across with it. And he got super tactile on actually how to build products with no code. Then we were joined by John Saunders, who showed us how to build SOPs into your agency with AI, and that was super great. He gave so many different actionable pieces of advice there. And then lastly, yesterday we had the business of web design with the man, Mike Jander, to help you make more and stress less. So yesterday and the day before, we had so many amazing pieces of content, and you can replay these at any time just by going to frontrow.events/replay. There'll be the link on screen or the QR code down in the corner, but you can go there at any time to revisit the content. Now, let's take a look at day number 3. So today, again, we have saved some of the best content till last. So let's take a look at the agenda of what's to come. So first up, joining us in the studio tonight will be Finn, who's going to give a great presentation on attracting the right type of clients using content. You may have seen some of his content online, and he utilizes that to actually be successful at finding work, which is a pretty rare trait. So, and I know that's something that a lot of you guys want to do. Next up, we'll be joined by Brad Frost, who is an author who's going to be teaching us all about design systems. So I'm very looking forward to that. Then we'll be joined on a workshop on how to diversify your income streams as a web designer, which is going to be an awesome talk. And then lastly, we're going to be joined, that one was by Alyssa, who you might have seen her stuff on Instagram. And then lastly, we're going to be joined by Ali Anko, who is a product designer at Shopify, on how to design secure user experiences to wrap it up. And then in between that, we've got a special secret session that I'm not going to reveal just yet, but after Finn, we've got some special content planned. And then outside of all of that, if that wasn't enough content already, we've got a bunch of awesome giveaways and goodies planned for you guys. So there's even more chances to win. And at the end of this stream, if you stay tuned and you stay the entire time, we're going to give away a pair of AirPods and some merch. So there's a huge amount of prizes up for grabs for you attending live, as well as the valuable content that's yet to come. Now, any talk that we do, if you haven't joined us for the first couple of days, there's always going to be room for Q&A. So anytime a speaker is presenting and you've got a really great question you want to ask, drop it in the chat so my team behind the scenes can actually see your question and I can ask it to them on your behalf. Now, a few other quick housekeeping things before we move on and get prepared for our first session of the night. Firstly, a huge shout out to our event partners, both Framer and Insert Frame. Without their support, this event would just not be possible. Framer being the website no-code builder, basically Figma, but with a publish button. And then Insert Frame, my company, the company that's putting all this on, and we build products and educations for web designers just like you. Now, if you want to join our Slack community and catch up with all the fun and meet some awesome people who are also attending the conference, which by the way, I got to look at what the final stat is, but we basically have 10,000 people who signed up for this event and who are going to be joining and have been joining us from all different corners of the globe and all different types of designers and creatives and marketers as well. So if you do want to connect with these people, you can join our Slack community, which I'll make sure somebody from the team puts a link in the chat. Otherwise, there should be a link down below that you can utilize as well. But again, I want to restate, we have gone through so many bits of content and number of talks and sessions over the past couple of days. And to be honest, the amount of value that those speakers have given us have been absolutely incredible. This is the stuff you cannot Google, like you truly can't. So again, every talk is uploaded and it's free forever on the internet. Just go to frontrow.events/replay once again if you do want to catch up on any content, including the sessions that are going to come tonight. They usually go up an hour or two after they've happened. So again, if you miss out, you've got to go to a meeting or something like that, that's totally fair. You can always catch up with front row content later on. Now, I reckon it's time we do a little bit of a giveaway. So let's see what I've got in store. Now, like I mentioned, we actually just came from the Melbourne Framer meetup, which was our official web design meetup for Melbourne as part of the conference. And I actually I'm going to show you guys this. This is crazy. We have a lot of shirts left over. We gave everyone who attended a shirt, but I think we over-ordered because I have way too many shirts here. So let me show you this really quickly. We have some great designs. So if there's any framer enthusiasts in the room in particular, I think you're gonna like these. We've got these very highly quality printed t-shirts that say Framer World Tour Melbourne. And there's like a little Framer logo on the front. So we'll be giving some of these away as well. And I reckon we'll do that initially. Outside of that, we've got some other stuff. We've got some front row shirts that you can win, which are pretty cool sort of stuff. We also have some stickers, which are, you know, super neat, super high quality. And then lastly, we've got some awesome hats here as well. Now, if you do want to win anything like this, and we'll do multiple giveaways tonight, all you need to do is use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us at InsertFrame on either Instagram or even Twitter's probably best. And that essentially, you can see on the feed next to me, everyone's kind of doing it. People take photos, videos, they capture screenshots, they share quotes from different talks. And just by using that hashtag Frontrow2025 and tagging us at InsertFrame, you'll automatically get entered into the draw to win some awesome merch. So I reckon let's do our first giveaway. So my team has randomly picked a winner, and tonight's winner is going to be Andrea Martini at Andre Montini. So congratulations. I think you're actually in the chat. I'm pretty sure I saw your name just before. So congratulations. We'll be sending you some awesome merchandise to you soon, and my team will reach out to you over socials to get your details. Ooh, that felt like a lot of housekeeping. Again, we have so much content to come. Again, Tom, if we can load up that day 3 agenda, that would be great, because I just want to recap what is upcoming today. We have a lot in store. So up next, we have Finn Dollamore, who is a designer, no-code developer, and YouTuber based in Gold Coast, Australia, who's going to be joining us here in studio. He works at Antler, which is like a VC company, as a web designer and Webflow developer. And he knows firsthand how to create content that gets noticed. So he's going to be giving a ton of practical feedback. So I'm very looking forward to that. But yeah, that's basically all the housekeeping. I just want to engage with you guys for a little bit. I can't believe we're at day 3 already. This is the last stretch for Front Row this year. I really appreciate you guys coming out and actually engaging in some of the content. We've got some Aussies from Australia. I can see a few people from the meetup already. I've got people from India. We've got people from Greece, South Africa, Singapore, Peru, Italy. We literally have people from all over the world coming together for this event, which is just absolutely incredible. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Hey, Andrea, Kenzo, Akim, Dabri. I hope you guys are excited for the next couple of talks. So, just before we get into our next talk in about 10 minutes time, I just want to play you a clip of a highlighted session from the other day during Front Row. Now, just before that, I want to tell you a little bit about our Front Row journey, because, you know, this is the 3rd day. As you can probably tell, we're getting very tired. Front Row initially started as a online design conference back in 2019. Yes, pre-pandemic. This is our 5th year doing it, and over time it's evolved. The production quality has just always improved and improved and improved. We really try not to make it feel like a Zoom call. We want it to really feel like a show, and hopefully you guys have been able to experience that, and hopefully it's been something that you've been able to enjoy, whether you put it on in the background or, you know, you're interacting with it a lot. I'm so happy that you guys have been able to contribute to this community that we're building here at Front Row. So just a massive thank you from me to you guys and from our team. Now, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time with our first talk from Finn, who's going to be joining us again here in the studio. But just before that, I want to play a highlighted clip from the past couple of days of Front Row. So we'll be back very, very soon. Question from me first off the bat.
Sure.
When did you find the balance between like good design and then pairing that with like animation? Because I think like one of your great strengths and what really stands out about your work is your pairing of a very motion-based form versus a very static form in terms of the work.
I feel like I've always been interested in motion, even though I never really pursue it per se, you know, and I think there's almost a little man in my head telling me what the right animation should look like. And it's often a bit of a challenge because animation is something that, you know, it's very easy to know if you didn't get it right, you know, and so for me, it's about experimenting a lot. I mean, I don't think I always get it 100%, you know, it's always a matter of exploring and kind of gut feeling, you know, it's just really about, you know, playing around with it until it feels like it's actually right.
Yeah, okay. Did you ever, like, as a kid, like, play around with, like, stick figure animations and stuff like that?
I played with Legos a lot when I was growing up.
Okay.
And I don't know if that actually helped.
Were you, like, one of those, like, stop motion animation kids?
I actually watched a lot of cartoons, you know, and I think my favorite cartoons were the ones that were, you know, often created, you know, with graphics. And so I think, you know, maybe, you know, I kind of grew up with a bit of an influence on motion design without really knowing it. Again, I can't really say for sure if I know what the perfect animation looks like, but more often than not, when I'm playing around with Framer, I just move the numbers and change the numbers as much as I can until it actually feels right.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Very good. Like I mentioned, there's a ton of questions coming in already, so feel free to add them in the chat. First ones that has come in is, how do you think AI will change the role as designers over the years? I know this is like a very
loaded question.
It is very loaded, right? And I think it's like a very popular question that gets asked too, because we're kind of at this stage where it's like, okay, there's this new technology emerging. Is that good for us or bad for us? What's your thoughts?
I think it's good. I honestly think it's definitely changing our industry, and it's changing it in the same way that the internet changed industries, you know, back in 2000, and the same way that factories change, you know, the world in which people lived a while back. So, I mean, to me, this tool, this technology, it's just a new opportunity to create work. There's a lot of tools out there now that help us designers, you know, be better at what we do, be faster. I think if anything, it's just going to make our industry, you know, way more powerful. I think, you know, it enables us to be better designers. So I keep saying this, you know, AI is something that we should engage with and not be scared of.
For sure. Very interesting. You use a lot of tools, right? Like, I love that you use both Framer and Spline together to kind of like add this new use case. Is there any other sort of like tools in whether it be the 3D world or just the design world, that are like interesting to you at the moment that you're starting to explore?
I'm trying to tap into AI a little bit more, and you know, it's interesting. I mean, there's so much out there. I'm still kind of curating what's good for me. I know Midjourney is definitely something that, you know, it's in my list, and it's something that I'm trying to, you know, explore even further. Someone told me the other day, Claude is a very good OpenAI, and seems to be better than ChatGPT, at least for, you know, creative work, especially, you know, using AI with Framer. You can create a lot of components actually using AI, and I've used ChatGPT for that in the past, and it doesn't really get it. You have to try it a few times until it gets it. So yeah, Claude's definitely one that I'm going to be trying a lot more with Framer.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think Claude's like stronger for like development and like obviously writing that code compared to like what GPT is right now.
Yes.
Another one that comes to mind, and I can't think of the name of it, but I'm sure someone in the chat can help me out. There's this new like AI design tool, and it's almost like Midjourney, like it's for generating images. images. But their whole kind of like principle for it is like for generating like what would be, you go to unsplash.com and try to find an image.
Yes.
Instead of like searching, I want a man in a blue shirt, you could put that into this tool and then it would AI generate that kind of like stock photo image that's kind of built for these use cases that we use as designers.
Okay.
And I think that's like one like really great practical use case for like AI in terms of like our design workflow.
100%.
But is there anything else in terms of like practically that you're doing to kind of embed AI or even just automation into your workflow that doesn't necessarily take away from your work as a creative, but just like speeds up or adds to the process?
Well, I think the components, the framework components is actually a great example. I came across Nandy's video, who he's actually part of the lineup here at the event. There is a video which I recommend you watch it if you haven't, where he explains how to leverage ChatGPT or any AI really to help you build components. And I've actually already used it a couple of times.
Yeah, nice.
And like I said, it doesn't get it 100% right from the first go, but it's definitely an incredible and very powerful way to turn an idea very quickly into something that's functional. I think personally, often I find myself craving something else when it comes to Framer. There's obviously a lot of stuff out of the box, but there are certain custom things that I want to build that I'm not able to because I'm not a developer. I think that's when AI can be a very, very powerful, almost right hand,
sure.
best friend
For
that
sure.
you can have sitting next to you, help you build incredible stuff.
For sure. Especially as like creatives, because we can like picture what that looks like in our heads.
100%.
But when it comes to like execution, we
Yes.
don't know, especially when it's development led, we don't technically know how to do that.
100%.
But if you can figure out how to articulate that and communicate that into a tool like that, then that can be the heavy lifting. Because as creatives, like what's in our head is our value. So
Totally.
if we can take that and we can figure out a way to kind of essentially just communicate that to these tools, and they can do the heavy lifting.
That's spot on. I couldn't say it any better. And I think that's what, AI is really good for. When I started, I would have to sit next to a developer and I would need to explain exactly what my idea was. And more often than not, there was miscommunications. Things didn't really look like I intended them to. And so, today the world looks very different. I can go and, write a prompt exactly, how I'm thinking about it with my own words even, and without using any jargon. And, you can actually come up with something incredible,
Yeah, for sure. Now, your website, your actual portfolio, I'm sure we'll link it in the chat, or there'll be a link somewhere. Definitely go check it out. It's like a beautiful website. Like it's been featured everywhere on the internet, which is cool.
Thanks,
I
man.
I was actually on a learning page inspiration sort of site the other day. I'm like, that face looks familiar. And it was your website. But what I love about it is obviously you do a really good job at mixing both animation with that visual design. But I think often misconception, or what people often do with their websites, is they go too far with animation.
Yeah.
And it becomes so overwhelming, and also it impacts the performance of, say, your website. How do you kind of like find the line between what is too much versus not enough of animation and effects to make your site actually, come to life?
I love that question because I'm guilty of charge, to be honest. Sometimes I feel like I go overboard and then I need to tone it down a little bit. Again, I feel it's all about gut feeling, and really I can't claim that I'm a motion designer. There's people who are 10 times better than I am that specialize in that. But when it comes to interactions, I think the key really is to think about what the interaction is doing. So when you jump on a website, you have to think, if you're the designer of that website, you have to think what the audience is and what they're looking for. I think if you're doing too much, for you as a designer, it might look cool, but the person on the other end who's using this website for a specific goal may feel like those interactions are kind of getting on the way to complete a task.
Sure.
Whereas if you're creating something that is more of an experience, an immersive experience, and you want people to feel like the animations are kind of telling a story, then, you know, it's okay to go a little bit, you know, above and beyond. So it's really about, I guess, finding the balance. And ultimately, it's about storytelling, right? I think that's the key thing. So, you know, think of micro interactions as a way to add to that storytelling aspect of a design, and not to take away from it.
Yeah, because I think it's really easy just to like go, all right, let's just animate everything, let's make everything pop, and it becomes very oversaturated. And it's so much easier just to add more things to something than say try to take things away. And I think we kind of get trapped in that workflow where I think like a great product at the end of the day is the least amount possible, but still tells that really great experience through story and through brand and all these other attributes.
100%.
Where do you kind of get your inspiration from? Is there any like cool websites and things like that?
Lately, Instagram actually.
Okay.
Instagram's becoming
it's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's actually a great place to see what other people are doing. I feel like sometimes when you look for inspiration and you go into a particular website, you kind of end up looking for something specific. You know, even unconsciously. And I kind of find that I've fed my algorithm enough information of the stuff that I want to see. And you know, lately it's been sending me a lot of amazing work. So it's also nice to be able to see the person behind it and see more work that they're doing. But, you know, I think for Framer work, definitely check the Framer gallery. There's some incredible work in there. And yeah, I mean, I think Instagram's definitely for me the main source at the moment.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure. The visual feed. 2 questions before we wrap up. Number 1, what's in store for you this year? What's the game plan?
I definitely want to do more stuff on Framer. You can probably see how excited I get about this platform. So definitely tap onto that a little bit more. You know, as a freelancer, I'm always looking for new work. And so, you know, I'm working with a few projects at the moment. There's probably going to be a few more down the track, but definitely tapping into Framer. I really want to start building some templates, which hopefully I'll be releasing in a couple of months. That's the plan. I want to start, you know, doing a bit more portfolio work like this, you know, helping people out who wants to showcase their work and, you know, they're getting started with Framer. I really want to show how, you know, Framer in the same way that it helped me can help other creatives. So
for sure.
Definitely
That's
more
awesome.
of that.
And let everyone know again where they can get in contact with you and how they can keep in touch.
Definitely follow on Instagram, Alejo Meves. That's my handle. Check out my
We'll write
website.
that out because I couldn't pronounce it
Sure,
myself.
yeah, absolutely.
You've probably noticed that I've just gone Alejandro. I've written it down on the sheet, but I wasn't ballsy enough to...
Let's definitely do that. Don't worry. But yeah, if you want, just check out my website as well. That's got all my links to X, Instagram, and LinkedIn as well. I use LinkedIn a lot. And, you know, connect, send me a message. Really, don't be a stranger. If you got questions about Framer, let me know. I'm more than happy to help. And yeah, hopefully, you know, everyone enjoy the session.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, Ali. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I just want to take 30 seconds to tell you a little bit more about Framer. Now, whether you've used Framer or not, I am a huge fan of what they're doing. In fact, I built a company called Insert Frame off the back of Framer, building products and education specifically for that platform. What I love about it in particular is it turns designers into developers and marketers into publishers. And I've seen some amazing companies from small to large migrate over to Framer, and it just unlocks so many new use cases for them. As you can tell, I'm a very big advocate for Framer. Obviously they're sponsoring the conference, so huge shout out for them for supporting us. But even if they weren't, I would be the one telling you to jump on framer.com and check it out for free. It literally is the website builder for Generation Figma. But that's enough from me. Let's get back to the content. And just like that, we are back with even more Frontrow 2025, and welcome to the first official session of day 3, the final day of Frontrow. Couple of quick things before we get into it. Finn is standing by. Keep using the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tagging us at Insert Frame for your chance to win some awesome merch. But without further ado, let's get into our first session. So we are joined by Finn Dollerman. He is a designer, no-code developer, and YouTuber based in Gold Coast, Australia. But he's actually joining us here in studio. He is currently working at Antler as a web designer and is also a Webflow developer. So Finn, getting in here, mate. Welcome to the big stage.
Hey Ryan,
it's good to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to leave it with you. And again, quick reminder to everyone, if you have any questions for Finn, make sure to drop them in the chat so we can go through them together at the end of this presentation. But I'll leave it with you.
Sounds great. All right. Okay, this is cool. All right, hey everybody. So let's talk about getting clients. And well, my name is Finn, first of all. Thank you, Ryan, for the introduction. And I work at Antler, but more on that in a second. I know those of you who are listening might be in one of 3 scenarios. So maybe you might have 0 clients, and that's totally fine. I'm gonna have some great strategies for you. Now, you might be in a situation where you have a few clients, but you want to start scaling to be getting more clients. And there may be even some of you that have a lot of clients, but you're experiencing maybe feast and famine. You know, some weeks you've got lots of work, other months you don't have any work on, or maybe you just want to grow your personal brand more. Well, look at the camera. Well, actually, I'm going to show you solutions for all of these situations, because actually what you can do is focus on marketing. The only problem is that a lot of us as designers, we spend so much time learning design that we forget how to market, and we forget that we need to be marketers. So what I want to share is actually how to raise your visibility and a bunch of really awesome marketing strategies that I used to use when I was a freelancer that is perfect for web designers. So let's just go straight in. And I wanted to start with this quote here, which is, "It doesn't matter if you're a great designer if nobody knows who you are." So to put that in perspective, like if no one knows that you are a designer, then there's not much point, right? So that's when the marketing comes in. And specifically, I just want to give you a bit of an overview of what I'm going to be talking about, because like, just to give you some like reason to stay, right? So the most important thing is what I'm going to share first, which is this marketing checklist. Okay, this marketing checklist is going to be a complete game changer for anyone who doesn't like marketing, or you're unsure about how to market yourself as a designer. This is going to be your go-to checklist after every single project. Next, I'm going to talk a bit about case studies. And you know, we spend so much time making case studies, but no one actually reads a lot of them. Like you spend hours writing it, goes on your website, but no one ends up actually reading it. But they can be a really powerful way to attract clients if we can get people to see them. So I'm going to show you a little hack about how to do that. I'm going to share a few stories as well. And one of those is actually how I got on a client's podcast. I want to share about, you know, some tricks of how you can get your clients to help promote you. I'm also going to talk a bit about YouTube and maybe why you want to start a YouTube channel one day. I also have a YouTube channel, and I have gotten clients, I'm going to share a few of the clients that I have got through my YouTube channel and actually talk real numbers with you. So with that being said, let me just say hi. My name's Finn. I'm a no-code developer, web designer, and I freelance with over 40 clients. I went a bit fast there. For 2 years, I worked as a freelancer, and I work with over 40 clients. But currently, I work full-time for a company called Antler, based here in Australia, but with multiple locations around the world. And so no matter if you want to actually get hired by an in-house company, like me at the moment with Antler, or you want to be a freelancer, the marketing strategies I'm going to share with you right now are going to help you get both. So quick shout out to my YouTube channel. I also make videos and post them on YouTube. So if any of what I say today is helpful, chances are I might have talked about it already on my channel. So feel free to subscribe to me there. All right, so let's get started. This is the most important thing I'm going to share today. If you forget everything else, just remember this right here. This is my go-to marketing checklist that after every single project, if you follow this checklist, you always have clients. So let's dive in. The first thing to note here is that when you launch your project, your new website, the work isn't over. It's not the end, okay? Because actually, marketing begins. And so many designers just put the screenshot on their portfolio and they think that their work is done. But it's actually your responsibility as a designer to market your work after launch. Now, launch is actually a key thing to remember here because launch is the ideal time to do your marketing. There's a few reasons why. First reason is that the client is excited. They've got a new website and they want to tell people about that new website. So this is important for one very specific reason. We want the client to participate in the marketing with us. This is really the key that makes us all come together and makes this method really, really powerful. Okay, so we want the client to actually market us for us. Now, how are we going to do that? We're going to get to that very, very soon. So I'm showing a marketing checklist here. These are the 4 steps that we need to actually take after every project. And let's go through them one by one. So our first one is a project wrap-up call. So after every project, what I recommend doing is just inviting your client to what I call a project wrap-up call, which is where you record basically a little interview between you and the client. You're going to get some feedback from them. But specifically, I recommend doing it on a platform called Riverside. Riverside is free, and it's basically like Google Meet. You just send a meeting link and anyone can join via a URL. And then once you're both in there, you can hit record and then completely for free record the whole meeting. So it's a great way to actually record this content. Now, what do I recommend asking in this interview? Well, you want to ask questions like, what's your favorite page on this website? How has this website transformed your business? What's your favorite feature on the website? And as you can imagine that by answering these questions on video, your client is giving you a really powerful video testimonial. And this is actually what we want to build here is a video testimonial of our client saying all these wonderful things about us, but also what they like about the website. So again, this might seem intimidating, like, oh, I've got to invite my client to record a video. Just don't make it a big deal. Just say, hey, I want to get some feedback from you. Mind if I record it? And if your client likes you and they're your friend, they'll definitely say yes. Now, that's the first step. When we're at the end of this call with the client, I recommend letting them know that you're going to send them a LinkedIn request for a recommendation. Now, just a quick side note about LinkedIn here. I really highly recommend getting on LinkedIn. Like, I got plenty of my clients from LinkedIn. I got hired by Antler over LinkedIn. And it's basically like the world's largest online directory of professionals. So even if you hate LinkedIn, just having a profile there will give you quite good SEO under your city. So for example, I set my location as Brisbane, Australia, and that was how Antler found me, is they were looking for designers around Australia and they found me. So even if you hate LinkedIn, just make a profile, put some of your testimonials on there, add a few pieces of content, and you will actually rank for web designer in your city. So that's just a quick side tip. the reason why we want to ask for our testimonial via a platform like LinkedIn is because it's going to be verified. You see, many designers make the big mistake of asking for a testimonial just like in a DM or over email. Problem is, you could have just made that up. Like, that's not actually verified by any platform. It's kind of like the same with Upwork. You know, if you complete a project on Upwork, you can get an officially verified testimonial by your client on Upwork. And so this is why I choose to get all my testimonials on LinkedIn, because they're all verified by an official user. And these boost the value of your profile. They build up, and when someone's looking at you, like a recruiter, for example, because they found you, they're going to go to this section and see that you've had a lot of really good projects. So once we've got that, that LinkedIn recommendation, we are ready to move forward to posting our first piece of content. Now on screen right now, I've shown you an example of a mock-up teaser that I recommend posting. This is by a designer friend of mine, Hui, who's actually also based here in Melbourne. And basically, I want to introduce you to video mock-ups, like 3D video mock-ups, because you might be looking at this here going, damn, that looks really awesome. How did he make that? Well, the answer is by using After Effects Reels and After Effects mockups. And so if you're a designer looking to share your work in the most engaging way, I highly recommend using this type of template. First of all, there's actually movement. So on social media, right, when someone's scrolling, it actually takes movement to really stop them from scrolling, because there's so much competition on the platforms of like, what do I look at? When someone sees some beautiful designs flash across their feed, they're actually going to stop and look at your work. So I recommend sharing your work using these here. Now, if you don't know about After Effects, I've made a complete tutorial on my channel about how to use these templates. And you know, they only cost about $20 to get a template, so they're affordable, but make a massive difference when it comes to sharing your work as a designer. So the first step is to just actually make your mock-up. So drag in your screens, create the mock-up so you can actually share that MP4. Now, all we got to do is actually, what do we say? Okay, we've put our screenshots of our beautiful work. This is our mock-up, but what do we say with that? Well, here's what you can say. You can say, I just launched a new website for client. You tag the client. Full case study coming next week. Follow me to see the case study. Or something along these lines. And what you're doing here is you're building anticipation. And you're basically putting out a teaser saying, I've got this really cool project I've launched. Here's some fancy screens, but there's an in-depth video case study coming next week. So follow me so you can see that piece of content. What you're doing here is you're increasing your followers because people want to see this piece of content, but you're also building an engaged audience. And this is what we want. We don't just want people that, you know, don't care about the stuff we post. We want people to follow us that will actually watch our content and be engaged and want to see what we post. So you're doing both by sharing this teaser here. But this is all just setting up for our biggest piece of content yet, the video case study. And I'm a big fan of video case studies. I never did enough of them before I joined Antler, but I highly recommend investigating video case studies, and I'm going to go deep on them right now. So there's not much difference between a video case study and a normal case study, except that you're actually using video as the medium to communicate the project. This is good because most people would rather watch a video rather than reading like a super long, in-depth written design case study, right? I mean, I personally prefer to watch videos. And so if we're going to make a video, we need to record our screen. So our first step is to make the screen recording, and we can use Loom, which is free, or we can use Screen Studio. Again, there's probably other screen recorders out there, but if you're just getting started, Loom is a great free option, and then Screen Studio is a more advanced option for Mac users. Shout out to Tom in the studio. So regarding this, we basically just want to film and make our content all like the same as a normal case study. You're taking them through the client's problem, how you solve that problem, all that stuff in your average case study. We're going to be taking them through that on a screen recording and showing them visually what work we did. So this would be stuff like a Figma overview, a development overview. Just tell them naturally how you did the project. But we want to add in a couple of power-ups to our video case study to make sure this piece of content is really banging. So those 3D mockups that we made, well, what we want to do is add, for the first 5 seconds of the video case study, we want to add in those mockups. Again, for the same reason that videos autoplay on social media. So those first 5 seconds, we want to draw people in with those fancy moving images of the 3D mockup. This is going to increase engagement on our video case study. Remember that call we have with the client that we recorded? Well, every time you show a feature in the Figma walkthrough or the website walkthrough, you can add in a piece of this video testimonial that you got from this client. So let's just say you built this really cool, I don't know, pricing calculator, and you're showing them the Figma of how you designed it. Well, then if you splice in a bit of the video of the client saying, oh yeah, that was my favorite part of the website. Just imagine how much more value this adds to your video case study, right? So we can add these 2 things in to just make it even more better, basically. All right, this is the most important slide of my entire slide deck, and there are something like 180 slides in the slide deck, so it must be pretty important. You have to ask the client to share your video case study. This is what makes this really, really powerful. So we post our video case study on, I like LinkedIn, so I'm just using LinkedIn as my example here. We share the video case study, tag the client, talk a bit about them, but we need to ask them to reshare it on their platform. Okay, this is really important because we're going to get massive visibility by them doing this. This is especially good for getting referrals because, like, imagine this, your client is, in this video themselves. They were interviewed, they've got this project they want to share. When they share it on their own platform, you get access to their entire network and they get to see your video case study, which, by the way, is a really just awesome piece of content. They're going to see you taking through the project, all these things, and it's just so much more powerful than writing it and putting it on your website. You're getting your client to share it. And think about this for a second. Who's in your client's network? Probably other clients that are like them, that might have similar problems that you just solved in this video case study. And now they're getting to see it. So can you imagine that the amount of referrals that you could get if you did this after every single project? It's really big. And I just want to give a special like tip here for LinkedIn. Like, one of the other benefits of LinkedIn is, you might have noticed, like, when you like something on LinkedIn, your followers can see what you like. Now, just think about this for a second. You share your video case study, you tag your client shares it in their network. So that means their followers get to see it. One of their followers likes your case study, so that person's followers can see their like. Can you see how this exponentially grows throughout platforms, especially LinkedIn, where people can see what you like? So just imagine how many eyes are going to be on your case study here, and they're watching a video. So again, this is like, if you only take one thing away from my entire talk, it's that you should make video case studies and get your client to reshare them after every project. So there you go. And these video case studies are like, they're evergreen. So it's going to become a marketing resource for you. If you're doing outreach, you can send case studies. If you've got a job interview, like I had my job interview with Antler, I work with a VC, like a venture capital company, same as Antler, right before I joined Antler. And so I had this amazing case study to show them, like, hey, I've actually just worked with someone exactly like you, and they hired me. So you want to put these case studies and give them the most visibility possible. YouTube, LinkedIn featured section, your portfolio website. Put these on every platform you can so they get the maximum visibility. So just a bit of a recap here on this point, because it is the most important. What we want to do is interview our client for a video testimonial. We want to get a LinkedIn recommendation. We want to share a teaser with some mock-ups to generate some interest, setting us up for that video case study that really just is going to get us lots of referrals and build so much trust. I mean, it comes down to trust here. You've got a video testimonial on there, a great project, your clients even sharing it, this builds so much trust in you, the freelancer, or you, the job applicant. So that was the first point of today. But I want to segue here into no-code development. And this is really one of the most effective way to get clients, especially like if you might remember at the start where I was saying, you know, no clients. If you've got no clients, this is one of the best ways to start out. I'm going to talk a bit about my career and how I actually got started in this industry. So a quick question for you. I mean, there's no one around me right now, but you're in the chat. But who gets more projects? Designers or developers? Well, I feel pretty strongly about this, and I think that it's developers. And I'm going to show you why I think this. So I'm just taking a screenshot of the Antler website here, and just imagine this is like a website's like timeline here of like its life cycle. Design represents this green line. I know I'm failing on accessibility here. That light green does not pop on that line. But anyway, you can kind of see it's a kind of a smaller part at the start of the project that includes design. Again, the initial development, semi-small at the start there. The majority of work done on any website is always maintenance. And actually, maintenance is done by developer as well. So if you take into account the initial development and maintenance, by far the most work done on websites is done by the developers, right? And yeah, for a small part, the designer comes in. But think about it, like to build a new page on the website, they don't call the designer, they just get the developer to use the existing design or pages to make new pages, right? So what this just means is that it's much easier to get dev clients just because there's more people out there looking for developers. So if you're learning, if you want to get clients, but you're not using a no-code tool, then I highly suggest learning it so you can actually get started, all right? And what I want to show you now is that development will actually lead you to design. Because you might say, Finn, like, you know, I don't really like development, I want to be a designer. That's okay. You can start in development and then just ditch it when you have a full-time design job. So let me show you how this works. This is a timeline of my career. So I joined a freelancing platform in 2021 called the Unicorn Factory. I started with Webflow maintenance, and that was really all the projects I could get because I had no past projects. So people didn't want to trust me with a full website redesign, and I was just getting started. But I had both design and development under my profile that people could hire me for. But all I could get was Webflow maintenance. Eventually, I worked my way up to Webflow, like Figma to Webflow full builds, which is, again, better than just maintenance because I'm actually converting a Figma design into a full website. That's great. And then finally, I made my way up to website redesigns. Like I was actually designing the site in Figma. So as you can see, you don't always get started in design. I'm a web designer now, but I had to start in development to put food on the table so I could basically make it. So if you're just getting started now, I highly recommend, like if you're just trying to get web design clients and not getting anywhere, get into development because there's so many benefits of it. And I freelanced like this for 2.5 years and worked with over 40 clients as a Webflow developer, doing, you know, maintenance all the way to full migrations and redesigns for clients. But now I actually got hired at Antler, and this is about on Monday. It is my 1-year anniversary with Antler. And I wanted to just share a little bit about how I actually got hired because maybe some of you are curious about working full-time for a company, which is like freelancing is great, but working full-time is also a really good job. So here's what happened at Antler. Before they hired me, Antler worked with a third-party agency to redesign and redevelop their website on Webflow. Oops. So after that, they basically launched the site, but then Antler needed a Webflow developer to maintain the site, to keep building out that site. So they found me on LinkedIn as a Webflow developer, and I joined Antler as a Webflow developer. Okay, I started with just Webflow. But I actually became Antler's web designer because before they were using an external designer, but since I worked at Antler, I was like, hey, I can do design. And then now I just design all the pages. So now I'm Antler's web designer as well. I'm building out new designs for Antler all the time. I'm building component libraries, designing all the new pages are designed through me now. So can you see that by learning development, it actually leads you to design anyway? So if you're looking to get started in the industry, getting into development is almost like required knowledge for web designers these days, right? So your first action step is to learn a no-code development tool. You can learn to code, of course, but I'm assuming most people here are more on the design side. So if you don't want to learn to code, learning a no-code development tool is a great option. That's what I did. It's what Ryan shares a lot of content about as well. So you might want to be looking into platforms like Framer and Webflow. Now, both of them are excellent platforms. Framer is, if you prefer design, like you're more of a designer at heart, then go on Framer and just see how you go with that, because it's very similar to Figma. And it's got a really, it's like much more natural for designers to learn. If you're more development and coding minded, then Webflow is great. And actually Webflow is really good if you're interested in getting a full-time job at a company, because a lot of Webflow is being used by a lot of enterprise companies like Antler as their CMS. And so these companies are looking to hire full-time, a full-time Webflow developer as part of their team. So if you want to go full-time, maybe consider looking into Webflow as well. Now, I just want to give you a real quick and dirty strategy. Like if you were starting from day zero, you have no contacts, no clients. How can you get clients as efficiently as possible? Well, here's what I'll do. So many agencies that work with clients want to delegate work after it's finished. What I mean by that is you have a client, an agency that work with a client, and they finished the design, they did the development, but they don't want to continue working with that client just because the agency doesn't want to do maintenance. Okay? So actually what the agency wants is to delegate that client to a trusted freelancer. So here's where you come in. You can contact agencies as a specialist maintenance dev. And you can basically say, hey, my name's so-and-so and I specialize on taking care of clients that you want to offboard and make sure they get looked after and someone handles their maintenance. If you've got any clients, send them my way and I'll look after them. So by doing this kind of outreach, you're actually solving a problem for the studio. Instead of just saying, hey, do you have work for me? It's like, hey, how can I help you? So this is a more effective form of outreach. Okay, so that's a bit about why you should learn development to get you started in this industry, and also how, even if you start with development, it will still lead you to becoming a web designer if that's where you want to go. I want to tell a quick story here that I think you guys are going to find interesting. So a few years back, a client came in from LinkedIn. And we got on really well. We had great chemistry. They loved my proposal. It was all going great. They just asked for one thing. He just wanted a discount. He's like, Finn, if you can give me just any reason to move forwards with you, a discount, whatever, we'll do it. So here I was thinking, okay, I'm fine with offering a discount, but I want to get something in return. This is my first piece of advice for you. If a client ever asks for a discount, make sure you try get something in return, okay? Because if you just discount your price for nothing, it kind of sets a bad tone with the client, saying you can be pushed around and that wasn't your real price anyway. So always ask for something in return. And here's what I did. I realized my client had just launched a new podcast. And I thought, here's an idea. I will discount the project by $2,000 US in exchange for getting to guest on your podcast. And this completely took my client by surprise. They were not expecting this at all. But the podcast went ahead. He said yes. So me and Jake hopped on the podcast and it went really well. And what I was able to do is turn a discount into an opportunity. And so I could have just said yes to the discount because I wanted the project, but I found a way to get something in return that was, in the end, much more valuable than the $2,000 So here's a really big mindset shift I want to take you through now, is visibility as a form of currency. Because we can trade with our clients with money. Obviously, money is great. It pays the bills, it pays the food. But there are other ways we can exchange value with clients. And one of them, like the next best thing after money, is visibility. So as you can see, I was discounting money from the project, but I was saying, hey, I want to receive payment in the form of visibility by going on your podcast. So I want you to start checking your clients' platforms. Anytime you work with a client, check out they've got a podcast or a blog, a YouTube channel. Maybe they even have in-person events that you could potentially speak at or present at. And so by understanding what platforms your client has, you can begin to see like how you could be featured on them. But I know a lot of you might have this question in your head, okay, but what do I talk about? Like, I'm not an expert on my client's industry, so how am I going to talk for an hour on a podcast? Well, you actually can, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. So imagine I worked for a personal training client, right? And we did a website for them, and I found out they have a podcast for personal trainers. The only thing is that I don't know much about personal training, and heck, I haven't even been to a gym before. So how the hell am I going to talk about anything on a personal trainer's podcast? Well, it's actually quite simple, the answer. The podcast episode will be called Building the Ultimate Personal Trainer Website. Actually, it's really simple. All we do is give website tips for that industry that can be shared with their audience. Because if you imagine that their audience are personal trainers as well, who probably have websites. And so they're normally used to guests on the podcast coming on, other personal trainers saying the same PT things, the same topics coming up. But now there's like this random web designer coming in, giving a talk about how to build a personal trainer website that gets you more clients. That's a piece of content that people will actually want to watch from their audience. So remember that this is actually really your clients, they're not just doing you a favor here, you're giving them a piece of content that's very valuable as well. Not only that, but now their entire network gets exposure to you in the form of visibility. And if you use in that podcast episode, their website as like a case study, again, it's almost like the video case study again, where it's your client doing the marketing for you. And so can you see how on both these points, it's about associating yourself with the client and the client posting your content on their platform that's going to get you the referrals and the extra projects. I don't know why more designers don't do this, to be honest. And so the client will probably share this on social media to all of their followers who are exactly like them, who probably want to work with you if they need a website redesign or refer you to someone who they know that needs one. So to bring this back to my story, my client's podcast is he interviews US startup founders. And I'm not from the US and I'm also not a startup founder. But can you guess what the title of our podcast was? It's called Webflow Wonders, $10 on Crafting Websites for Startups. So all I was doing there is just applying my web design knowledge into something that might be interesting to a startup founder. So you want to work with your clients to find the piece of content that's going to work for their audience, but still allows you to share your knowledge as well. So again, we did the podcast, it was great. And my client shared this on his network, and I was also repurposing this entire podcast on my LinkedIn. Because you have a podcast which is an hour-long video, there's a lot of repurposing you can do, and you've got like tons of content. So again, extremely valuable for you to do. Okay, so quick recap. If a client asks for a discount, trade with them. What do we trade on? We trade on visibility, because that's actually really valuable as well. And what platforms does your client have that you can potentially get on? And imagine, what if your client doesn't ask for a discount? What if you tried to get on the podcast anyway? Okay, so moving right along, high converting proposals. There's basically two ways to get more clients in any business. The first one, you can get more lead inflow, so more leads coming in to the business, or you can actually increase your conversion rate of your leads so that you're actually converting more of the leads. Either one of those, you have more clients. Specifically, this point is about the latter, conversion. And the reason why proposals and conversion are linked is that the proposal is your conversion device. It's what the client signs to begin working with you. It's your agreement, right? And freelancers are making one big mistake with their proposals. They're offering one package. Now, what I'm going to show you now is actually what I recommend doing is instead of offering one package, we offer 3 packages, each with its own price tag, its own scope, and its own name. And this is actually the most ideal way to be doing things, and let me show you why. For the client to sign a proposal, we need 2 things to happen. We need first a budget fit. So the client needs to be able to afford our price tag on the site. But we also need to have a scope fit. And when I say scope, I'm talking about the size of the project and what features it has. It could be a big website or a very basic one. If the client needs a big website, we need to make sure that we're offering a website that fits that requirement. If we have on either of these a bad fit, it basically creates it's called a bad fit. And this is what can lose you the client. So we want to make sure we reduce as much as possible the chances of a bad fit. Okay? And we don't want to lose that client. So if you're offering just one package with one scope and one price, you're basically saying that you've got this right on the first time. So this is, I believe, a bit less effective than offering 3 packages and saying, hey, we've got more to talk about here. Which one do you want? And I find it's even more polite to say to a client, instead of saying, here's my one package, yes or no, you're saying, hey, here's what I can offer. Which one works best for you? Notice the subtle psychological shift there. We just went from yes or no to which one do you want? And you can't really say no to the second one. They've got to make a choice. The first one, they can just say, no, it's not right. You got to redo it. Or if you're competing with other designers that are sending other proposals, then, they're going to pick the designer that has the best fit for them, right? So if you're offering 3 packages, there's a better chance of that happening. Our goals here, and the system I'm going to show you, is that 80% of our clients fit into one of our packages, and that every package makes us money. If we can get those 2 things, we're going to be successful. Now, let me give you a breakdown of how I would do this and give some example prices. These are just arbitrary prices, so don't get too hung up on them. But basically, our first package is going to be our most budget one. It's going to be just a template website. So we're going to offer some basic CMS setup, layout tweaks. We're going to add the client's content. We're going to do a bit of training with them maybe. And we're going to charge a lower price tag like $3,000. And because we're using a template, it's going to take us about 20 hours to do. Okay, we can say that with quite a lot of confidence. Our second package here is our medium package. Now, this is where we actually add Figma design as a service. But what we're going to do is get a Figma template. So you might not know this, but you can get obviously Webflow, Framer, developed templates, but you can also buy Figma templates. So just like a website in Figma that is already designed. And this is going to speed up our workflow, but we can also customize that template. We can completely change it if we want to. But the point is we're offering now Figma as a design service, so we can bump up our price to, let's just say $7,000, and it's going to take us about 6 weeks to do the project. Now, finally, our third package is going to be our premium, our top level package. And this is going to be custom design interactions, maybe a budget for subcontractors. And we want to be charging at least $15K, probably even a lot more than that in some cases. And we've got really no idea how long this will take us to do. So that was an overview of the 3 different packages you could offer in your 1, 2, 3 proposal, that your client could either choose if they wanted, a lower budget package, they can pick the lower budget one. If they want a higher budget package, they want to pick, the high budget one. It's okay. They all make us money. And this is why I've added this point here about making money on lower budgets. Because you might be thinking, well, obviously I want all my clients to choose the top proposal because it's going to be making me the most money. Not necessarily. And so on smaller budgets, like I was saying, we use templates to speed up our time of delivery, okay? Our structure and layouts are already set up, but actually more importantly, the content is there. And content is the single biggest roadblock on website projects. Getting content is slow. The client doesn't have a copywriter, so they try and write the content themselves. It turns out it was actually their nephew writing the content, and he's really bad at copywriting. The client needs to get sign off from someone else. Just getting content is a real big headache for a lot of designers, right? So on a template, I'm going to play a little video here. Imagine giving your client a website template saying, look, all the content's already there for you. This template has, for example, this real estate template already has all the content you should have on a real estate website. So just fill in the content with your blanks and then we'll be good to start designing. This will save you weeks on a project, and it's because of the template that you can do this. So I highly recommend using templates in your design workflow. Now, here's a controversial hot take for you. Small projects are better. Now, it's kind of funny when you first start in this career, you're always trying to get your first 10K project, the first 20K project, and you're just dreaming of the time you get these really big projects, right? And that's pretty natural. And I've worked on a few of them myself, and I can tell you they can be really stressful at times. And actually, there's actually a case for smaller projects. Here's a story for you. I was talking to a studio owner about a couple of years ago. He told me that they had a 50K project in US dollars that they made no money on. And I was thinking like, okay, you've charged more than 5 times that I've earned for any website, and you're telling me you didn't make any money? Like, what happened here? But it just turned out that the client wanted this feature that they agreed to that was actually it was a lot more complicated than they thought. So the studio had to hire a freelancer that ended up eating away all that 50K just to do this advanced feature. And this is what can happen on big projects. Yes, there is a big price tag, but if you don't know how long things will take, it can be very hard to guess that sometimes. You can end up losing tons of money and tons of time. But on a small project, we use a template where it's going to be a pretty simple project to complete, and we're going to be paid well for it. Let me show you. So our basic, this is option 1 and our 3, okay? First one, we're going to charge $3,000. We're going to take 20 hours to do this using a template. You're making $150 an hour doing website design. That's a fantastic hourly rate for a web designer, okay? And this work is going to be simple. You're modifying layouts, you're putting in your client's content, updating colors. Like, it's really simple, easy work, and it's extremely well paid. So don't discount those like lower projects, because they can be really good little money earners for you. And if you're getting started in web design, do your first 10 websites, do them all as templates. That's what I recommend until you're more advanced. So that was, I know I got a little bit off track there. This is supposed to be about getting clients, but it is really important to talk about being time efficient on projects. And we can do that by using templates. Cool, so let's just move right ahead here. I'm gonna give you a quick tip for better outreach here. And the reason I'm talking about outreach is because I know that a lot of you are gonna be doing this. I receive outreach just like, Ryan receives outreach. We all, at some point or another, will get someone trying to sell something to us via email. And I just want to share a way that I think is going to make, this tip is going to make your outreach like 10 times better. And I learned this from a friend of mine called Jake, who's actually runs in a supply studio. When he told me this, I was like, this is fantastic. So I'm going to share it with you now. Let's just take a look at the standard way that, everybody does outreach. So you build your list of potential clients, got this list here. Then we identify problems on their website that we can fix. And we make probably a Loom video to show like, hey, here's your website and my name is Finn and I wanted to show a few ways that I can improve this. I would do this. I would maybe update this thing. you kind of take them through that on the website on a video like this. And finally, we send that in an email to this potential client to say, hey, do you want to work with us? So this is how normal outreach works. But it's missing one thing. You need to actually show the lead what you're going to do to their website. You need to redesign and redevelop their homepage. Because if you're doing all this hot talking like, hey, I can do this, I can modernize your website, for example, the client, well, not at this point, the lead doesn't really have anything to see that to prove that, right? So what we're going to do is redesign their homepage and redevelop it so we can show them that in our Loom video, but also send them a link, a URL, so they can browse their homepage redesigned. And this way they're going to be able to see like, wow, this person's actually like redesigned my homepage. It looks a lot better. They're going to start feeling excited about potentially working with you. And if you've put in the effort of actually doing this, they're going to be more likely to reach out to you. Now, there's probably one big question in your head right now, which is like, how the hell am I going to redesign and redevelop 50 plus homepages? Like, Finn, you are absolutely crazy. And well, I might be starting to sound like a broken record now, but templates are your best friend to get started. And this is like going to blow your mind now. All we do is we just target one industry in our outreach, okay? Let's just say we're going to do lawyers' offices. What we do is we buy a premium law firm template, which is already developed for us. You can find them Webflow templates, Framer templates. And all we do is go to the current homepage of the client, or the lead, I should say, and we just copy across their content to the template. This might take you like 10 minutes to do. And once you've copied it over and published, congratulations, you've just redesigned and redeveloped this lead's website for them. Or at least that's what they think, but you're using a template because you're being smart. And so as you can see, now that you've actually done this in your outreach, you can show them, look, hey, you've said all that consultation advice, and then you can actually show them a redesigned version of the website and send them a link. So this really blew my mind when I realized that I could be doing this. And it offers massive value up front because you're delivering a live, interactive, redesigned website. I mean, this is going to build a lot of excitement with the lead. Imagine if someone redesigned your website and sent you a link, you would obviously want to take a peek, right? So I think if you're going to do outreach, do template outreach and target a niche. And it's going to really boost your retention of, I guess it's not retention, it's more of like more people are going to actually get back to you basically because you're giving them a lot of value. Cool. So basically I've just recapped that there for you already. This is my final point of tonight. And this point is future-proofing your career with YouTube. So YouTube, I think, is a fantastic, YouTube is one of the best ways you can invest your time as a designer, okay? You can put your video case studies there, but you can actually build a personal brand. And so if you already have clients, but you want to take things further, you want to actually build more of a personal brand for yourself. I mean, it's what I'm doing. And so let's talk about YouTube. We just saw before with outreach how you as a freelancer can actually contact potential clients. And this is great when you're starting out, but actually it's quite time consuming. And ideally what we want is to make content and have clients come to us. And there's a lot of benefits of this. This is basically why we do content creation. And specifically what I want to talk about today is YouTube, because YouTube is the most powerful form of content. Well, I shouldn't say YouTube. Video is the most powerful form of content, and YouTube is the home of video. The biggest misconception here is that you need thousands of subscribers to actually make money from YouTube and to get clients. But this is actually not true, and I'm going to prove it to you. So this is one client site I got from YouTube. It's a $6,000 project US, and I got it when I had 300 subscribers. And this is a project that I did for $15,000 US, and I only had 600 subscribers. So basically, this is like kind of showing you that you don't need to be having, a Flux Academy style channel with, 500,000 subscribers to get clients. I could do it with 300 and 600 subscribers, right? because it's not how many subs you have that counts. It's how much the client trusts you and actually wants to reach out to you. Now, having a YouTube channel kind of really changed up sales for me. Like, leads come to you, so they're warm and ready to buy. So you can kind of ditch your sales routine. It's like the client's basically saying, hey, I want to work with you. I've already seen tons of your videos. I like you. Can we just agree on a price here? So it makes leads trust you a lot. And so sales become really easy. Now you also get YouTube or you get opportunities through YouTube as well. And so you might get invitations for speaking gigs. Like I'm pretty sure the only reason I'm speaking here today is because Ryan probably saw one of my videos. So, and I did this through having a YouTube channel. So imagine all the places that you could speak at if you started posting content. Second of all, you've got product partnerships. And so companies might reach out to you to sponsor their products and like share, a discount code, whatever. And you can make money by doing this. It's not one that I've chosen to do just yet, but actually SEMrush reached out to me when I had 2,000 subscribers. SEMrush, this massive company, wanted to do a partnership. And I didn't go forwards, even though they're a great product. I kind of want to work with brands that I already use, or at least benefit my my subscribers. So I didn't accept, but I was very flattered. And then, so you might get to work with some of your favorite brands if you build a channel, and feature their products. You can get event invites. Some of these marketing or design events can cost, like $500, $400. They can be expensive, but if you've got a YouTube channel, you could reach out and say, hey, if I vlog my experience at your event, can you give me a VIP ticket? And, that might get you in to the backstage area. You can meet a few people. This industry is all about being resourceful and being creative. So how can you use your personal brand to get you into the right rooms with the right people? And finally, you can just get free stuff. Like if you want a product for free, like I did this with Inner Supply, the 3D mockups that I was showing you. I knew that they were amazing mockups, so I reached out to Inner Supply and I said, hey, look, I'll make a video about how to use your product if I can have access to your library. So they got a free video tutorial about how to use their product, and I got access to their templates for free. So again, you can have access to free things with a YouTube channel as well. Now, the way that content works is that, this is my system of content. So I post long form content on YouTube, and then I basically redeploy that on other platforms. So YouTube is like the home for your video case studies, your long form content, but social media is more like where you put the bite-sized shorts, and you can funnel people back over to your YouTube channel from social, and you can funnel people from YouTube over to your social media. And by doing this, you're actually cross-pollinating your platforms, which is really important. And this is like a clip of some of my LinkedIn posts. They're literally just all repurposed YouTube videos. This is just like all I post on LinkedIn is like my YouTube videos packaged into shorter form content. So, you can do this as well. Now, I just want to end quickly with where you can learn YouTube, because I've shared a lot of great tips about why you should start one, but I think a whole talk in of itself, it should be about how to make YouTube videos. But we don't have the time for that in this talk, unfortunately. But I wanted to shout out my personal YouTube coach, Oscar Owen, who has a great channel where for free he shares all his YouTube knowledge there. His main channel has 1.5 million subscribers where he teaches magic, but he actually teaches YouTube as well in this new channel. And so, yeah, he gives it all away for free and is a really great guy as well. So if you're interested, look up Oscar's channel if you want to get into YouTube. Now, with that being said, that's like the end of my official presentation, but I think I've got Ryan here in the studio now, and maybe we have time for questions if...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah.
That was great, Finn. Thanks so much for that. Now, quick reminder, I've already got a ton of questions coming through, but if you do want to ask Finn a question, make sure to write it in the chat now so it can come through to me. We're just going to rapid fire some of these because there's a ton here. How do you find the time to create content while working a full-time job?
Well, so the last month, none at all. I've been actually prepping for this, and honestly, my coach always tells me, make one video per week. That's like the ideal amount. but sometimes we can't always meet that. And so like the way I do it is I time block before I start my normal job. So I'll get up a little bit earlier, and then that way I can actually film my video when it's a bit quieter and my flatmates are out of the house. But basically you need to just like block out that time in your calendar and make sure you do that. Okay, for me, I like early in the morning, but maybe it's after, like at night for you. Just block out that time and then make sure you do it every single week. Yeah.
Can content itself become a revenue stream, or should it mainly be seen as a way to generate leads or client work?
Well, I mean, like content really is what you want it to be. So personally, like the way that I use content in the past was to get clients, and I still use it to get Antler as my employer when I show them a video case study. So like back to what I was saying, like your content is evergreen and you can always use it to get clients and more opportunities. But if you want to sell products and stuff as well, content's great for that. But personally, I think as a designer, building like your visibility and gaining more followers, getting more reach, that should be your priority if you want to really build your personal brand. That's personally what I'm doing. But I know a lot of designers want to like sell products and do affiliate marketing. It's not really my cup of tea, that personally.
For sure. Do you think there's more value of finding clients as a YouTuber compared to other platforms, like being on Instagram majority or Twitter?
Yeah, so the difference between these platforms is that people really go to YouTube to solve problems. Like YouTube is like, when I want to learn something, right, I go to YouTube and type in like, how do I build a website? So the thing about Instagram and like these other platforms, like Facebook as well, is that people go there to look at maybe their friends' stuff and just be entertained. So you're really targeting a different type of person. So you can still get clients from Instagram, no problems, but you want to try and focus on maybe like more of the 3D mockups, more of like the entertainment side. YouTube's great for like building trust and like long form content. So if you want to build like a lot of trust with an audience, posting long form content on YouTube is really going to help build that trust that is going to help you make the sale. So yeah,
for sure. To be honest, like from my experience as well, I've never seen a platform perform as well as like what YouTube does for creators and even like designers, right? Because the relationship's just completely different. Like take this live event here, right?
Yeah.
People have now heard you speak for almost an hour. Like they've gotten more out of you than what they would on a lifetime of following your Instagram account, for example. So that trust just exponentially grows because it's almost like you're not having a relationship with them directly per se, but they're definitely having a relationship with you right now.
Exactly. And this kind of content cycle feeds into a cycle. It's like I was able to speak here tonight, which by the way, thanks for the invite, Ryan. Really appreciate it. But now I can reshare this as part of my future content, which might bring me more speaking gigs in the future. So once you start creating the content, and then you get opportunities, it kind of feeds back into itself and creates like the cycle where you're just growing and growing. And so it's like one of the best things about being on YouTube and building a brand is that it just leads to more opportunities.
For sure. All right, last two questions before we wrap up. What can we expect from you in 2025? What's the plan?
Well, I'm going to be doing a lot of really great work for Antler. So I'm going to make sure that I'm actually sharing more of my internal work and like helping you guys learn from that as well. Because I was doing a lot of that as a freelancer, but when you join a company, it's like, I don't have to do this anymore. Well, actually, I do want to, and I want to share more about what we're doing. So more content from me and more video case studies about Antler projects that you can learn from. And so, yeah, if you're interested in following that at all, like just sub to me on YouTube and follow me on LinkedIn. Those are my two platforms. And it's going to be a great year.
Yeah, great. Which leads me to my second question. How is the best way for people to connect with you?
Yeah, so if you want to actually like DM me, do that over LinkedIn. I met some great people at like the design and frame event that we just had, and I was just getting everyone's LinkedIn so we can chat. And if you want to like connect in terms of my content, like of course YouTube is the best place for that. And if you live in Australia or on the Gold Coast or Brisbane, hit me up. I'd love to grab a coffee.
Awesome. Finn, thanks so much for joining us for Front Row.
Thank you.
So don't go anywhere because up next we have some more content coming soon. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more content for day 3 of Front Row 2025. Cool, man.
let's make the important stuff easy to find. That should be, rule number one. If I can't find your phone number, that's the way that people contact you. If I can't find your email, or if I have to scroll to see a contact form in the first place, there's no get in touch button. We have to fix that if we're caring about the visitor, which is the way that we should be thinking about building websites. That's what I've flown 22 hours in a plane, 16 hours of the Pacific, 6 hours to LA to get here to tell you, is that we have to care about our visitor.
Let me guess, you love free merch. Well, I love free merch too. We've got things like stickers, hats, hoodies, shirts, so many free things that we want to give away for free. And all you have to do is use the hashtag Frontrow2025, add a comment or share a photo of where you're watching from, and you'll be entered into the entry to win some amazing goodies throughout the conference. Or tag us on X or Instagram at InsertFrame for an extra chance to win some amazing goodies. All right, welcome back to Front Row. Now, for the next hour, we have a couple of bits of content coming up, so you won't want to go anywhere. First, we're actually going to do a bit of a giveaway, and then we're going to be joined from Mo from the Framer team, who's coming here to the studio, where we're going to do a bit of Q&A. So I'm very looking forward to that one. Mo's a great guy, and he brings a lot of energy, so he's really going to bring us through for the rest of the night. But a quick reminder, if you want to be involved, keep using the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tagging us at InsertFrame to win some awesome goodies. I have a ton of shirts to give away. I have stickers. I have a lot of different things. So let me load up my phone and let's see who is the randomized winner today. Who's it going to be? The winner is... Oh, we're trying to load it. Oh man, I can't read. All right, the winner is Ali at Ali Rashidi. So congratulations, you've just won yourself some awesome merch because you've been tuning in to Frontrow 2025. And don't forget, at the end of this live stream today, we're going to be giving away a pair of AirPods. Now, just before we get Mo on, we're actually going to do a bit of a 15-minute clip of a recap of Jesse Showalter's session yesterday because it was super awesome. I want to make sure that we recapture that once again. So we'll be back very, very soon. But in the meantime, here's a quick clip from Jesse from yesterday's session.
The modern freelancer is niched AF. Like is niched down to the like absolute nth degree. Okay, so this, if you don't know what a niche is a speciality, something that you do that is very specialized, very focused. And the modern freelancer is no longer, and I'm gonna hear like ready for the hot take. The modern freelancer is no longer a generalist. It just can't be, because general design has just gotten too easy, too good, and there's less room for strategy for generalists, right? So I can think of people in my kind of universe or in my kind of sphere of influence that are generalists. They're starting to be relegated to these pixel pushing kind of generalist kind of positions, and they don't have a lot of seats at the table. They don't have a lot of input. They don't have a lot of kind of captaining of the ship. So I believe that the generalist needs to go away and the modern freelancer needs to niche down in a very, very hard way. This is what Alex Hormozi, the famous business tycoon, who's written multiple books, podcasts, such and such. He says that the riches are in the niches. Now, I don't know if he actually said it or coined that term, but I that's where I read it last. I think a lot of finance bros say it, but it's very, very true, regardless of where you've heard it, that the modern freelancer does have to actually niche down. This means don't be a designer or a digital designer. Check it out. Try to think past even being something like a web designer or a UI designer. Start to think about how to be a web designer for the insert specific space, right? The education space, the nonprofit space, the coffee shop space, the yoga and fitness and wellness space. So yes, be specific in what you do, in who you do it for, and in how you do it, and in, ready for the fourth one, and in exactly what you actually deliver, what the strategy is, and what the actual, not deliverables, but value is. So here would be a bad generalist freelancer statement. I'm a web designer that makes beautiful websites for any business. That's way too general, but way more specific. Niche AF would be, I'm a web designer that specializes in making fast turnaround websites in Framer in 2 weeks for the fitness, yoga, and wellness space. And I do that to increase your monthly subscriptions for your fitness business. Wow, that is hyper specific. And the more specific you can be, it starts to become what I call the late night infomercial kind of feeling, right? Late at night, you go, hey, are you 40 years old and trying to get in shape and be consistent at the gym? There I am at 1 o'clock in the morning eating a chocolate bar going, yeah, that's me. It speaks specifically to my needs. And you might be terrified of this. You might be scared of this because you think that the more specific you get, the more clients you'll lose. But what's actually going to happen is the complete opposite. It's the reverse of that. The more specific you get, the more you shine, the more you stand out to those exact people that are looking for that exact thing, right? If I am looking for somebody in my yoga and fitness business to build me a fast website that helps me get more clients, I go, that's my guy. But or that's my designer, that's the person I'm hiring, the service provider for this. But if I see that person in a sea of generic web designers, who am I looking to? Who fits the bill? Who makes me feel comfy and happy and excited? Who makes me feel like they understand my problem more and I can trust them more with my problem? And ready? Ooh, kick this into high gear. If you have case studies that back that up and show me that you're in one specific genre, the wedding industry, the fitness industry, the wellness industry, the education industry, if you show me that you've done this multiple times, that takes my social proof through the roof. That makes me trust you to the nth degree. I go, take my money. You're telling me that you've helped other companies, other yoga studios to reach X amount of monthly recurring revenue because of the websites you build? Take my money. Do you see how easy it is to sell when you niche? It's so difficult to sell when you generalize. It's so difficult to sell strategy when you generalize, but it's so much easier when you niche down. Okay, so niching is the thing to do. One of the next ones is that the modern freelancer, stay with me, is a master, and I repeat, master of communication. Communication is key. And so there's no really room left, in my opinion, for you to be the timid, unconfident, imposter syndrome, leaving kind of like thoughts on the table, not describing how the project's going to work, hoping for the best, having no system or process, not captaining the ship. Here's what every good captain does. They communicate. They tell who to pull the sails, when to go where to steer the wheel, where to move the rudder, when to go to bed, when to rise, when to scrub the deck. They have plans, and you have to communicate those plans. So many of you have plans, but you don't know how to communicate those plans. This is where I've said this online a lot. Soft skills are going to be the win for you. Soft skills are actually going to start to become so important that they start to equalize with those hard skills, right? And here's the proof. The proof is in the pudding. Ready? Like, again, there's probably a lot of you watching right now that are so much more talented at design than I am, right? But maybe my skills of communication and sales and positioning and strategy have helped me to create a multi-six-figure freelancing business. And you're going, why can't I have a why can't I have a great freelancing business? I want to make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 a year, but I'm stuck making 50 grand a year because but why? I don't understand. My designs are so good. It's because you need to increase your soft skills. And one of the big ones is communication, my friend. You need to increase communication. Let's talk about some of the skills of communication. Number one, your skills of presentation are so incredibly important. Okay, I had a client that I do primarily web design, product design for. I have them on a monthly retainer. They've been with me for coming on a year now of working with this client, and they are fantastic. And the other day, they said to me, I need a business card. They said, I need a business card like by tomorrow. Could you whip me up a business card? Sure can. I don't usually do that, but you're a great client of mine, so let me whip up a business card. Now, ready? 10 years ago, I might have just sent along some designs, but what I did and just hope for the best. And what I would have gotten probably 10 years ago is feedback, iteration requests, change requests. I don't like this. Can you do something more like this? So what I did instead was I created 2 different business card designs. I mocked them up using a tool like Artboard Studio. I sent along beautiful assets going, this is what they could look like when they are printed. And I got a thumbs up. Thank you. These are amazing. You know why? Because presentation is everything. You can have a mediocre design, but if you mock it up, if you present well, not only visually, but if you talk through your work and present well, that skill of presentation actually takes you from maybe a 6 as a designer to a 10, to an 11. Presenting mid-work well actually increases the look, feel, value, and the perceived value of the design simply by presenting it well. Now, you can follow me online. Watch a bunch of Ryan's stuff, watch my stuff, there's tons of people talking about how to present your work. But if you're not presenting your work, if you're not thinking that presentation is part of the design process, then you're failing. You're missing the mark. Presentation's huge. Let's talk next about expectations. You have to, as the captain of the ship, set expectations, right? For what the client should expect. You should expect deliverables at this time, feedback requests at this time, milestones at this time, project to be finished at this time. You're the one that has to lay out the expectations. A mentor of mine years ago told me that the key to frustration is unmet expectation. So if you want to piss people off, if you want them to be really frustrated, just don't give them any expectations and you will have accomplished your mission. But if you want happy clients, like a well-paying freelance or a successful freelance business, clients that love you, clients that come back, clients that recommend you, then you will give them expectations. Often, referrals from your current clients to new clients don't come from the best visually designed work. They come from a good strategy. They come from good results. And those results are built on a foundation of the expectation that you give them, right? From service provider to client. Next, milestones and updates. You need to communicate these well. When will they come? What will they be? What can they expect? Obviously, you need to communicate deliverables well, and you need to give the client, and this is probably the biggest one, project flow and scope. Let them know how the project's going to go. Give them a 10,000-foot view and commit to that plan. Because here's the deal. I had to hire a plumber the other day. I'm not a plumber. The last time I talked to a plumber was 6 years ago when I had a problem. So when I brought this plumber over, I said, can you give me an idea of how long this is going to take, what it could cost, what's going to be the deal, what's going to be required? I need to know those things. You know why? Because I'm not a plumber. I don't know those things. And people who are building their business, they're not web designers. They're not product designers. They're not UI designers or UX designers. They don't know what that process is going to look like. So you need to become a little bit of an educator and communicate the project flow and the scope of work and what they can expect. See how so much of this falls back on expectations. If you don't know how to communicate these things, then you are, and stay with me, you're actually leaving money on the table. The better a communicator that you are, the more valuable you are, the better you're able to communicate your strategy, your vision, the value that you bring, and the way that things are going to work out. And that takes you from one of those low level freelancers, I can't break through whatever this ceiling is, to a high level freelancer. Communication skills are going to help you do that. Okay. Now there's a couple questions here in the chat, and I think it's probably time to move us into that question answer time. We got about 15 minutes left, and I'm sure that the Front Row team is gathering some important questions or things that they've seen. But one of the things that I see from Tama just says, how do you handle clients who provide only screenshots without clear requirements, making it hard to design something truly valuable for their business? Now, here's the crazy thing. There's a strategy for every client, and there's a need. There's a business goal for every client. At the end of the day, I only know of 3 business goals that clients have. Number 1, it's to stroke their own ego and make something pretty. Number 2, it's to increase their user base. And number 3, it's to increase sales. At the end of the day, those last 2 are kind of the same, because when you increase users, most likely you increase revenue. But it's traffic, it's revenue, or it's ego. Either one of those is fine. I don't mind any one of those as a strategy or a business goal. So first, figure out what is their business goal, which of those 3 is it, and then come up with a strategy to actually satisfy that business goal. If they just go, I want it to look better, great. Why? Do you have customers that are complaining? This is where the diagnostic technician has to come in. I can't just go, yes, okay, I'll do that. You have to start saying, why is it that you want that? Why does that matter? What kind of impact is that going to have? Always respond questions with questions, not questions with answers. Ask more, dig deeper, and figure out how you can actually help them.
My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun, yeah. Lie in the sun, yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, I just wanna lie in the sun. Yeah, lie in the sun. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun.
All right, we are back. Hello, everyone. It is almost midnight local time here in Australia, and we are gearing up for the final presentations of the entire Frontrow conference. Now, we are just waiting and standing by for Mo, who's just running a little late because I got to tell you what, trying to catch Ubers this time of night is not fun. So in the meantime, I thought it'd be great while we hang out to do a giveaway. So instead of just doing a normal giveaway where you can use the hashtag Frontrow2025, I think it is time for our daily quiz. So on the screen, and we're going to put a little bit of information, and there'll also be a link in the chat. So essentially all you need to do is go to joinmyquiz.com and then put in the code 383149. Again, we'll also put a link in the chat there, but you can go to joinmyquiz.com. There we go. It's in the chat. And or if you can scan that little QR code, you can try that too. Then go to 383149. And the top 2 winners are going to win some awesome merch. Now, since this is like a game show, I have to present the awards. So let's see. We have some awesome shirts from our Frame and Meetup that we just hosted. So these are actually really high quality shirts. So if you want some of these, we've got them available. We've got some hats, our variant collection designed by yours truly. We have some stickers. We even have some more Frontrow specific shirts. So there's a ton of different stuff. So we're just going to leave it a couple of minutes here and let everyone kind of join the room. But this is your chance to be competitive, beat the other designers in the chat for your chance to win some awesome merch. Here we go. We'll let it build up a little bit. So the code is again 383149. Now I have no clue what these questions are, so we're gonna have to wait and see. I think some of them are general knowledge, some of them might be design related. Who knows? So it could be anyone's game. We'll just give it an extra minute. We've got about 25 people participating so far, which is cool. And we'll see how we go. We've done this every day so far, the quizzes. You guys have been shocking. You've been shocking. I was going to say shockingly bad, but I don't know if that's true. You've been shocking, that's for sure. But some of these questions have been very tough. So we'll see how we go on day 3. All right, you've got about 30 seconds before we get started. So if you're super quick, joinmyquiz.com, then the code 383149, and the 2 top winners will get some awesome prizes. Okay, very good. Let's get started with the quiz. Here we go, 30 people in. 3, 2, 1, and we're off. What type of logo is just a company's name styled uniquely? Is it a combination mark, a word mark, an emblem, or a symbol logo? Lock in your answers. A monogram logo consists of a symbol and text, a single illustrated character, initial letters of a brand name, or a combination of all colors in the brand's palettes. I think you guys are doing better. We got 60% class accuracy. I think last time we did this yesterday, it was like 25%. Okay, what was Nike's first ever logo? A few different options there to choose from. The Apple logo originally featured, was it A, rainbow color scheme, a detailed drawing of an apple tree, a bitten apple in grayscale, or a golden apple? All right, looks like Fabio is out in front here. Oh, we just had a changeover. James has dropped down a spot. The McDonald's Golden Arches logo was inspired by the shape of the restaurant architecture, French fries, a letter design trend at the time, or a bridge? It's a good question. The Google logo has gone through several redesigns. When was the major flat redesign introduced? I remember when this came out and I thought it was like so cool, like the different case studies and like Google was like this well, it still is, but like at the time it was like a really like innovative company, and they just went from this like really serif typography to this like really clean sans serif typography with like a real basic like I think they even like built their own typeface for it. And it was one of the first like case studies I remember like properly reading as a designer interested in rebrands. But was it 2020, 2015, 2000, or 2005? Maybe I've given some hints in terms of timeline. What was the first animal-based logo used by a luxury fashion brand? Was it the Puma Panther, the Ralph Lauren horse, the Lacoste crocodile, or the, I don't even know how you say that, the Vercase Medusa head? I definitely got that wrong. All right, another logo question. Oh, we're at 50% accuracy. We got Fabio on the lead, Glow second. Here we go. We're going to give you guys an extra minute and then we're going to wrap. So we're going to see who can win. Which of these colors is most associated with trust and professionalism? Is it red, green, yellow, or blue? We've got a lot of color theory out here today in this quiz. Very brands related. What does a black and white logo usually convey? Creativity and exploration, luxury and timelessness, or nature and sustainability? What do the 3 rings in the Toyota logo represent? 3 founding partners, the merging of customers and company, the shape of steering wheels, or the world, innovation, and trust? It's also really interesting, like the Toyota logo, how it like creates the T out of the three circles. What is the term for the space between individual letters in typography? All right, come on designers, I know you can get this one. Is it A, kerning, B, leading, C, tracking, or D, baseline? What's it gonna be? Which technology company's original logo depicted Isaac Newton sitting under a tree? Intel, Apple, Microsoft, or IBM? Okay, last couple of questions, here we go. Which logo is an example of an emblem logo? The Coca-Cola script, the Harley Davidson crest, the Google wordmark, or the Nike swoosh? And the last question, what does the interlocking C's in the Chanel logo stand for? Classic couture? I definitely got that wrong too. Chic or classy? Couture and craftsmanship, or Coco Chanel? All right, let's see who won the quiz. Let's wrap it up. Remember, the top 2 are going to get prizes. So let's see who our winners are. Here we go. In 3rd place, we have Alvin. In 2nd place, we have Fatima. And in 1st place, we have Jazzy Jeff. Congratulations, you guys. Make sure to send us a screenshot of you winning on our Instagram or Twitter account so we can verify that it's you. And we'll reach out to you on socials so we can organize to send you some awesome stuff. Now, let's talk a little bit about branding, shall we? We've got the logo here behind us, the Frontrow logo. Now, the kind of like secret sauce behind this logo here is that the O in the word row, it's actually meant to represent a frame, almost like you would have in Framer or Figma. And that's kind of how this kind of comes to be. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to another quick break, and very shortly we'll be back with even more content. Now, if we look at the agenda again for what's upcoming on day 3, we are about to get very heavy into some content. So I'm glad we're taking this time now to do all the fun stuff, because over the next just a few hours, we're going to have so much content coming for you. Very soon, we're hopefully going to have Mo with us in the studio. Then we're going to have Brad Frost, where he's going to be giving a conversation on unleashing your design system. I'm very looking forward to that. Then we're going to be joined by Alyssa, who's going to talk about diversing your income streams as a web designer so you can generate income while staying true to your passion. And then lastly, to wrap up the entire conference, designing secure user experiences with Ali Anko from Shopify. That one's going to be an absolutely incredible talk, and I think that's going to be absolutely fantastic to wrap up the conference. But we'll be back very, very soon with even more Front Row content. So don't go anywhere, grab your drink, because there's so much in store coming very soon.
Just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life.
All right. So, quick little story. We're meant to be joined by Mo from the Framer team here in the studio, who has flown in from the USA to join us and is currently in an Uber. But I think he got lost. So, we're using the hashtag Where's Mo. Now, we do know where he is. He is on the way. He is being currently collected. That doesn't sound great, but we're essentially where he's he's on his way. I guarantee he's on his way. But in the meantime, I actually have some extra content that I thought I could share with you guys while we wait for Mo. So let's start the hashtag Where's Mo, put it in the chat, hashtag Where's Mo. And hopefully if we shout that energy, he'll be rocking up very, very soon. So yeah, hopefully it all works out, but I'm sure it's fine. But in the meantime, I want to give you a quick presentation kind of backing off the back of Finn's content because it reminded me of some stuff I've actually got prepared. Now, I know a lot of you out there, you're either working full time or you might be trying to freelance, and there's this whole conversation that's going on. And the content I'm going to share with you is actually some from my course in the Framer Career Accelerator, where we teach people how to make money with Framer. But these same principles can be applied to any niche as a web designer. So I've got a couple of different things I want to kind of run through with you today. I want you to ask yourself, if you're trying to figure out like what's right for me, should I be full-time, side hustle, freelancer, run an agency? There's a few different questions you can actually ask yourself to create a little bit of clarity. The first one is this something I really need to do? Like, do you need to scratch that itch? Is this something you've dreamed about for a long time? Because if it is, and you have so much clarity that this is the thing you really want to do and nothing else is going to hold you back, then potentially taking the risk to go full time might be the solution for you. Or if you're still kind of exploring ideas, you're not really sure which direction yet, but you're starting to dabble, then maybe keeping it as a side hustle or just working the 5 to 9 as well as the 9 to 5 could be the right answer for you. The next question you need to ask yourself is, how long is my runway? So when we talk about runway, and this is a very common like startup term, essentially we're talking about like how much cash in the bank until we go broke, right? So let's say we have $10,000. How long will that $10,000 last before everything runs out? So a general rule of thumb, and again, this isn't financial advice, but say if there's 6 months or more in your bank account, you might be able to take that risk to go full time. Again, it depends on a lot of different factors and what you've kind of got to lose, but that's just a general piece of advice. And then if you're under 6 months, maybe you need some more time to build up your capital, save some extra money so you can actually afford to take that risk. Because this kind of leads me to my next question, which is, if I fail, can I bounce back? Which ultimately, like, if your venture is if you want to go full time for yourself and then it doesn't work out, how easy is it for you to go get more money? Can you get another job, or are you actually going to struggle with that? Are you going to put yourself in a very compromising position if you go full time and you can't take it back? Now, there is a little bit of a question here around like risk versus like reward. But if you do feel confident that you can go get another job as a web designer, product designer, then you probably can be a little bit more risky if you've got the confidence and believe that you can get another full-time job. And then lastly, what do you want out of this? Do you want to build something for yourself, or do you just want another stream of income? Both are great, by the way. One is very more intensive than the other. I know many people who are super happy with their full-time job and they love it, and just that extra few $1,000s a month or whatever it is coming in as a side hustle capital, like that's plenty, and they're more than happy with this. But if there's something that you really want to do and you feel like you're on a mission, then maybe full-time is for you. And the one thing I want to say about this is you can always change your approach. Like, just because you start off as a side hustle doesn't mean it always has to be like that. Or maybe you go full time for 6 months, really build the foundation, and then you come back to a full-time job and you can kind of continue it as a side hustle. It can change. Another great way is to do like part-time, right? You can work a couple of days a week, cover your expenses, cover your base, and then you can spend the extra time working on your side hustle to build that up to a full-time position. Now, let's talk a little bit about a North Star. Now, this is really, really important. And the example with like us at Insert Frame, right, is we're essentially a niche within a niche within a niche and so on. We kind of have like web design up the top. And what we do is we build products and education for Framer. That's our thing. But we're kind of dependent on Framer for that, right? Now, this is really powerful because the niche you are, you actually can have a clearer North Star. Now, what is a North Star? For example, our North Star is to build the Framerverse, an ecosystem of products and education for Framer. Now, our North Star is like our mission. It's our vision. It's the thing that we are out to do. It's our goal. And everyone on the team knows that our mission is to build the Framerverse. That is our thing. So a couple of different tips are coming up with your North Star. Number one, what's the larger goal? What are you actually trying to do? If you're out to end poverty, that's the goal, right? That's the big, crazy goal that you want to achieve. For us, we're building the Framerverse. That's what we want to do. For Framer, their North Star, which I think I mentioned later on, is to make the web more creative. It's big, it's crazy, it might feel unattainable, but if you can get there, you've done something very impactful. Number two is to make it one sentence. Make it something that's really easy for you to articulate and understand. Now, a bunch of speakers have mentioned this over the past couple of days, but if you can articulate your value, you're essentially, you become more valuable. So like I mentioned, our North Star is to build the Framerverse. Another great example is Uber, right? Where their North Star is to provide transportation as reliable as running water. Think about how strong that is, to provide transportation as reliable as running water. Now, it's a little bit funny because Mo was meant to be in an Uber here and he can't seem to get here. So maybe this isn't true right now, but that's the mission they're on. Google, to organize the world's information. It's simple, might seem a little, little fuzzy and everything like that, but that's their vision. That's their North Star. And like I mentioned, Framer's North Star is to make the web more creative. Now, how they do that is obviously through their product and other different ventures. It doesn't have to silo you to one product. It can be something that you can actually build out over time and not necessarily know what the solution is, but you know the thing you want to do. So my question to you is, what is your North Star? Feel free to write something in the chat if you know something, or just spend a little bit of time over the rest of the day thinking about it. But whether you're a freelancer, a creative entrepreneur, whatever it is, if you can articulate what is your North Star, you're going to find a lot more value. Now, that was my little spiel. I have been told that Mo is now in the building. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a break for just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to be back with a quick fire Q&A with Mo. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very, very soon. Maybe. I'm still here. We're going to a break and we'll be back very, very soon.
Can we see the chat?
All right, everyone, we are back with Front Row, and we are joined by the mysterious man. He is here in the flesh.
We made it.
Hashtag Where's Mo is what the chat has been going with. But you're here. Welcome to Melbourne, firstly. Do you want to give everyone a little intro about who you are and what you do with Framer?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for all the love and support. You found Mo. I'm here. And thank you so much for coming to get me. My name is Mohammed. So I actually work at Framer. And a lot of people always ask me, what do you do at Framer? And, you know, I just spread the joy and love of Framer around the world. So actually, I'm leading community at Framer and get to travel around the world, hosting different meetups, just like the one we did today. I was in Auckland yesterday, and then last week we did Sydney. So the Framer World Tour is real. So if you want to host a Framer World Tour, reach out to me. Let's do it. Let's collab on something special.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing. So I've started with Framer back in May. And I think since May, I've done over almost 40 cities or more.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Do you get tired of traveling at all?
No, I'm going to be completely honest. Sometimes, yes, but honestly, it's the people that keep me alive. It's so amazing just to kind of travel around and see the true impact that Framer has and what people are creating with it. And I've been very fortunate and blessed to see that, and y'all keep me alive, and it's really cool. And I love doing it, and I want to keep doing more of it.
For sure. Have you started to see the community grow a little bit over the past 6 months from where you started to, where it is now?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, for example, a good one is Melbourne, right? When we first did our first meetup here, it was a bit kind of worrisome for me because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to the other side of the world. I don't know anyone. I know you, but I don't know anyone else.
It's a long flight.
Yeah, it's a long flight. And it was really cool. Today, we saw a lot of familiar faces. And it was only a few months ago that, we did the first Melbourne meetup. And I'm starting to see that across different communities across the world. And more people are coming in. They're like, hey, I came to the first one. My friend told me about the Framer meetup, the Framer community. I really love it. And as you know, our Framer community online is amazing, and they just kind of help each other. And I think that's what makes it really special.
Yeah, that's great. Who are the sort of people who are coming to these meetups? Are they students? Are they marketing people, web designers, working in-house, studio? What's the mix?
Oh man, that's a tough question. It's a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And we make a really welcoming and inclusive environment where it's anyone who loves design. I think that's the biggest thing. Of course, in some communities, you have more senior level design. So in places like New York, places like SF, you're going to have, more founders, marketers, senior level design. And then in younger markets, you're going to have a little bit of a mixture of both, but a lot of students, like Vancouver, for example, had a lot of students come out, and which is amazing to see that, young, talented designers are picking up Framer and really interested in bringing their friends. So all I say is I welcome all. So if we have a Framer meetup or event happening next to you, sign up, come out, meet the community, and learn more about Framer, and also learn more about what other designers are doing.
Yeah, that's great. The reason I mention it, and we got a little bit of a preview of your in-person talk just before, but you're not a designer, right? I don't think you claim to be a designer at all.
No.
But it's as a background with an engineer, how have you kind of taken your background and applied it to community within a very passionate design space?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so as many of you all know, I am not a designer, and I don't claim to be a designer. But I think that's the most beautiful thing, right? When you can come put a little bit of an outside perspective into it. And I encourage everyone to kind of, just because you're not a something doesn't mean you're not qualified. You can always learn, you can always immerse yourself and see what others are doing. Now, in terms of what, sorry, repeat your question in terms of,
how have you used your
passion,
background and past to actually bring that to a completely different and passionate industry?
Yeah. So as you know, as an engineer, if you all know what an engineer role is, I had to do a lot of SolidWorks and AutoCAD, right? So it's, for example, designing this mic, what electrical components, what would it look like, the ergonomics of it, right? So design is around us, whether we know it or not. and it's in everything. It's just different forms of creativity. And that's one thing that I really thrive off of is like creativity, being able to create something out of thin air and just making it happen. And that's how I've been able to really inject that passion that I had for engineering and now building community for Framer. And just seeing the real life impact that it has. I mean, us even doing this right now, right? And having people all around the world tune in just to learn more and to immerse themselves in the community. And that's really what drives me. And I think Framer's done a really good job at really building up and fostering community. You know, you guys, we listen to you, we see what you're saying about Framer, you're helping us build and make Framer even better. And that's what excites me. And that's why I really love I just want to put everything I have into building up the Framer community around the world.
Sure. Yeah, I think like bias aside, like Framer is probably one of the most best companies I've seen that actually listen to their audience and users, and they actually build this community. And that's really strong. Like they implement feedback very, very quickly into both their products and their content online. Like what's it like working for Framer? Do you enjoy it? I mean, you're in this weird position where you're kind of like far away from the rest of the team, but at the same time, you've probably felt more connected than anyone to their customers.
Absolutely. I mean, just to be a part of the Framer team is beyond words. I'm speechless because we have some really talented and passionate people. You think I have passion because I'm traveling around the world? The Framer team is passionate, launching update after update after update. We're just shipping, baby. That's all we care about, right? And you're right. Like I've worked in a lot of organizations. I've been a part of a lot of really cool startups and in my past experience, but I've never seen anything to the scale where, you know, the customer truly matters here, right? And it starts with you guys. And that's why, you know, whether there's a little bug and we know about it and you vocalize that, I've never seen a company actually be like, we need to fix this now.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Like this is impacting not only a user experience, people's livelihood. And we really care about that. And that's so awesome to see how we fostered such a collaborative culture around the community. And, you know, that's how products should be built, right? When we say we're building a product for designers, then we should listen to what designers want, right? Rather than going off of what certain people with statistics say about what designers want.
Yeah, interesting. Has there been something that's like really surprised you kind of as you've gone through all these different events, whether it be like a cultural shock, like to all these, there's a lot of different designers in the world from a lot of different backgrounds. Is there something that like stands out to you that was like super surprising and caught you off guard?
Yeah, I mean, there's several things. You know, I've been to various countries anywhere from, you know, Asia, from Korea, Japan, Singapore, to different parts of Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe. Now I'm here down under throughout the US. And yeah, the culture is always shocking me. And I think what's really cool is what designers are able to produce. Looking at how designers in different regions design not only their websites, but who they are, and from how they dress, right, to how they build their portfolios or what they do for their customers. It's been a very immersive experience and a very humbling experience because it shows that the world is such an expressive place, that no one has such a right answer, that you could just really be creative. And it's seeing how people really push the bounds of creativity has been really eye-opening for me. You know, sitting with designers in Korea and seeing what they think trends are, to designers in Poland, to designers here in Australia, to designers back home in the US, in New York, and what they think trends are. For example, our good friend Paul over in Toronto, sitting down with him and seeing what he's working on, to then sitting down with you and seeing what you're working on. So it's been really, really eye-opening. It's really cool to kind of see how you could use one tool in so many different ways.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let people know what's coming up this year. Do you have anything special planned?
Oh man, I don't know. I like to be a man of surprises. But yeah, we have a lot of things planned. I think this year, what I really want to do with the community especially, I know last year, I was hitting the ground running, learning more about the community, seeing what people want, seeing what events they kind of like want to see in their backyards. And we're just going to do just that, right? We're going to take it to the next level, right? I really want people to know the Framer World Tour, it's here. I want everyone to have a Framer World Tour shirt. That's my goal.
We have about 50 spare. We've been giving them out.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I want to give you some shirts too, but in person. I want to meet you, shake your hand. And that's really what my goal is, right? Is to take the Framer World Tour to the next level. Not only with just Framer meetups, we're launching Framer Cafe. So it's a really fun medium where you can come co-work at a cafe, work on projects. I've actually seen it where people have been collaborating, building plugins since
That's
now
cool.
When we launched plugins a few months ago. So I actually hosted one, or the very first one, as a little pilot in Tokyo. And it was really cool to see people coming together and building a plugin right in front of my eyes. I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
And then we have Framer Workshop. So I know y'all have hosted a workshop before, so we really want to take that and really upskill our community. And then we're going to be working on really fun, engaging activations in different cities during different conferences to really, push the bounds of what a designer should feel when they go into a space, right? Our art is our websites, right? And how do we showcase that? So I'm really excited. I don't want to spoil too much, so just be on the lookout.
I feel like there's some teasers in there.
Yeah. We'll throw some teasers in there, but I'm really excited to kind of really push the bounds of not just an event, but an experience, and take that to the next level.
Yeah, awesome. And where can people get involved? How can they connect with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you know, I'm trying to be a micro influencer now in the design space as a designer, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Mo_connection. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. And then I launched a fresh new Instagram page, mo.framer. So it's a little bit behind the scenes of my Framer World Tour. Little videos and that I'm going to be editing, showcasing. I know we have a fun little interview that we did, so I'll be editing.
Apparently,
that.
I get cancelled, so I'm very dreading it coming out.
You see, I'm very controversial here, so
so enjoy this while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how it goes. But yeah, so that's how people can get in touch with me. I'm always here. I'm always around in the community. So any way you can get involved, and if people want to host their own events, submit them through Luma. So go under our Luma page, submit an event, and I'll reach out to you and we can chat about how we can make this event a success, and really, impact the community together.
Yeah, super. Mo, thanks for joining us. I'm glad we could find you. So
hey, #find Mo.
That's
Mo was found.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really appreciate this. Thank you so much, guys. I cannot wait to meet each one of you and hand you personally a Framer World Tour shirt. And, let's give some cool shirts away.
That's it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere, because we will be back with more content just after this with Frontrow2025.
don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. Only make wanna walk and matters, I got the full R&I. Rocket in originally, give it that color in emotion. But bring no color, be no stop. Yo, now for them a chat, so see me now rise up in eruption. Sing it down, sing it down, sing it down, no interruption. Turn them on the jungle, bring the hafra to the area. One hand in the air, now scream it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. Two shots in the air, boom, boom, watch your ass. If I pull the trigger too, we only gonna get war. So find a different way, we gonna set that place. So me say, oh, we only wanna make hapla, we don't wanna go war. We only wanna make hapla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. So only make hapla, we don't wanna go. Yo! Ay, me cumplí. Again. Ya la que me decía la artista llené, mira hapla y matarante.
Welcome back to Frontrow 2025. It's good to see you here. Now, we're about to kick off the final 3 presentations of the entire conference. Now, up next, we have Brad Frost, who is a design systems consultant and author of the book Atomic Designs. He helps teams create flexible, future-proof design systems that evolve with their products. I am very excited for this talk. Brad, how are you going?
I am doing great. How are you?
Good, man. Great. I'm very looking forward to this. I know you bring like a ton of energy, so I think this is going to be what we need at least anyway to get through the rest of the night.
Yeah, I will admit though, I wish I was stuck in an Uber after midnight in Melbourne, Australia right now.
Yeah, there's definitely a story that's going to come out about that one soon, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, next time. But yeah, greetings everybody.
Welcome. So I'm going to let Brad take it away, but just a quick reminder, if you've got any questions during the presentation, make sure to put them in the chat so I can ask Brad on your behalf. But Brad,
all right, fantastic. And let me just, before I dig in here, make sure that everyone can see my screen okay? Okay, brilliant. Okay, all right. Hey, everybody. How's it going? I am not in Melbourne right now. I'm coming at you from a wonderful city called Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the United States. It's a lovely town, so if you ever get the opportunity to visit, please hit me up and I'll be happy to show you around. But yeah, I'm Brad, and I've been a web designer and developer for, holy smokes, 20 years now, which is kind of wild. And over the course of the last 12 years, I have been working for myself, and I've had the opportunity and privilege of working with some of the largest organizations in the world to help them with their design system efforts. So this has been, I think it's fair to say, an obsession of mine for the last long while now. And as Ryan mentioned, I created Atomic Design and wrote a book on the topic. And I have had my hand in a lot of different projects all around design systems. So I created a tool called Pattern Lab, which was kind of like a precursor to Storybook, a bunch of open source projects, hosted a podcast, ran resource websites. Like I've spent a lot of time in this world, and that's why I'm excited to be here and to share that experience with you. We've taken a lot of bumps and bruises over the way, and what I'm here to talk to you about today is actually like a little bit of like a sneak peek, I suppose, of a course that I'm putting together called Subatomic, which is the complete guide to design tokens. And we're going to get into what all of that means here in a second, what design tokens are and how to use them. But it's really exciting. This is the first course I'm doing, and we're going way deep into this topic, which is really, really exciting. I've done workshops, I've taught loads of people, worked with all these organizations, but this is like the first time we're kind of putting it all in one centralized place. So let's get into it. You work on a website or app, you're building websites or apps. If you work at a place, you are building websites and apps, but it's often not one singular website or app at your organization. Very likely, if you work at a place, that you have more than one product, and maybe more than two, maybe more than just a handful. Maybe there's a bunch, and maybe there's a whole bunch, right? And this is what we are doing with design systems, is we are trying to manage the chaos of having to manage and reinvent the wheel and reinvent UI components each and every time that that a product needs basic form controls and buttons and cards and all of the common meat and potatoes components and assets that your digital products need, right? So I like to describe a design system as the kind of the official story of how an organization designs and builds digital interfaces. And I like this kind of umbrella definition just because a lot of ingredients can go into telling that story, right? But these things are standard, they're in assets, they're a lot of different things, and they provide a lot of benefits, right? So from a user perspective, the people actually using our websites and apps, what they get by interacting with a design system powered experience, they get a more consistent and cohesive experience, right? When we were working with United Airlines, they're in the business of dates, right? When are you leaving? When are you coming back? And there's a number of different places where dates matter. Date pickers, as you might know, are notoriously a pain in the butt to create. So a lot of developers will just kind of go out and reach for off-the-shelf date picker things. And United had this very sort of fragmented date picker experience, which is a bad deal, right? Like it's a bad user experience. Introduces a lot of friction. Users have to relearn a bunch of conventions again and again and again, right? So having a single date picker that they're able to deploy consistently throughout their entire digital experience makes for happier customers and ultimately translates to them making more money. But so many of the benefits of design systems are for people like us, right? Like the people who are actually making designs and developing experiences and making websites and apps, right? And so much of what a design system provides is just the ability to not have to reinvent the wheel for the umpteenth time, right? You don't have to draw those rectangles from scratch each and every time. You could reach for this common kit of components and move on to bigger and better things, right? And that actually translates to higher quality production, right? Like it's not just everything is a first draft and a bunch of things slip between the cracks. We're able to instead use the solid foundations of a design system in order to iterate over those building blocks, but also to just spend more time crafting the parts of the experience that actually matter to people, rather than, oh, I got to stop what I'm doing here and what's the border radius of this thing again, right? So that's not time well spent, right? Design systems are a delivery vehicle for best practices of all shapes and stripes, right? Brand best practices, UX best practices, front-end best practices, accessibility best practices. It provides a shared vocabulary for designers and developers, for people working across different teams, across different business units. And even if you're a freelancer, being able to sort of carry that vocabulary through across multiple projects, right? So heard some of the earlier talks talk about that nimbleness that needs to come with, like, you're quick on your feet and you're putting together some landing pages and stuff like that. It's like a great, just even internal resource for yourself if you're a solo freelancer. It's a useful reference for people to come back to. So when do I use accordions versus tabs? They both kind of do the same thing. Which one is the right thing to choose, right? These things really provide a future-friendly foundation. And what that means is that even if you were to go through a wholesale rebrand or redesign or enter these entirely new worlds, guess what? You're still going to have buttons, you're still going to have typography, you're still going to have form fields, you're still going to have all of the sort of building blocks of what goes into solid UI, right? So you don't have to build a design system, burn it down from scratch, throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? You could like build and iterate over these solid foundations for years. Material design is a great example of that, right? This is over a decade old now, and they have come a long way, iterated over their design language. And guess what? There's still form controls, there's still buttons and stuff like that. And then lastly, there's more opportunity to innovate and wield this new crop of tools, new AI tools and stuff like that, using the solid foundations of a design system, right? So the design system provides the sturdy, reliable foundation, which is actually what we found in our work over the last couple of years, integrating this stuff with AI, which is a lot more, let's say, unpredictable, right? The hallucinations and the multiple fingers and all of that stuff, right? Coupling that generative power with the solid foundations of a design system, really, really powerful combination. So design systems, a lot of times the assets tend to get a lot of love and most of the focus because it's the tangible manifestation of what a design system is, right? It's like, here's design, here's our design library, here's our code library, here's our documentation website, and so on and so forth. But it's really the orchestration of those assets with people and process all kind of hanging together, right? So those other categories, the people and the process, are really what makes or breaks a design system effort. And I've been a part of a number of these, and I can speak. Your buttons are probably fine. That's not the deal breaker there. It's really about humans and their relationship to one another and how they work together. So this makes a lot of sense. Let's not have to reinvent the wheel for each and every product, for each and every instance of each and every product, and so on and so forth, right? But this is the thing. This is not what an organization's product landscape looks like. In reality, it tends to look more like this, right? And this probably, if you've worked at a place, you might see yourself here, right? This is not just like a one size fits all, oh yeah, we have our single button and it's going to travel to all these places. Each and every product is serving different people, different audiences, and doing all of these things. We call this the kind of multi all the things organization, right? At so many of the organizations we've worked with, but even smaller organizations, you have multiple products, even if that's just here's the marketing website, and then here's the actual software as a service product itself or whatever. But a lot of organizations are wrestling with and supporting multiple brands, multiple frameworks, multiple platforms, multiple generations of a design language, right? You're going through a rebrand or redesign or refresh. You're trying to support your marketing websites as well as your more utilitarian applications, supporting dark mode, things like that. And still others are supporting sub-brands and white labeling and all that stuff. And what I want to do is just kind of dig into this stuff, because we've worked with a slew of organizations who this is the reality of their digital landscape, right? So if you take a company like Caterpillar that we helped build their blocks design system with, right? They have products like cat.com, right? Which is their kind of mothership, flagship website. But then they also have parts.cat.com in case you needed a new scoop for your excavator. But they also have, a careers website, and they have a used goods, used scoops for your excavator website. They have a find a dealer website, right? Like all of these are different products that all sort of hang under that cat brand, right? So that consistency and cohesion is really important, right? And then other organizations support multiple brands, right? So an organization like Marriott Hotels has a whole portfolio of different hotel brands under its umbrella. And so here's Marriott.com that has a specific look and feel. You have the upscale Ritz-Carlton, which has a different look and feel. You have the Westin, you have the funkier Moxie Hotel, you have the Courtyard by Marriott, which is a more kind of accessible hotel chain for us normal people, and other things like that, right? So all of these hotel brands are all serving different audiences. They have their own brand identities. They're all doing different things, but they all exist under the Marriott roof, right? And then also kind of carrying this forward, you have sort of sub-brands within an organization, right? So an organization like Apple has all sorts of brands kind of under its umbrella, and there's different ways to accomplish this kind of stuff. But we worked with Dotdash Meredith to help them create a number of their digital publications. They're the largest publication now in the US here, and we helped create a website called Verywell, which is a health website similar to WebMD or whatever. But basically, we helped them create the Verywell brand, and since working with them, we gave them this token system and design system that we're going to be digging into here in a second. But they were able to take that forward and spin up other sub-brands within the Verywell brand, right? So Verywell Fit focuses on fitness, Verywell Mind focuses on mental health. And you could see that there's a lot of commonality, but there's also this sort of distinguished sort of sub-branding going on here, right? Verywell Fit with its yellow and so on and so forth. We got rebrands, refreshes, and redesigns. I'm sure that you're all familiar with that one, right? We see this all the time. This is Verizon, a big telecom company in the US. And this was their website, and they just went through a big redesign, rebrand, and they introduced some highlighter yellow to their website, right? So supporting old generations and new generations of a design language is a really common occurrence. If your organization or what you're working on now isn't currently going through a rebrand or refresh, just wait. It's right around the corner. And then we have things like white labeling, which is a really fascinating concept. So worked with a company called Blend, a startup called Blend, and they create software for people to apply for mortgages and manage that whole process, super complicated process, but they sell their software to banks, right? So they have their interface, but what they allow their customers, their banking customers, to do is to sort of skin it and theme it, because people who are using this software want to interact with the bank's brand, not Blend's brand, right? Supporting multiple product families is a really interesting use case, right? And this kind of sometimes boils down to like site versus app, right? And what we're talking about here, if we take Salesforce, for instance, if you go to salesforce.com, what you're going to see a bunch of big, chunky marketing stuff, right? All the common fare stuff that you see on a good marketing website, illustrations, big, chunky data cards and stuff like that, right? And that's a fundamentally different experience than the software that Salesforce actually creates, which is this really, really dense, really complex, capital E enterprise software here, right? Things like data tables and modals upon modals, right? So it's like the stuff is all made from cards and buttons and stuff, but just doing radically different things, right, for the same organization. Supporting different color modes is a thing. So there's a couple different flavors of this. The first use case for different color modes is this idea of kind of like inverted or knockout. This is something that you almost certainly encounter all the time, which is we have content, it's sitting on a light background, but then we also need that same content or component to sit on top of a dark background. Just think of like sign up for a newsletter in the body of a page versus it hanging out in a footer that has, a dark background applied to it, right? So these use cases are really important for your design system to be able to make sure that your components are versatile and flexible and can handle these different use cases. There's also kind of user preferences, right? So this is GitHub, and they have light themes and dark themes, as well as high contrast themes and some color blindness specific themes, which is really cool as well. And then lastly, there's this idea of like proper dark mode. A lot of times whenever we talk about dark mode and our clients talk about dark mode, and we're like, that's not actually dark mode. What actual dark mode is it's an operating system preference where you have on your Mac or your PC or your iPhone or your Android phone or whatever, an operating system level preference where you're basically saying, I prefer a light theme or a dark theme. And on the web, what we could do is write media queries that listen to that operating system preference, right? And then we can update our CSS to achieve results like what we're looking at here on my friend Dave Rupert's website. Multi-framework is a huge reality. I'm a front-end developer by trade, and a lot of my work has involved here's a website, there's a bunch of websites, but similar to earlier, these are not all the same, right? There's a diversity and multitude of different ways to make websites on the internet. That's the kind of beauty of the web, but also a challenge, because even if your organization has a similar design language, right? Under the hood, it might be built in React, it might be built in Vue, it might be built in Angular, it might be built in Framer, it might be built in, like, there's all sorts of different ways to bring this to life. And at the end of the day, our users don't care. But that sort of tech stack that's underpinning each and every software product really matters when it comes to creating cohesive, consistent user interfaces. Also multi-platform, right? Like this is quite a few organizations aren't just supporting web-based products, but they also have native iOS apps, they have native Android apps, they have kiosks and point-of-sale systems and digital signage and all sorts of other stuff, right? So this is what we're talking about when we mean multi all the things, right? So coming back to this, you kind of are like, holy smokes, this is a diversity of many different dimensions, right, of diversity, right? Not just one. You're talking about a lot of different dimensions, and each and every organization has their own specific like fingerprint, their own version of their multi all the things organization. So the question becomes, can we actually have a design system that powers these different multitude of products, right? And this is where, whenever you read a bunch of the sort of fun criticisms of design systems, it usually comes in the form of design systems are killing creativity, man, or design systems make everything look the same. And that's what we're going to get into is like, that doesn't actually have to be the case. To use Starbucks as an example, here's a brand that everyone seems to know for the most part. They're a big global brand by this point. Didn't Australia kick Starbucks out, which is awesome if that is the case. But anyways, that's off the record. But you can see that Starbucks has a multitude of different buttons, right? But they also have this really prominent brand green that they want to use consistently across their websites, their native apps, other software like point of sale stuff, like kiosks and whatever, as well as other digital touch points, right? Like digital signage and stuff like that, even PowerPoint decks and whatever. We have a brand style guide, right? That's basically saying Starbucks green is this value. And it becomes beholden to the website teams, plural, the native app teams, plural, the other software teams, plural, right? To basically listen to that brand book and interpret Starbucks green and plug that into their environments, right? And what this translates to is in CSS, you end up with a button that has a background that's set to that hex value, right? But let's say that Starbucks hires a new saucy chief brand officer, chief marketing officer, and they say, you know what? This green is boring. It's passe. We're doing purple now, right? They're like, and it happens, like this stuff happens, right? So what ends up happening is that the brand book updates and says, okay, well, all of a sudden now we have purple and we're doing purple now. And then each website, each native app, each touch point, each point of sale system, et cetera, has to go through this manual process of updating from this to this, right? And this is the thing, though. We're not just talking about like 4 touch points here. We're talking about hundreds, thousands, sometimes millions. Like this is like massively complex. So to go from this to purple is a massive, expensive, and painful experience. And I've been a part of a number of those, working with organizations who are going through this process. And it's hard. It's very hard and very, very expensive, right? So the picture I'm painting here is that this effort, without design tokens in place and without a design system in place, every product has to sort of manually update things, right? And do this duplicative, repetitive, each and everything, going on Easter egg hunts. It's slow. It's painful. Everyone hates it. It's fraught. A lot of things slip through the cracks. It's an Easter egg hunt. It's duplicative. See what I did there? But really what this boils down to is this is incredibly, incredibly expensive, right? I've been working with some of these organizations, and these are multi-million dollar, tens of millions of dollars like efforts, and very, very long and painful and hard, right? So enter design tokens. So what we could do instead, here's the story, that same story with design tokens in the picture. What design tokens do is give our brand book more of an actionable sort of source of truth, where we're defining, here's what Starbucks green is, and we're defining that in one place, these brand variables, and then we're going beyond that, and we're actually sort of giving those brand variables jobs to do in a user interface. So we could say in our token system, brand background is set to Starbucks green. And the cool thing is that every website, native app, touch point can all sort of consume that design token system directly, right? So what that means is that if that new saucy chief brand officer comes in and they said, you know what, we're no longer green, we're purple now, right? You could make that change in a centralized place in the design token system, deploy a new release of that thing, a new major version of that thing, and then each and every website, native app, other software consumes that new update, boom, then they get the new stuff for free. And the cool thing is that nothing needed to change, right, on the component level, right? By wiring things up to this token system, you're kind of creating the separation of concerns that I'll talk about here in a second. So with design tokens, you're able to sort of manage a design language in a single place, have a source of truth for your brand colors, your typography, your corner radius, your drop shadows, etc. Right? And these things are connected. It's not just like a PDF or a website or a guide, or, you know, those things are so, leave a lot to be desired a lot of times, right? And because it's in the central place, we're able to bake all of these best practices and sweat the details in this one place. And then everyone else gets those brand and accessibility and visual and UX best practices for free. It creates a separation of concerns so that you can update the brand or the look and feel without having to touch the components, and vice versa, right? Like you could add new components to your design system without necessarily having to mess with the aesthetic look and feel. And this just translates to, it's just far more efficient, right? You're not having to do that duplicative manual effort. And it unlocks all sorts of really cool opportunities for things like doing turnkey rebrands and redesigns and like kind of snapping your fingers, and all of a sudden you get this new theme that has a whole new look and feel. And then, just so it's said, it's like, this is so much cheaper than having to do that manual, duplicative, fraught effort, right? So a core part of this, just to sort of dig into this concept a little bit more, what we're doing is we're kind of pulling apart our components and our aesthetic language, right? So this idea of separation of concerns is a long-standing computer science principle, which basically says different parts of a code base should do different things. There should be a separation between how you're managing your users and how you're presenting, you know, other things, right? But a lot of us on the web are familiar with this idea of separation of concerns through the three languages of the web, right? HTML provides the structure and semantics for what a web page is. CSS provides the style for what a web page is, and JavaScript provides the behavior and the interactivity, right? Accordions open and close, modals open and close, and so on and so forth, right? This is how I was introduced to separation of concerns. And this is a really important principle, and we're going to spend a little time unpacking it a little bit. So the analogy I like to use is if you were to go to a hardware store, you need a door. You are going to find the door aisle and you're going to see a couple different types of doors, right? Those doors will all open and close. They have certain properties. They have certain qualities to them, right? It might be a solid wood door, it might be a semi-hollow door, it might be primed white, or it might be like a raw wood door, but really that's it. And what these doors are doing is providing the structure and the functionality of what a door is. Does that door open and close? Yes or no, right? And that door needs to open or close irrespective of what color the person wants to paint the door after the fact, or what hardware they want to put on that door, right? Is it matte black? Is it brass? Is it brushed nickel or aluminum or whatever? Like, doesn't matter, right? Like, those are aesthetic concerns, right? And that shouldn't have any bearing or impact on the structure or functionality of that thing, right? So all the way back in 2003, Dave Shea created the CSS Zen Garden, and it was like a really beautiful website that really demonstrated the separation of concerns quite nicely, where you basically have one HTML document, and then people could submit different designs or different themes, right, using CSS to really sort of like drive this point home that it's like, oh yeah, like CSS handles the style and the structure remains entirely intact. And this matters for brands that are trying to support a multitude of different aesthetic styles, right? To use an even more dramatic example, this is Condé Nast. And when I worked with them, they have multiple really strong brands that are all doing very different things, right? Vanity Fair, Vogue, GQ, Wired, The New Yorker, and so on and so forth, right? So if we strip away the aesthetic and we're left with components, we got a component like a button that can be a link, it could be a button, it could have an icon after it, an icon before it, an icon only button, different styles of button, like a ghost button, big buttons, small buttons, block level buttons, buttons that are styled like hyperlinks, and so on and so forth. So when we strip away the aesthetic concerns, right, we're left with like this kind of essence of here's the structure of this thing. Now, how the web progressed, it's gotten a lot more complicated, and it's no longer this clear separation between HTML and CSS and JavaScript. And a lot of that is due to just the fact that JavaScript became really massive and capable, and now kind of serves as like the delivery vehicle for all three languages of the web sometimes. But basically what we can do here is we could actually sort of like put the structural elements of a component together, including the structural styles, right? So things like layout, like is this card a horizontal or vertical card, for instance? Those are more like structural styles, which is akin to, are the hinges of the door on the right or the left of the door frame, right? Like those are positioning styles, but they actually impact the functionality or the structure of the thing, right? And then what we could do is sort of separate out the CSS from that structure and those sort of purely aesthetic CSS properties, right? So what we end up with is kind of a couple systems that are working together. We have a component system that serves as the delivery vehicle for our components. And then we have a design token system, which handles the color of the door or the hardware that we're putting on, right? The more aesthetic concerns. All right. And so it's this design token system flowing through this component system that yields this UI result, right? So in order to accomplish this button, right, we have our vanilla, our structural button, right? And then we're flowing a specific design language through that using design tokens, right? So what design tokens are, and this is Gina Ann, who's a good friend of mine, and when she was working at Salesforce, she kind of helped coin the term design tokens. And she said that design tokens are the sub-atoms, right? The smallest pieces of the design system. They're an abstraction of our UI, and they sort of store these style properties as variables, right? So I created a methodology called Atomic Design in 2013. If design tokens were a thing back then, I would have kind of put them here, right? But there's any design property, things like color, typography, as well as border radius and animation and all sorts of other things can be tokenized, right? And applied to our components. So how this all works, what a design system or a design token system looks like, is kind of this mix and match exercise. And what I'm going to do is just kind of walk through the three tiers of a solid token architecture that kind of unlocks this theming superpower, right? So if we have Starbucks green, at our first tier, what we're doing is simply defining what those tokens are. Starbucks green equals this hex value, right? Helvetica 56 is 56 point Helvetica, right? Border radius 8 is border radius 8, right? And then at the second tier, what we're doing is we're giving those tokens jobs to do in a user interface. And this is really the sauce here, right? So we're basically saying color, background, brand. And what we're doing there is we're mapping Starbucks green to color, background, brand. And what that allows us to do, back to that purple example, is we could remap that after the fact to Starbucks purple in order to accomplish a different look and feel. For the most part, tier 2 tokens, these semantic tokens, can be used and wired up to the design systems components and beyond, really anything. And but there are also kind of like special cases like buttons, for instance, that kind of need their own special handling, right? So that's a thing, right? So tokens come alive in design tools and in code and stuff like this. So I'm just going to like kind of quickly show what this looks like. So Figma has this idea of Figma variables, and you could come in here and you could define your tokens, your color tokens and values in Figma, right? And sort of, here's our brand pink, here's our brand cream, and so on and so forth. And then we can introduce that 3-tiered architecture in order to accomplish this different result, right? So this is from our course. What our course is doing is we are walking through how to do this in all of its gory details. And this is, we decided on a fun demo here. So this is what we're looking at. So you could see the same button, that same structure, right? And then we're sort of flowing different sets of tokens through it, right? And it's not just for a button, right? We have like entire, product pages and stuff where you're able to see how this stuff comes to life. And if we were to change the theme from our strawberry theme to our chocolate theme, for instance, you can see that. And we also have our dark mode, dark chocolate theme and stuff like that, which is really fun, right? And we're doing this across like a bunch of different product pages, right? And by way of the course, we are providing this kind of sample architecture in both Figma and in code and stuff like that. So, which I'm excited about because we've worked with so many teams who have really like struggled to put this architecture together. And tokens also come to life in code, right? So you sort of define these things as this sort of agnostic format. It gets converted into CSS, into iOS specific things, Android specific things, and beyond. And this is kind of what that looks like. And there's a tool called Style Dictionary that does this conversion for us, that kind of kicks things out into this. And the result becomes this same magic trick that we are just looking at in Figma, available in code, right? So you're able to sort of see these different themes applied to our coded websites, right? And this is where the real magic happens, right? Most people, of course, aren't like switching themes live in the browser, right? This might be 3 different websites that are all kind of one selling strawberry exclusive ice cream, one selling chocolate exclusive ice cream, and so on, right? But the point being is that these design tools and code tools need to be the same, right? What we're defining in Figma, what we're defining in code need to have parity, right? And how that plays out and how those tokens are mapped to our components need to be in parity. And this stuff is really, really hard. And a lot of it has to do with let's say the sorry state of designer-developer collaboration. I've spent my entire career helping designers and developers work closely together. And frankly, like, this is absolutely key to success here. A lot of people are going, well, how can we just like automate this? Or what are the tools that just kind of magically synchronize these things between these different environments? And it's frankly just not that simple. Like these tools can help, but ultimately, like all things with design systems and technology and design writ large, it has to do with people working together, straight up, 100% of the time. Like, that is it. So this work is kind of what we're up against, right? We're under a lot of pressure to support so many different things across so many different axes. This is really hard work, right? Like, this is really difficult to accomplish. But I love this quote from Benjamin Franklin for pretty much the entire time I've been speaking. Like, I think that this is just such a good message, is that it's up to us to continue to evolve and change and challenge ourself and our best practices, and to always be striving to move forward, right? Because this landscape sure is crap ain't sitting still. So it's really on us to continue to move forward and strive, while at the same time really kind of internalizing a lot of these important foundational and fundamental sort of elements of what we do. And for as hard as all this is, let me just say this, like, this is freaking fun. Like, I can't stress this enough. We have amazing jobs. There are a billion other jobs we could be doing. And this is like, yeah, being in a kid's magazine, drawing pictures to things, or building with Legos. It's like, this is a really cool work. And I think it's important for us to sort of celebrate the fact that we get to do this really cool work. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Please check out our course. Right now, we are in the process of building it. And so we have it available for a kind of a pre-order discount for people who are sort of coming along the journey with us. You could help shape the course, get over 25% off the course just by way of pre-ordering. You get first access to the content as soon as we roll it out. We're rolling it out iteratively, and you get to, hang out with us in Slack and all of that. And I also thought it would be a good idea to give you all a little extra sort of bonus 15%. So if you use the code Frontrow is awesome, you can sort of get an extra discount on the code. On the course, sorry. And then the last thing, and this is like brand new as of yesterday. I'm also, I've been working on the web for 20 years, and I've received a lot of people reaching out to me for advice on career stuff, on mental health stuff, on just kind of like trying to keep up with all the things and feeling overwhelmed. And how do I be constructive and creative in a world that's on fire, and all the hard human parts about what we do. And so it's less about like, how do I structure my design system? But I'm doing a new show with my friends at Smashing Magazine that's an advice column. So if you're struggling with your career trajectory, or if you're burnt out, or if you're dealing with a jerk at work and you would welcome guidance, we're doing an advice show, and we're happy to sort of provide you some guidance and support along the way. So be sure to check that out. And so, yeah, and the last thing is you could check me and my work out. I have a blog at bradfrost.com. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm now on Blue Sky quite a bit, and as well as Mastodon as well. So please don't hesitate. I know I'm coming at you through a computer screen, but like, don't hesitate to reach out. I genuinely love connecting with people from all over the world. So with that, thank you everybody for your time. I really appreciate it.
That's awesome. Thanks very much, Fred. That was a great presentation. Now, a bunch of questions have come through, so I reckon we rapid fire these before we have to wrap up the session. So Beautiful. If you're ready to go, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay. I'm just going to pick them at random. What do you think is the biggest challenge designers have when first implementing tokens?
It's an invented language. So like, what the hell do I call this thing is a big part. And like, that's, naming things is just notorious. And for designers, the design tool landscape is relatively new to all of this. And this is like coming back to the importance of collaboration. Developers are very used to naming variables and using language consistently. For designers, not so much, all the way back to the Photoshop days. It's like layer 46, copy 32. It's just like, design files are a freaking mess, right? So tokens require more sort of structure and rigor than what a lot of designers are used to, right? And these things are like actually used. The language matters. So naming trips people up a lot. And then also there tends to be this thing with design tokens and design systems in general, where people kind of get into hypothetical territory. They sort of like go off, put their headphones on, and just are like kind of looking at a grid of variables or looking at just a button component, and they try to design the perfect button that's going to anticipate every use case that they might encounter one day, right? There's a lot of like that, just kind of hypothetical, just in case thinking, and that ends up leading to a lot of paralysis, right? So one of the things that I would advise is to really kind of start simple and build up and only sort of introduce complexity into these systems only when it's justified, only when it's warranted, right? Design systems, people like to look at material design and so on and so forth, and they think this is what our system needs to look like as well. And frankly, at the end of the day, even if you're just like, our design token system is, we struggle with just deploying our brand color, singular, successfully. Like that might be your MVP design token system, and that's it, right? So you don't need to basically start complex, right? Sort of like start small and sort of build and look through the lens of your actual products and what they need versus this, we probably need a tertiary variant eventually, so let's just like add that, right? Once things are added to systems, it's really hard to get them out.
Interesting. So Jane asks, what is the best approach to start creating a design system?
Start with real product, right? So like, what are you making and how can you create a design system for that, right? I like to say, in order to create the whole, you need to create the parts of the whole, right? It's really quite that simple. And it's the how you go about creating the parts of the whole that is where the opportunity is to start your design system, right? Because what you could do is you go, okay, I have a contract to make a 5-page website, right? You could just create 5 unique design files, build everything from scratch on each and every page of that 5-pager, right? You can make the same cards, you can make the same buttons, and that technically will work. You will have delivered on your contract, right? But by just kind of a little bit of extra, it's more mental effort than it is production effort. By just kind of placing those cards and buttons and componentizing them, right? That first template is going to take you 100% effort to design and build that stuff. But then that second page is maybe going to take you 70% because you already have the header and the footer, and you might have another couple core ingredients. And by the time you get to that 5th template, right, you might not actually have to invent any new things. You could just be sort of stitching together and composing, right, the components you made on the first 4 templates, right? So that's how I would recommend starting. It's like, what are you building? So build through something real. What are the things that product needs? And then that becomes your MVP design system.
Now, this isn't a question, but multiple people have commented on this. They say they love the bookshelf behind you. I want to know, like, I want to know, is there like a favorite book or a recommendation from your bookshelf behind you?
Oh my God. How much time we got? There are, yeah. A more recent one, we'll say. I'll pick a recent one. The Creative Act by Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin's like a legendary record producer. He produced like, Beastie Boys, Licensed to Ill, Slayer's Rain in Blood, like Johnny Cash's like like the Wildflowers by Tom Petty. Like, but it's a book that I think is really it's not. He peppers in his musical experience kind of throughout, but it's really a really powerful book for really any creative person, and like it's written in that way. It's more about like the sort of really the spirit of creativity, and so I would highly recommend that one if you want a good sort of inspiring read as a creative person.
Yeah, that's great. Brad, thank you so much for joining us for Front Row. It's been a blast.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Take care, everybody. Thanks again. And again, please don't hesitate to reach out and connect with me.
Absolutely. We'll put Brad's social links in the chat so you can reach him directly there. Okay, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back in just a few minutes with Alyssa Dizzy. We'll see you very, very soon. Alright, it's pre-recorded Ryan here. I've got a question for you to answer in the chat. I want to know what your favorite design tool of all time has been. Was it Adobe Photoshop? Was it Illustrator? Was it Figma, Sketch, Framer? You tell me in the comments below. Has the rise of AI generated content affected the market for premium design assets?
Once upon a time, it was the fact that the assets existed at all that brought the vast majority of their value. I would say now the vast majority of the value of this big library is that all of the assets are cohesive. It is something that is kind of difficult to achieve. The greatest value point against AI is the cohesion of the library and the fact that you can mix and match things together to create your own compositions, either from an isometric camera angle, which is very specific, geometrically speaking, or assets that are floating in space that all have a shared light source, shared materials. Everything is very, very, very consistent. So that's where I get my value from now. When AI catches up to that, we'll deal with that when that comes. But yeah, it's made a difference. It's made a dent.
All right, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. Let's waste no time getting into our next presentation. So introducing Alyssa Dizzy. Alyssa is a designer, artist, and experience maker who runs her own design studio, Dizzy Studios. She has experience in both corporate and startup worlds and is based in Germany. You may have seen her or connected with her on Instagram. Alyssa, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Ryan. Hi to everyone.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Now, quick reminder once again, if you have any questions throughout this presentation, make sure to drop them in the chat so I can ask them at the end of this presentation. But over to you.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'm Alyssa. I'm very excited to be here today. Some of you may know me from Instagram, but for those who don't, I'll introduce myself in a sec. But first of all, I'm super excited because I'm going to talk about a topic that I know many of you will struggle with, or many of those who may be just thinking about a creative career or becoming a web designer, and that is how to make, first of all, good money as a web designer, and second of all, how to make that beyond just the short-term client projects. Because let's be real, that constant worry of where's my next client coming from, or what if I have a slow month, can get really stressful. So we're going to explore other ways to break free from that, or I'm going to share my experience over the last year to create a stable income, and in general, just explore diverse income streams on the side. That sounds good. I hope you have a little bit of fun and find this helpful. So let's jump in. So first of all, who am I and why should you even care what I have to say? So my name is Alyssa, also known as Alyssa.dizzy on Instagram, as I named my design studio Dizzy. I'm 23 years old and working right now as a freelance content creator and web designer, theoretically full-time. I say theoretically because I'm actually still in my master's program, finishing my thesis this year. And exactly 1 year ago, my life looked very different. I was just about to move to a new city to start said master's degree, had to leave my friend group behind, and lived off of my student job, which was pretty nice. I worked as a UX designer as in an IT consulting firm. And a few months prior, through a huge coincidence, I started working with an old friend of mine who had just started an agency and needed a designer on board. So through him, I got my first real-life clients for a website redesign. And I quickly realized that one, okay, this is something I could do and I want to do full-time. But two, I needed to find ways to build my own clientele and to find clients on my own and not depend so much on him. But before we get into the whole presentation, I want to place a big disclaimer here that everything I'm saying today is not like to seem I have everything figured out. Obviously, I'm at the beginning of my career, and I'm just sharing what worked for me in a very short amount of time, and what I've seen work for others in that time, so that hopefully you'll feel just inspired and also less worried about starting your own journey, because I know it can feel overwhelming, where to start, what to do, and so I'm gonna go right into it. Freelancing in general, or like starting your own agency, being self-employed, is first of all great. You get to have time freedom, location freedom, all those digital nomads you see on Instagram. Looks cool. And you're doing that while you do something you love and that you're passionate about. But with all that freedom comes a lot of responsibility. First of all, of course, like for your clients, for your work that you deliver, but also like for yourself and for your paycheck. How many of you ever had like an amazing month booked out, or many clients rolling in, projects lined up, a good stable income, and then the next month it was just silence, no leads, no emails, no one writing back? Drop a yes in the chat or something like that if that's ever happened to you. Because when you jump from one project to another every month and just chasing that next client, income can be pretty unpredictable. And the search for clients is something for survival. It becomes not only stressful, but also very time consuming. But the good news is we live in a digital world now, and it's not our fate as designers to like get on the phone and call up random businesses in our town or our country. And there is another way. And that's why we want to have multiple income streams. So we are not dependent on that one client or even that one stream of like, I need to create websites every month, like 4 of them. Creating a system that brings you in a reliable monthly income is super helpful to, first of all, take the weight off your shoulders and also give you the opportunity to actually be selective in your work and only take on those projects with clients that actually align with your vision instead of simply needing the money. And I think we've all been there. And also, not like to forget about that, it also makes it easier to get an apartment, a loan, and so on. Because yes, we're creatives, but we're not doing this for free. We still need to pay our bills and so on. Here's a little mindset shift. Client work should be one of your income streams, not your only income stream. Even if you define yourself as a web designer and this is your core line of work, still you can have things lining beside that. So that doesn't mean you have to give up client work. Like, we're web designers or brand designers, and this is what we do best, what like we're passionate about. And of course, it's not to say like give that up to to sell a coaching. It just means like adding more stability and less stress if you have money coming in from multiple sources. So let's go maybe through 5 income streams that can help you get there. Some of these you can start today. Others will maybe take more time to grow, but all of them are achievable. All of them are done by people. You can see the results. Many of them share them online, how they did it. I'm sure you've seen those videos. A main part of this is also creating passive income. What is passive income? Passive income is money that you don't work in the moment for it. So active income is you design a website, you get paid for it. Passive income is you upload something on a platform people can buy from, and so you can make money in your sleep. That's the slogan everyone loves to use around passive income. And we'll see how we can do that in a minute. The first step could be making client work more nice for you. Think about it. Instead of always chasing a new client that you can, for example, design a new website for or make a new branding, you can also look for clients and sell them ongoing services. Even if you sell them a website, you can also sell them additional ongoing services like website updates, graphic design, social media content. So a retainer client is someone who pays you monthly for that ongoing work. So instead of a one-time project, you now have a steady income that could work, for example, as your baseline to cover all critical living expenses. So everything you do other than that just comes on top of that. We've seen, for example, Design Joy exploding with their design subscription model, where businesses basically hire them as their designer, but instead of billing every project, they pay a monthly fee, just like a salary. Also, you can, of course, do things like referral systems so that clients who refer other clients get a bonus and so on. And through that type of word of mouth, get the clients coming into you instead of going out to search for them. Also, I think we've all been there and undercharged for a project, especially in the beginning. But knowing your worth and pricing accordingly is a game changer. Obviously, if you charge premium rates, you need fewer projects. That's basic math. But I know that you're probably thinking, yeah, that's easy to say, but how am I going to do this if I don't have like super much of experience? So of course, when you're starting out, you're not going to have the proof of work or even the confidence to charge a lot of money. But this is more a reminder that there are people out there charging tens of thousands of dollars for a website project, for a branding project that can be done in a few weeks, and that little steps like bumping your rate a few $100s with every successful project goes a long way and will build your confidence in charging that step by step, instead of like going into a sales call and being like, yeah, I started this yesterday and now I want 10K for that project. We're creatives, and working on 10 projects at once just to pay our bills will only lead to creative block or even burning out. Being appreciated and respected for our work is important. And in the field of business, that's often reflected in the price a client pays. There's always this kind of stigma that artists are broke, artists don't get paid as much. But in our world now, there's literally people getting millions for their design business. And to be honest, being self-employed, especially in Germany, does not make much sense when you're just like making it through or making as much as you would at a normal job. Because the amount of thought, the amount of research, stress, and lastly, like your creativity that goes directly into the project would just not make it worth it for me. And the last point is pretty obvious, like with the rise of AI, automation. Time is money, as we've now seen. So use templates, use AI tools, use contract automation or email sequences to save hours every week. You should ask, it's not about like be lazy and take like templates for everything and not like be original or creative. It's more like tone down to like what is your core expertise, and if that is design or developing or something else, then make sure that everything around that requires the least amount of energy from you. Because more efficiency equals just more time, being for another project, a new income stream, or simply your free time, your time with your family, with your friends, for your hobbies. And that's what most of us want, like a good work-life balance, and still like enjoying life while doing also what you're passionate about. It's a win-win situation. At this point, you may ask yourself, but where do I even find those clients? And that's a very good question, because I had the same one exactly a year ago, as I've told you, when I was working with my friend who referred those clients to me. And this is probably the most scary aspect of striking out on your own as a designer, because there's so many ways, you see so much on social media, what you can do, so many people saying that won't work and that will work, other people saying the complete opposite. And yes, there's many, many ways to do it, but I'll go ahead and share my experience and how I did it and how it worked for me. So maybe that's an inspo for you, how you will try it out. I knew I didn't want to do cold calling because I saw my friend in said agency do that. A lot of time goes into that. And I knew that wasn't for me because one, I was shy, like really shy. And second, I've tried reaching out to businesses like via email because that was like the most amount of contact I could do. Back then, I had even a redesign ready, I had a pitch ready and got nothing back. Of course, it's an email. You don't even know like what's the reaction. And I thought that the time I'm spending per client, especially per the client that I would actually close, seemed a little too long. And most of all, not even a little bit predictable. I knew I needed some kind of credibility outside of my work. And what is more respected nowadays than a following on social media? So I thought like, yeah, why not? I'll start a page for my studio or maybe for myself. That was a big question in the beginning. And with that, in March last year, in the midst of my move to this new city I'm now studying in, I started my Instagram account. And I started not only basing it on my studio, but showcasing my work, showcasing design tips, showcasing insights in my freelance journey, cool new tools I found, things that made my workflow easier, and so on. And this has led me to an audience of now over 62,000 other creators that I'm super grateful for, and that opened so many doors for me that I get into in a minute. And I made a promise back then to myself to stick to it for at least 3 months, because I know I'm a pretty lazy person at the core, and when I don't see results, I'm very eager to like just not do it at all. So I was like, okay, this is my last chance. I don't want to like go out and find people willing to pay me. I need to be out there for them to find me. And for that to work, I needed consistency and I needed endurance. And so I said, okay, every day for the next 3 months. I just moved here. I have no friends here in this city. I have no social obligations. I will focus on this business. And so my days literally revolved around this. I would go to lectures and then work 3 to 4 hours on a video each day. When I was tight on time, I was trying to put together something less elaborate, but I was making sure that every day something went out there in my niche to just attract new eyes on my content. And this is to show you that it was no like, oh, I spent 10 minutes on the post for a week because ChatGPT wrote my hooks. I'm a firm advocate for if you want to provide real value, that will take effort and time, especially when you're new to content creation in general. I don't even know if I knew what a personal brand was back then, but it was clear that one, I wouldn't have enough content only posting my designs. That's why in the beginning I said that I not only focused on like my studio, and I knew too that educational content, as in you've seen it a bunch of times on Instagram, like this is why you need a good website, and then the video doesn't show anything. It just says read the caption, and then you need to read this whole paragraph just to realize that they're trying to sell you something or not even like saying anything with value. I knew this was dead and this would not work to actually like make people interested in what I do and in me as a person. So putting in the effort in providing the value every day really paid off. So as you can see, after 5 weeks, I had 10,000 followers, and 3 months into posting my little silly design tips, as one may call it, I grew to 30,000 followers. And at that point, brands started reaching out on the daily. And to be honest, I was kind of shocked because I went into this fully with the intention of like, okay, I just need to get out there for my website services to sell. And suddenly people wanted me to advertise their products, their services. I had no idea this was even possible for me, or this was even a thing. I got offers that I wouldn't even have thought about. So content creation and like building my personal brand was really a game changer in that aspect. If you consistently share content that really helps people and not only showcases how great you are, but really like wants to share something with the world, whether it's design tutorials, whether it's case studies or behind the scenes, or even if you have that much work that you can showcase, even that to inspire people with your work, you start attracting an audience. And that audience will give you opportunities that you haven't even dreamt of yet. Brands want to work with creators who have an engaged following, where people know there's someone standing behind you, behind that account, and that can be something like paid brand deals. So that's kind of like influencing. So you do an advertisement for a service or a brand, posting that on your socials, sharing that with your audience. Can be also UGC content. UGC stands for user-generated content, and it's basically the same as an advertisement you see on an influencer page, just that the influencer sends it to the brand for them to post on their socials or use on their personal advertisements. What's also an opportunity or a chance to like get out there and get a stable monthly income is the role of a brand ambassador, which basically means that you probably know that there are many brand accounts on Instagram, and many of them who may be just starting out don't have like a designated person for social media right now. So they're looking through Instagram, seeing someone who they find the style appealing or something like that, and they reach out and ask you if you could run their socials for you. So you'll be the brand's face, posting from the perspective of them, educating about their product, their services, and that's also like an even better way, in my opinion, to secure a stable income than the paid brand deals, because similar to like the client work, you are very dependent on like if inquiries even come in, if people you reach out to respond, and so on. And most of the time, this role of a brand ambassador is long-term. So there's most of the times a long-term contract that you can sign. And that's also a great start for like a baseline, because I myself don't see me as like the influencer type. As I talked about earlier, I kind of stumbled into that and still see like design my main expertise. But if you also like find joy in creating videos, that's a good way to find like a monthly reoccurring thing that you can predict and rely on. The main thing that I want to give out to you is that if you're out there, you will attract the opportunities, and people will come to you with requests that you can't even like imagine and go out for them themselves, if you know what I mean. So this is, I think, the biggest reward of like getting out there and building this personal brand. What's also like amplified through the personal brand, but can stand on its own, are, for example, digital products. I started by giving away free design resources, for example, that build my audience. But the key of the main thing about this is, imagine waking up, checking your phone, and seeing a notification that says you just made $50 in your sleep. That sounds amazing, right? Well, that's what digital products are all about, and this is why many people have jumped on that train, because you create them one time, and once they're created, once they're uploaded, you'll just market it and they keep selling without you trading time for money. And that's this passive income that I've talked about in the beginning of my talk. So they're just laying there. People always can access them. You're not like doing a project and getting paid for it, or doing one-on-one calls, getting paid for that. Yeah, this could be a website template, this could be a Notion dashboard, or even like sharing your experience, an ebook with your best design tips. And you don't need a huge audience for this. Some people I know do this purely with like ads. Of course, this is like more of an financial investment than like growing a page that's more time consuming. But the key thing to remember here is that people will pay for the resources that save them time. So if you really discover like a pain point and a thing that people are struggling with, then they will pay for the solution for it. I already like mentioned some of the things you could sell. Website templates, for example, Framer Marketplace is a wonderful place for that. There's Notion templates to all sorts of topics like project or client management. You could sell pricing guides or how you made it guides, how to start freelancing guides. And also, like at the end of the day, any client asset that you make and that you think, that could be interesting for other people, like project proposal, like a contract, a pitch presentation, sales presentation type of template, you name it. All of that you can sell through Gumroad, through Etsy, or even directly on Instagram. I saw people also doing that. I like to use Gumroad because it's, I think, the easiest one, but there's plenty of platforms you can do that right now for free. So maybe think about it, and you can drop in the chat what's like one template or one resource you created recently that you think that others might also find useful. It can also be inspiring for other people who maybe have no clue, but now realize that they have so much knowledge, so much experience to give to others. Again, I started by giving away free resources. I started like, when I started this account a year ago, I prepared a Notion library with all the cool design tools I've collected and just gave that away because I wanted to test out this automation feature on Instagram. And that's a really, really great way to, one, build your audience, get a lot of traffic on your post because people are very inclined to just comment the word that you're saying they should comment to get this for free. And also by providing free value, you build a lot of trust around your persona, around your expertise. And then afterwards, if you're going to sell paid products, going to work on a paid course, I'm launching one in a few months, they're gonna be much more inclined, or they know what to expect from you, what kind of level of value they can expect. So the lesson here is start small, start with free products, build the trust, and then you can always go from there. Okay, let's take a deep breath. I know we just went through a lot of ideas, and you might be thinking, where do I even start? The secret is to pick just one thing of what I've just talked about. or maybe something I've talked about sparked a new idea. What I just tangled was the idea of consulting, of one-on-one sessions. You can always share your experience with others, become a mentor, for example. But yeah, not everything at once. Just pick one, come up with one that you find for yourself is attainable, and also fits your personality, fits what you stand for. Maybe it's setting up a retainer client, maybe it's starting an Instagram page, it's creating a first digital product, maybe it's generally just thinking, how can I help with what I've gone through in my career? How can I help others? And then block out a few hours, 2 to 3 hours a week for this. It should not have to be the whole day, the whole week. Everyone is busy. Everyone has their daily business. But that's all it takes to start seeing momentum, start seeing results. It's not about the overnight success, but it's about the steady progress you'll be having, especially when you already, as I said, have a running business or have 100 other things you handle if you maybe are not currently working in the field of design and want to pivot. So right now I want you to think, what's one income stream from today's talk, or maybe again you had a new idea that excites you the most, and what one thing can you do right now, or maybe after this session, to get started on it? What one small thing, it doesn't matter how small, write it down somewhere or drop it in the chat to make yourself accountable and to inspire the others. I think the biggest mistake is waiting for everything to be perfect. Because the most important piece of advice I think that I've gotten in the last month is that the only thing that you'll get better at as time passes is coming up with new excuses why you don't do this. I was 14 when I thought oh yeah, when I get a MacBook, I'll start a YouTube channel. Then I got a laptop for Christmas. Nothing changed because this intrinsic fear, this intrinsic block just didn't went away just because of some external changes that went on. So really ask yourself, how bad do you want it? What is your why? And then done is better than perfect. Just start. Your first product won't be perfect. Your first IG post maybe will be cringy, won't be perfect. But only when you start can you see what works. And only then you can get better over time. Consistency is really the key here, as you may have heard many, many times at this point. So to close this up, let me ask you something. Imagine two designers. Designer A is super talented, but has no online presence. So basically, he just sends around his portfolio to people in their area, or you have to come to them and they show you on their personal laptops their project they did. And then you have designer B that shares their process, their insights, and overall their work on Instagram. Now imagine a client looking for a web designer. They have a lot of other things to do. Most of the clients are business owners, starting a business, having a bunch of things to do, and they probably go to social media, go onto Google. So who do they pick if they have not a coincidentally a referral to designer A? They will pick designer B because he's there. You can actually find him or her. You can find them online, because people buy from who they know, who they like, and especially who they trust. This is why also word of mouth is very, very powerful, but a lot harder to achieve on a big scale. And that is why building your personal brand is the smartest investment you can make right now for the many, many years in the future. Even if you discover then maybe in a few years speaking will be your main job, or social media will be your main job, or you launch a course and then you stop working for a year because that passive income gets you through and you just take a break from everything. My personal brand on Instagram changed basically my life, and that just like in a year. I don't say like I drive around in a Porsche, but it's more of like I achieved the time and location freedom that I wanted. I can work whenever, however I want. I get to make my own schedule, and that all just in 3 months. I started working with major companies for brand deals, for example, like Framer, and got international clients reaching out to me. I'm here in Germany, and I've not had a German client, I think, in 8 months. And after only 6 months, I made a living from this and had a predictable monthly income. And so I'm not special. I'm also just someone who went for it, I would say. And I want to show you that everything of this is possible. I no longer chase the work opportunities. They just come to me because I put myself out there, create the content. And if you want to sell digital products, who's going to buy them? If you want brand deals, why would brands trust you? And if you want high-paying clients, how do they find you? Your personal brand amplifies like every other income stream. That's why I laid such a huge emphasis on this in my talk. But it's really the thing that will set you apart and make a lot of things a lot easier for you. Think about it. If you had an audience right now of 10,000 engaged followers, that was my goal in the beginning, to like, okay, I'm going to scale my Instagram to 10K and then I'll have reoccurring clients. That was like the dream expectation. But imagine you would all already have a following. What would you sell to them? Would it be your services? Would it be a course? Would it be digital products? Think about it, and maybe that's gonna make your decision on what to start first easier. A lot of what I've talked about right now, I've put together in a little guide. And that's not like to, I don't know, get information from you or get you to follow me or something. That is just from me, from my experience from that last year. So you can also pursue that creative career you've been thinking about, or maybe you are a designer already, but want to like leverage that side of social media. I know that building a personal brand, especially showing yourself on social media, feels overwhelming for a lot of people. So I created this step-by-step guide that breaks it down and that gives actionable steps. And this is literally what I did the last month and what I used to grow my Instagram, and you can use it now too. What you can expect that's already written here, or in general, like how to position yourself on social media as the expert in design or as somebody else maybe, how to define your brand on social media, what type of content attracts what and how to get engagement, how to grow. I've also got in there some mindset shifts that would really be great to implement to see real success. And also what I've talked about here a lot, the strategies to monetize that personal brand. So if you're interested in that, that's basically like a handout of this presentation. Just find me on Instagram and DM me the word brand or branding, something like that. And I'll send you the link, no email required, nothing, just a little gift at the end. And that's it for the talk. I hope this was somehow insightful. Again, really excited that Ryan invited me. And now I'm excited to hear from you and your questions. And if you want to connect after this, feel free to follow me on Instagram. There's a QR code, also my handle. My DMs are also always open for a personal chat. And yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening and participating.
Amazing. Thank you, Alyssa. That was awesome. Tons of value in there and tons of actions that people can take away. We've already got so many questions coming through, so we'll rapid fire these. But again, just to the chat, if anyone does want to ask a question, you can put it in the chat now so I can ask it on your behalf. Okay. All right. I'm just going to randomly choose them. Can you share an example of a revenue stream that worked really well for you and one that didn't?
I think one that I didn't even mention here because I don't want to give it a platform, is freelancer platforms like Upwork or Fiverr. I've seen people use Contra, but that's only for America, I think. The reason why I don't like, or why it didn't work for me, I think was at first it seems great because people are actively looking for someone, and there's most of the time like short-term projects. But the thing is, there's so many people on Upwork, probably, I'm guessing, so many people on Fiverr, and most of the time you will be competing on price. So if there's someone out there doing it for less money, then they're getting the job. And you'll always have to submit an application for every job you want. So that's also pretty time consuming if you want to write a personalized message, search for the portfolio project that best reflect that. So that really, I gave up with this pretty quickly. And I think the best thing that worked for me till now was long-term collaborations on Instagram, like this brand ambassador thing I talked about. Because if I'm being completely honest, like the major companies just have a lot of marketing budget and a lot of marketing budget that they're willing to spend on social media, because literally everyone is on social media nowadays and consumes content. And there's like a huge demand for people doing that kind of content, doing UGC content, because companies know that people don't want to see generic advertisements. They want to see real people showing real success stories, real experiences. And that's like having a deal secured for like a longer term, for multiple months, was really a game changer for having that baseline income to then top it off with my design work.
Was there like a particular point where that level of brand that was coming to you, or level of company that was coming to you, was just starting to get even more pro? Or was there a particular point where brands just started to initially reach out to you in the first place? I think the first brand started reaching out at like 10,000 followers. And then but that was really just like, I don't know, once or twice. And then I think June was like a turning point for me when I hit 30,000 followers. And then there were suddenly all these requests coming in nearly like on the daily. And that's when I really got into like, okay, I'm going to try it out, like doing paid brand deals. But that's also, I said that I don't like identify myself as like the influencer. Like making reels is not something I want to do like 24/7. So making that one video
and always like researching the company, researching the tool, thinking about what to create with it, really got out of hand. So I quickly stopped doing that and only then accepting longer term collaborations with, like, I was lucky enough to, like, for example, have Framer reach out to me and wanting to collaborate long term. And this is like the best possible way, because it's already something I'm using on the daily. It's already something I'm passionate about, and I'm not like selling something I just heard about yesterday because they messaged me. But it's really like a win-win situation because I'm already using it. I'm already giving the content out for free basically. But then they want to support me also, and that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that's great. Another question coming in from Akin here. Many designers struggle with time management. How do you go about balancing client work with building other income streams and avoiding burnouts?
That's a good question. Because as I said, I'm also a student still, and that also comes on top. I think the most important part is like prioritizing what's most important right now. And usually I rank this by like, am I getting paid for this or not? So for example, the content I'm making on the daily for my audience, for like just to grow my page and have like my personal brand, will get like bumped up to, I don't know, the last place when I have, for example, when I have brand deals or when I have client projects. Client projects are really, most of the time consuming, and also like require a lot of communication between you and the client. And that can get a little frustrating, and you can't be as free with your time. I have experienced as like when you creating content. But yeah, I also have not found like the best tool for time management. I know many freelancers who follow the 9-to-5 regimen, but I know that will never be for me because I am a night owl, and I do start working if I can just like at noon. So I'm still figuring this out on my own. My schedule changes like every week, every other week, because of my lectures, because of things I have to do. Last week I was in Amsterdam the whole week, so that also impacts my ability to work on my business when I'm doing university projects.
Yeah, awesome. And Alyssa, what can we expect from you this year? Anything exciting you've got planned?
I think the most exciting in the near future will be my upcoming course on web design, and also like in general becoming a freelancer, going freelance in your design business. I'm going to talk a lot about designing and developing in Framer, becoming a one-stop shop, getting your first clients, building this personal brand I've just talked about, and that will come out, I think, in the spring, somewhere April. If you're interested in that, follow me on Instagram. Do not miss that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Alyssa, thanks so much for joining us at Frontrow today.
Thank you also, Ryan, for the invitation. It was a pleasure to speak here.
Absolutely. Awesome. All right, everyone, we have one more session left just after this before we call it a wrap for the entire conference. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just about 5-10 minutes time with Ali Anko from Shopify on designing secure user experiences. We'll be back very, very soon. Hey everyone, Ryan here. I'm just disrupting your break from the conference to tell you a little bit about our company, Insert Frame. We're building the Framerverse, otherwise known as an ecosystem of products and education for Framer. As you can probably tell, we're a huge advocate for Framer, and we've really built a company off the back of, well, Framer. So we have some courses, we have some really cool plugins, some which are free, some which are paid, and if you are interested in it, check out insertframe.io. Hey, if you're enjoying the conference so far and if you've missed out on any content and want to catch up, you can head to frontrow.events/replay to watch any of the sessions. It's completely free and there is so much value to absorb here, so check it out today. We'll be back with Front Row in just a few minutes. Take a minute to get up, do a stretch, grab a glass of water, and get ready for the next session. Welcome back to Front Row 2025. Now we are here at the final session. Now, just before I introduce our last speaker, a little bit of housekeeping before we get into it. This is your last chance to win some stickers and some merch. We're going to be giving away some AirPods and some extra goodies just after this last session. So make sure you use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us on social at InsertFrame if you want your chance to win some awesome goodies. And again, a massive shout out to our event partners, both Framer and Insert Frame, because without their support, this just would not be possible. And another quick reminder that if you want to catch up on any of the content here at Front Row, you can just go to frontrow.events/replay or scan the QR code on the screen to catch up on every session. But apart from that, let's get into the final session of Front Row 2025. So up next, we are joined by Ali Anko, who is a product designer at Shopify and a UX UI educator at Memorizely, where she believes great security is about protecting users without disrupting their experience. I'm very excited for this one, and we've got Ali joining us now. How's it going?
Pretty good, joining from Canada.
That's great. So it would be like early morning over there, right? I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. I think it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, but it's pretty late for everyone else, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it's better than 2:30 in the morning where we are, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, Ali, I'm going to give it over to you. Again, final reminder, if you've got any questions throughout this presentation, make sure to drop them in the chat so I can ask them at the end on your behalf. But Ali, over to you.
All right. So, hi, everyone. I hope this conference has been really exciting. I heard that this is the last session. Coming into this conference, I always thought, I wonder if I can just get one person excited about designing for security, my job is done. It's been a bit lonely being a designer in security. Not sure if there's any of you out there who is doing this already, but today I'm here to talk more about how to actually design those experiences. Frankly, it's not the most popular topic for both, web designers or users, but it's something that needs a lot of love and attention in the industry. And so I invite you to get comfy for this last one, have an open mind, and also get ready because we will be using FigJam towards maybe the end of this session. So just have that loaded up. I promise it won't be boring, and I'll invite you into it. All right, so to kick things off, I want to see, have you ever encountered an annoying security step? I want to hear about it, so type it in the chat. I'm here talking about this could be within an app, could be a website that you encountered, maybe in real life. So we're going to go ahead, type those ideas in the chat and just stream them in. I always hear about this, especially because of where I work, but I also notice it because of where I work. There's so many different security steps out there, so I'm always curious which one really annoys people. For me, frankly, it's something called CAPTCHA. It's the one that always checks if you're a robot, and then it makes you do these really interesting questions. My favorite is when it asks you to click all the ones with a bus, or which one has a motorcycle, and then sometimes they'll give you a tricky one where it kind of looks like a motorcycle, but it's not a motorcycle. So then I feel oh my gosh, maybe I am a robot because I can't figure out the difference between the two pictures. But I would assume here that a lot of you face these steps, especially as, this is really all we have when it comes to security. We have certain methods being offered that users are comfortable with doing or users are familiar with doing. And so there's not much change happening in terms of our experiences, and rather we kind of just see it as like a sore spot in our experience, something that we just have to do it even though it sucks. So I'm very curious. I'll see those later on about what those annoying steps might be. But I want you to really hold on to that frustration, take note of it, because that's really what we're going to be focusing on today. How do we make sure that these steps aren't frustrating and instead are actually doing their job and keeping our users secure? So when we design products, or maybe when you use a product that has some sort of security step into it, they're usually split up into these steps and onboarding. So oftentimes security, that step is going to be the one that people hate, whether it's your product team. So they might be really tempted to go to you and say, do we really need this step? Or users. Users will just either rush into it, and apparently it affects our conversion rates. And so everyone freaks out and runs to you and says, this step is unnecessary. So if we walk through it first, you might have a user that says, okay, let's go ahead, let's sign up, let's download this app, or let's open up this website. They do all the steps, like enter their email, and they have to put in a password. And maybe we tell them oh, we need an even stronger password. You want to throw in some fancy characters in there. And so they say, okay, fine. So that's a typical security step. Let's just get this over with. And then all of a sudden they're presented with another step. Maybe we ask them, can you put in your phone number because we need to send you a code to verify that? Or sometimes it's, okay, we've just sent you an email to that email address you put in. Can you look for that code to sign up? And then if you can't find that code, it might be in your junk mail, it might be in your spam folder, whatever it might be. And so it leaves our users thinking, okay, another one. I hope this is fast. I hope I can find it, because if I can't, then I'll never download this app. And so hopefully they'll get to the stage where they can actually continue the app, but there are some products out there that are very intense for good reason, and they have to jump through another obstacle. So oftentimes these obstacles that we put don't really feel like we're being protected anymore. If anything, it feels like you're purposely annoying us. And so that's where we come in. Now, I've been talking to users about this, doing some user research, and really trying to get to understand what are their thoughts about these security steps. Now, these three are the most common that I hear. The first one is they say, me, I won't get hacked. That's impossible. But we know that there are stories out there of companies getting breached, identities being breached. Maybe you got an email saying hey, you've used our product before. Someone got breached here, and so there are credit cards being lost and all that stuff. But I hear this all the time with users. They just don't believe that they're going to get hacked. They'll go through the steps, but the chances of it happening, it's not going to happen to them. The second one I hear a lot is that they think these steps are just optional, these security steps. So if you present them as optional steps, they will immediately skip them. They're not concerned about adding their phone number, anything like that. And the last step, or the last thought that they have, of course, is that they just want to get through it quickly. They're not here to fill out a security step. They're here to actually use a product or access a website that has something that they want. So I hear this all the time, and frankly, I feel that way too. I guess I just sit on the other side where I see the value of having a secure system. To help us visualize this a bit more, these are the three main players when it comes to designing for security. This is the typical relationship between us, so our product, our users, and the bad actor. So let's start here with our users. Our users would have downloaded the app or whatever it is they're using. And at the end of the day, they are trusting us to serve them in some way, whether the app will do the goal that they're trying to do. And as the designers, we're here in the middle, and we play an important role here. We're the ones trying to make sure that we're designing an experience that our users will trust so that there's more of them to come. But we also want to protect them from these bad actors, because these bad actors are the ones doing harm to our users. And so when you're designing in security, so when you're making secure UX, you have to keep these three key players in mind. We need to design products and websites that are safe for our users so that they trust us and they return to us and they continue to use our service. But that also means that we need to make sure we're designing experiences that empower them to make the right decisions. Sometimes if it's too easy for them, then we didn't do our part to keep them secure. So what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes those obstacles are necessary, but it's a way to empower them, and we want to make sure that it comes off as that rather than just being an annoying step. Something that I like to keep in mind is that, as technology gets more complicated, as it gets fancier, as the years go by, our users are actually expecting more from us. A lot of users now are more critical of what technology can do and what it does for us. And so that means we are held to a higher standard. We also have to make sure that we're designing things that keeps them safe and that keeps their information private. So having a trustworthy product involves designing a secure experience for them. But the question is, are we designing experiences worthy of that trust? It seems that technology is easier, but with the rise of AI, all these other apps, everyone is just throwing their information everywhere. I'm sure there's a lot of data out there in the cloud right now. It really leads to really complicated scenarios. And on top of that, as our users are more critical and more aware of the safety that they need, we want to make sure that we create a product that does that for them, that protects them, that keeps them safe. So our users won't know how to do this on their own. That's where we come in as designers, and we have to design the right experience for them to keep them safe. I think this quote from Adam Caudill really does it well. So Adam is I believe he's been writing and researching security, everything related to security for the past 20 years. And he says, in the world of security, everything comes down to trust. Sooner or later, you have to trust something. I think this is true not only for working in the security space, but when we think about our products and our websites as a whole, the things that we create, at some point, our users have to trust that it's going to work. They're going to trust that we're keeping them safe. They're going to trust that whatever information they give us, we are protecting it equally. I also realized that I didn't talk much about myself. So you might be asking, okay, but wait, who are you? I know your name is Ali. You've been doing a lot of work in here. So I joined Shopify to focus in I call it the secure, keeping things secure for their users, all types of users. And I've been doing this for the past 3 years. And I joined the industry, meaning I joined that problem space, feeling like there wasn't much for UX designers to refer to or to use. So I found that it could get a bit lonely, and it can also get a bit unclear or repetitive. And so for the past 3 years, I'm here with my sketchbook, with all my FigJam boards, really trying to think about it and collecting all the information that I know from my team. And I found myself quite frustrated that I keep repeating the same thing over and over again. I keep, just having all these sticky notes on my FigJam and nothing's really connecting, or I just needed something, a framework of sorts, to kind of give shape to my work faster so that I can make those designs faster, I can make those decisions faster. And also it helped me communicate how I think about designing secure experiences with others. And so I've been testing this framework. Seems to be great so far, and I can't wait to share it with everyone so that at least you have something. But I hope today we can go through this security framework and that you can give it a try and bring it to your own teams. So the security framework looks something like this. It's very typical, kind of like those design canvases we've seen. The best way to understand this is through an example. So I'm going to bring you to an example now. It's going to be a easy example, I hope. And I want you to imagine that we're going on a 2-week holiday. we're going somewhere really far away. We have spotty reception, and maybe we just love it. I mean, I love my house. I hope you love your house too. We just want to keep our house safe, right? We're gone for 2 weeks. Who knows what's going to happen, especially because no one's checking up on it, or maybe because there's no one there. And so we just want to keep it safe. So that's going to be the context that we're working within. And let's use our security framework to break down how we're going to keep our house safe. So if I pull out my secure UX framework here, the first thing I like to do is look at context. So here our context might be that, hey, we're going on a 2-week holiday, far away. That means we have an empty house for 2 weeks. I canceled it before I went on a trip, but I used to get newspaper deliveries all the time. I was trying to be a cultured woman. But let's pretend that we get a newspaper delivery every Saturday, and we're actually also expecting a package for the past week, and it still hasn't arrived. And we have a feeling that it's going to arrive right when we're out for vacation, and it's just going to sit on our porch for so long, right? So the point is, there are important things in our house coming, and we're not there, and we're worried. So what are the user goals here? Well, first of all, I want to enjoy my vacation, have peace of mind. I don't want to stress out about the house. I also want to make sure that my friend who promised to water my plants can have access to the house, maybe check up on it and let me know how it's doing. And if it's doing well, don't even mention it to me. You know, I just want someone there to keep track of it. And then that package that I was expecting that came late, well, I want to track that package to see if it's arrived and ask a friend to bring it inside right away, just to prevent any porch pirates. If any of you have heard of a porch pirate, it's like if you have an Amazon delivery, your front door, someone might just come in and take it out of nowhere, literally being a pirate on your porch. So it's a valid fear for some people in certain neighborhoods. And so this is like something that I would worry about if I had a really important package that was to be left at my front door. So that would be the user goal. So you can imagine that we're trying to go from point A all the way to point B. Like, how do we satisfy these user goals? The thing is, there are threats that get in the way. So this is the best time if you are like the person that loves to think about worst case scenarios. This is where you'll thrive, this box. This is where you write down like everything that could go wrong that prevents the user goal from happening. So maybe, very obvious here because we're trying to protect our house, maybe someone is going to break in. Maybe it's quite obvious that no one is at our house because the lights are always off. Maybe there's a pile of deliveries at our front door. If you live in Canada, we get a lot of snow in winter. And so you can tell that no one has left the house if their driveway has the perfect snow that's been untouched. If there are no footsteps in there, that could mean that someone has either the house is empty or the person just never leaves their house. Usually it just means the house is empty. And so there are these signals that could entice a thief to come in and break in. And so then we can come in and start to think about a security mechanism. What can we do to keep our house safe? There could be some really basic things like, of course, let's make sure we lock the door. Let's make sure that we leave some lights on. Let's make sure that maybe if we're close with our neighbors, mention it to them that we're going to be gone for a while, have some emergency contacts ready. If you want to be fancier, maybe we invest in some smart lights that can turn on and off depending on the time of the day so it looks like someone is living in there. We could obviously buy a smart camera, attach it to our door just to capture any suspicious behavior or notice that our package has been delivered so we can tell our friend to go get it right away. So it sounds really great. Sounds like we have a plan. But the thing is, we're human. And like our complaints about security, there are human shortcuts that we tend to take. So human shortcuts, this box is like, when do we self-sabotage the security mechanism? Sometimes as humans, we are lazy. Sometimes, we might get that doubt again. You know what? Maybe I won't get my house broken into. Maybe that's really rare. And so we start to doubt these moments, thinking that maybe all of this is useless and our house is actually safe. So we get into the way, we ourselves get into the way of, or get in the way of our user goals. So in this case, the human shortcut might be, I'm just going to hide my key under the mat. good luck to my friend to find it. Or maybe you forgot to unlock a door, or you forgot to lock a door. This has happened to me when we moved into a new house. I just was out of routine and the house was unlocked for like an hour. So this could be a valid fear. So this bottom area would be like all the things that could go wrong, and we use our security mechanism to essentially act as a bridge to get us from point A, the context, to point B, the user goals. This would be the bridge we take to make sure that those threats are taken care of, and that the human shortcuts, no matter how much they happen, they will also be taken care of. So I like to take this framework, and when I'm given a problem that our users are experiencing in the product, I would then go and start empty. And I would fill this out either by myself if I just want some me thinking time, or I would invite some of my teammates to join me into it. So I might invite a PM, I might invite one of our developers or engineers, because it really gives you like the broad strokes of someone. I love my engineers. Usually they think of like the craziest, maybe crazy isn't the right word, but the most detailed threat ever, like an intense scenario that you would have never thought about. They can bring it in, and at least you're aware of it and you can tackle it with your security mechanism. So this is really more of a team activity, but depending on who you are and where you work, you might be doing this by yourself. But the goal here is that you're thinking about the whole thing as a whole picture. So I've talked quite a bit, and I want you to give this a try. So I'm going to get the team to send a FigJam link. We're going to do a FigJam link so that we can all collaborate together. Hopefully, some of you are still ready and awake to do this. So you'll jump in. It should be an open board where anyone can type in. So go ahead and open that link. I'm sure they'll let me know if I sent the wrong link, and we know how FigJam could be. But I want you to join me. And when you get to there, you're going to see like a bunch of different frameworks. Before I switch screens to show the board, let me show you what we're going to brainstorm about. Let's now take it to more of like a product design space. So imagine that we all work for a bank, and we're designing an app that lets us send money to our friends. Hopefully this is a familiar scenario. Some of you probably already do this today, but that's a really, I want to say it's a space or a flow that could require a lot of security UX, just to make sure that everyone's safe, no one's getting scammed. You know, there are a lot of scam stories out there anyways. So we're going to try to design, or at least understand, how can we design this to be a better place for everyone? So I'm going to switch over now to FigJam, and maybe I'll pop in the prompt once again, but everyone can go ahead and grab a board and we can get started there. So I'm just going to pop on over so that everyone can see what others are working on. Awesome. So everyone can grab one. If you don't have one, feel free to collect an orange blob here and drag and drop at another part of our screen. But I'm going to go ahead and also type in our prompt so that everyone can see it. All right, so I am going to pop on a timer. You'll see it in FigJam. A timer for 10 minutes will start in a bit. And I just want you to give it a try. I want you to try it out for yourself. And then afterwards, I'll go on mute. We'll relax for a bit. And I want you to try your best to fill this out. And then we'll go over it together as a group. Maybe I'll find some that are super friendly. All right, we'll start our timer now.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Ah, snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life.
All right, we're going to be wrapping up in a bit. You'll see that I post I put a couple stickies or a couple stamps. So I'm so grateful for everyone who participated. It kind of gives you a glimpse on, it seems like a simple scenario, but when you think about it every day and you're the one responsible for designing it, it can get a bit taxing sometimes. First, I want to thank everyone for jumping in here. I noticed that some of you are already thinking about, like, maybe it's because in the beginning we didn't enforce a strong password or anything like that. And it just reminds me of another UX security expert, Heidi Tross, I believe. She wrote in her book that oftentimes the earlier we put the security steps that they need to do, the better, because it'll influence the security steps they have to do later. Maybe if Heidi ever watches this, maybe I butchered her quote, but that was the takeaway I took from it. You know, the earlier we set the security boundaries and the guidelines in the beginning of the user journey, it's definitely going to affect what happens downstream, right? So if you don't set a strong password right from the beginning, it's going to affect the downstream flows in the app. And so you want to find that balance between setting them up for success so that it's easier later on without being so annoying that they never get to the later on. But I just want to shout out here, I think Tawanda, I could be saying it wrong, but I just want to give you your moment here because I think you did this really well for 10 minutes. Usually I would like take a long time and have to talk with so many people. So I just want to shout you out here and also thank you for filling out something quickly, but also filling up with so many thoughts. I personally think you might be already in security, especially since you know about multi-factor authentication. You just sound like a very secure person. So that's great. Like the fact I rarely hear people talk about biometrics. So the fact that you've written that here, I'm kind of like, oh, this could be someone that could join me in this battle someday. But this is a great example of someone who's filled out the context, the user goals, listing out all the possible threats that can come, all the possible ways those threats can happen, and the human shortcuts that we do along the way. Then of course the security mechanism. Some of these are like quite obvious, meaning, you know, of course we should have two-factor authentication, all that stuff. I call this like the baseline things, that the basic tools that we could pull from. But also sometimes it just requires that we design something at a bigger system or think about it more as a whole. So I would say this is a jumping off point. If anyone was to, you know, build this out later on in the future, you could really expand on it and think about the system even larger. So this is just like a taste of the UX framework, I would say. But I just want to thank everyone once again for joining me here and trying it out with me. I'm just going to switch gears back to our presentation here so that we can wrap it up and get back to things. So, all right, so we've talked about the UX framework. I just want to add one final thing here about finally, when we get to a point where we understand everything and now we want to focus on that security mechanism, this is really the part that we're designing. We use these parts to understand the big picture. You know, I like to say that the security mechanism is the bridge that gets us from point A to point B. And so we come in with our team and we're the ones designing and building that security mechanism. And because we're designing that, I want you to remember that whatever security flow that you're going to create, I want you to remember three things about it. I want you to make sure that it's timely, it's appropriate, and that there's a way for recovery to happen. So what does this mean? When I say timely, we want to make sure that it's at the right spot in their workflow. So if we take back that banking example, we want to make sure that the security check is going to happen before like a large transfer. We don't want to have multiple challenges at every step, like put in your friend's phone number, security check. Put in your friend's phone number, put in your friend's name, another security check. Like, I know you wouldn't do that. We would know that it isn't intuitive or it's even more annoying. But you'd be surprised that sometimes that is what our teammates want, and we as designers have to come in and remind them about the experience. So you want to make sure that these challenges, whatever scenario you're working in, it has to be timely. It should also be appropriate, meaning it's a challenge that your user can complete. You don't want to give them a challenge that is just like impossible for them to do. Ideally, it's a challenge that they are familiar with. So typically we'll do like a password because hopefully they've entered their password before. I mean, better yet, if we can have something like multi-factor authentication, like 2FA, authentication apps, SMS. There's so many. There's honestly so many out there. I know SMS or getting a code through text is like the most common and most users are used to it. But the point is having like that extra challenge, you'd be surprised how much it dramatically keeps your account safe. Just by adding in like your cell phone number and getting a code, it's so much safer than just the password. The data, unfortunately, I forgot to bring out that data, but people have actually researched it and checked the stats on like how effective is having any 2FA on their account. And it's surprisingly extremely effective, no matter how much we hate those steps, but it really works. So what I'm trying to say here is that use an appropriate challenge that the user has done before. And hopefully, depending on how we've designed their experience from the get-go, they've done it already. So if we enforce them to have multi-factor authentication, it's familiar with them, it becomes a habit, it doesn't become annoying. We don't want it to be too challenging. So don't expect them to, solve a Rubik's Cube before they could add their friend's email, right? The last thing to think about is recovery. At the end of the day, people will make mistakes and they will get trapped for whatever reason. It's important, and this isn't just for security, it's usually for every like design flow that you have. Our users need a recovery path. So there has to be a recovery path where if something goes wrong, they can get help for it. In our case, maybe human interaction is an option. Like if we were working for a traditional bank, I guess they could go into a branch, walk into the bank and ask for help. But if that's not the case, we need to think about ways that they could self-serve and recover themselves out of it. So make sure because we don't want to leave them stuck. We already know that security steps can be frustrating. And if it's tied to a flow that is high impact or something really important to our product, this is the fastest way to lose trust. And so if you remember from the very beginning, I was talking about trust, right? All these experiences we have is to make sure that our experiences are trustworthy, keeping them safe, that our users can trust us, that we're doing our job, and that we're designing experiences that they can use because we know we're keeping them safe. And so just to wrap up, today we talked about that relationship between our product, our users, and the bad actors. We have to remember that we play a key role here to empower our users and protect them from the bad actors. We also talked today about the security framework or the secure UX framework that I like to use. And the whole point of that is to uncover the whole scenario. Ideally, you do it with your team so that you can see different perspectives about it and you can get a better picture. And once you're ready, once all of you have talked about the ideal security mechanism, you want to make sure that it's timely, appropriate, and that there's a way for them to recover. So with that being said, I just want to thank everyone once again. I know this is the last session. Thank you so much for listening. I know this isn't a topic that is talked about a lot or thought about a lot, but if any of this has piqued your interest, I'll be happy to send some more resources towards you on LinkedIn. Feel free to DM me or comment on anything related to our conference, and I'll find a way to get that to you. But like I said before, it was quite lonely being the only designer thinking about UX at my organization for a while. And truthfully, we need more people to think about this and join myself in the space. So I promise it's fun. There's a lot of work to do, and I can't wait to see you there. Thanks.
That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. That's super great. I mean, like, yeah, you're right. It's not covered anywhere near enough. Like, how did you kind of get into this sort of like space, and like, what was the thing that kind of like piqued your interest in it?
The funny thing is, I got into this space because that's where they assigned me. Like I mean, I guess I had a choice. I could have said, no, thank you. But it was a project that was interesting to me. And I really depended on my developers who had been experts on it for so long. The problem was that they were designing things that weren't really elegant or smooth. And so that's where I came in to help them. But after doing all of that, I kind of caught on to the keywords and I caught into how they thought about things. And so after like 2 years of catching on, that's when I realized, okay, more people need to know about this so that it doesn't take them 2 years like myself to get to this point. So that's what brought me here today. And I hope that this at least speeds up some people with their workflows.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like when someone mentions the word security, they kind of like squirm up a little bit, right? Because it feels like this jarring thing.
It's I said before that a lot of people come to me and say, do we really need this step? Like, can we remove it? It's affecting our conversion rate. Like, that's like my favorite one. And I'm like, yeah, but we need to keep these people safe. Otherwise, they'll never want to convert, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And like, how would you like overcome that, whether it be working with a client or in-house or whatever, where there is a bit of pushback, but security is so important? Like, how do you kind of like have that conversation or trade-off of essentially conversion versus trust at the end of the day?
Yeah, this is something that I haven't nailed it, so it's never an easy conversation. But typically it means that I need to come in and you'll be surprised how far data can take you. So I have to do my part, whether it's through conducting UX research or talking to our data science team, having any data to back up that, hey, this is actually worthwhile. But I will tell you that sometimes at the end of the day, no matter what you present, they will still decide like, no, conversion is more important. And that's fine. I think it's not the best. It still hurts my heart. But what's important here is that we get our stakeholders to commit, right? If they really value the conversion rates this year over fraud, then I guess that's the risk they're willing to take. And at least they made it a wise, or at least they made an informed decision about it, rather than them finding out later on, like, oh my gosh, we've lost all these users or we've lost all this money. What happened? I can at least go back and say, okay, are you ready now to talk about trust or security? Because I understand back then, maybe a year ago, this is what you prioritized in the beginning. So you just have to understand people prioritize certain things over the other. It's all values and principles.
Yeah, got you. Awesome. And Ali, can you let people know where they can get connected with you if they want to get in touch?
Yeah, LinkedIn is honestly the easiest. I know I've gotten a lot of people added me on LinkedIn. I wouldn't assume it's through the conference, but please, like, if you can, leave a note and say, saw you at the conference, would love to talk more, just so I can make sure that I actually get to talk to you about something that we both have mutual interest in. So LinkedIn would be best. It's just Ali & Co over on LinkedIn, and can't wait to chat more.
Yeah, awesome. Ali, thanks so much for joining us for Frontrow and for being the last speaker. I think that was a great, insightful presentation to end things on. Now, don't go anywhere, because just after this quick break, we're going to wrap things up with the closing keynote. So we'll be back very, very soon.
They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun.
fly, we don't wanna go war. You only make her fly. Wanna walk and matters, I got the full R&I. Rock it in originally, give it that color in emotion. But bring no color, be no stop. Yo, enough of them a chat, so see me now rise up in eruption. Sing it down, sing it down, sing it down, no interruption. Tarrant on the jungle, bring the capra to the area. One hand in the air, now scream it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. Two shots in the air, boom, boom. Watch your ass. If I pull the trigger, two we only gonna get war. So find a different way we gonna set that place for me.
Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I just want to take 30 seconds to tell you a little bit more about Framer. Now, whether you've used Framer or not, I am a huge fan of what they're doing. In fact, I built a company called Insert Frame off the back of Framer, building products and education specifically for that platform. What I love about it in particular is it turns designers into developers and marketers into publishers. And I've seen some amazing companies from small to large migrate over to Framer, and it just unlocks so many new use cases for them. As you can tell, I'm a very big advocate for Framer. Obviously they're sponsoring the conference, so huge shout out for them for supporting us. But even if they weren't, I would be the one telling you to jump on framer.com and check it out for free. It literally is the website builder for Generation Figma. But that's enough from me. Let's get back to the content. All right, friends, we are here. It is time. It is the end of Frontrow 2025. Over the past 3 days, we have been joined by more than 15 speakers giving talks, workshops, presentations, and so much more. It has been an absolute journey. I am so glad that everyone has been able to join us. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being a part of the Frontrow conference this year. It's been great to see everyone kind of share their love online and just be super active and supportive. The support's just been insane. I want to give you a huge shout out to our event partners, both Framer and us at Insert Frame, because without that support, this just content would just not be possible for us to pull together. So if you are interested in checking out Framer, go to framer.com and create your free account, or go to insertframe.io to check out a little bit more about our team and what we do. Speaking about teams, I want to give a massive shout out to my team behind the scenes. You would have seen them floating around on the behind the scenes cameras throughout the past few days. This week has been a mammoth week. It's been absolutely massive. We're all very much sleep deprived, but we've had a really strong team behind us to make all of this happen. So without the help of the Insert Frame team and everyone else, it just would not be possible at all. Also have to give a huge shout out to our speakers. Every single one of them showed up and gave it their all. So without them putting in the energy and the effort, we wouldn't have a show. We wouldn't have the content at all. So we have to thank our sponsors. And then lastly, you guys, once again, right? Like you show up every single time and time again. There's still probably people in here joining from Australia and being crazy like us, staying up late at night. So a massive shout out to you all. As you can see on the social wall just next to me, like heaps of you have been sharing, which is absolutely amazing to see. And I can't wait over the weekend just to like scroll through the hashtag and see everyone's love and support for the conference. But yes, I very much appreciate everyone checking it out. Now, all these sessions have been recorded. There's still some that have to go up on replay, but if you go to frontrow.events/replay or click the QR code in the link below or on the screen, you'll be able to access all the content, and it's going to live there on YouTube as well as on that website for you to revisit at any time. It's been a big day. It's been a big day. And I think the best way to kind of end the conference is with our giveaways. So we've saved the biggest one for last. We're going to give away a pair of AirPods. Don't worry, it's not going to be these AirPods. These are my AirPods. You can't have these. We're going to give you a brand new pair of AirPods. Now, we've been watching carefully. We've been going through all the different responses for people using the hashtag Frontrow2025. And we have found the one last lucky winner, who is going to be Usama Al-Jazz on Instagram. So at Usama Ijaz736 on Instagram. So we'll be reaching out to you. Congratulations. I can't wait for you to listen to the next conference in high definition. Again, just a massive shout out to you guys for joining us for this journey. My name's been Ryan. This has been the Front Row Conference. I think we're all very much sleep deprived and ready to go to sleep. But again, thank you very much. And until next time, we'll catch you later.
You know it.